where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. I know we're going to be on the lighter side for the live today. We'll probably get more people on the replay because we do have Karen Reed hearings happening, motions hearings that seem to be a little spicy, or were, and they're not now, but they were a little spicy at the beginning. So we'll probably get more people coming in as that kind of wraps up. But that's fine because this is a replay regardless. I mean, like we're watching a replay, so I guess they just won't be able to chat in the, the live roast. So, hi Dom, hi Peppy, hi Indiana Girl, hi Lacey, hi Post Punk Mama, hi Rexy, hi Zach does. So, we left off yesterday. We're covering the post-trial conviction hearing, post-trial relief hearing. I don't know why. Yeah, post-trial relief hearing. Hi Case, hi Thomas. Yeah, just came by to say, hey, we'll watch this later. Are you busy today, or are you watching Karen Reed? So we left off yesterday. We were in day one of post-conviction relief hearing, where we had the forensic pathologist Kelly Cruz on the stand. She was still on direct, and we are going to be picking up right where we left off. Hey Susie, hi Dina. I just can't wait to see what else this stupid woman says. I think her testimony alone should give him a new. I agree with you. Hey, CH. One ear here, one ear on Karen Reed. Yeah, so as I was dropping off kids at school, I was listening to Karen Reed, and it's just like, I don't know, Bev like trying to be like more important than I think she is. But I do plan on doing a Karen Reed live to get us ready to go for trial. Probably, we got competition this weekend. I don't know, probably mid next week, I'm going to say. Yeah, she's like, oh, you guys don't like Judge Goal? Here, hold my beer. Let's see how much you don't like me now. It's silly. Hey, Snappy. No, I don't expect for a continuance. I expect trial to happen on April 1st. She just wants to like try to throw her balls around. Like, that's how I feel about Judge Bev. Like, she just thinks like, I'm going to make sure that they know that this is my courtroom and Alan Jackson just can't do whatever Alan Jackson wants to do. Like, I don't know. She just feels like she's just constantly trying to make sure everybody knows that she's the judge. So I don't know. There's just like, it's just silly to me to be trying to like, you're not going to do anything. So it's just like you want to try to reprimand Alan Jackson just for funsies, just so that he knows you can. But Alan Jackson, cool as a cucumber, still continues to just go and just, go up there and do his thing and attorney the way he attorneys. You know what I mean? Like, he's just got it going. I don't know. He keeps his demeanor. He's still kind. He's still like doing all the things that he needs to do, presenting, his evidence for his motions that way. CH says, I did enjoy AJ's roast of Brennan. Brennan is a douche nozzle. Like, I don't even know. I'm like, this is almost like one of those, be careful what you wish for, because Lolly was so fucking boring. And it's just like, what if any pieces of glass did you find? That's Lolly. But fucking Brennan's a douche nozzle too. So I'm like, did we really? Should we have just stuck with Lolly? I mean, yeah, she did. She pulled a goal. Well, that's why I said she was like, you guys don't like Go. I'll try to be like Go. But at least she wasn't stupid enough to actually remove him. So she talked to Karen Reed and at sidebar, at a sealed sidebar, talked to Karen Reed and her attorneys. And Karen, of course, says, no, I want to keep all my attorneys. And so she's like, I'm just going to reprimand him in open court and essentially say that he lied to the court, which I don't agree with, but I'm sure there are people who do. And but did nothing to him. She's not pulling him. She's not doing anything. And the other one was that the ARCA experts are going to be able to testify. Yeah, who, if anyone, thought we would miss Lolly, right? I know, that shit's funny. Over the paying the experts thing, yeah, Indiana girl, that she feels that he purposely misled the court by the way that he told them, like he was purposely trying to like get one over on the court. Like, this is just dumb. Did they actually adjourn? Okay, I thought they were going the whole day, but I know ARCA stays. And then they were arguing, just like, if you guys are on Twitter, I did like a huge breakdown when they filed it was over 30 filings in one day. So I didn't have time to do a live on it, so I just did like a whole breakdown on what each motion was, like in simple terms. So, and a lot of it is verbatim repeat from the first trial. It's what they want in, it's what they want out, it's so on and so forth. So what they were arguing today was a few of the motions that, she wanted to hear each side. She wanted to hear each side, why they agreed, why they disagreed with having it in or not in. Some of them are just going to be pretty basic on her end. Like, we already did it the last time, we're going to do it again, or we didn't allow this. This is why. Tell me a different argument on why I should allow it this time and not like I didn't last time. So a lot of it's going to be some repeat things. So I've just really been trying to pay more attention to the stuff that we know is more new, or she's got a different perspective on what argument she requires to let things happen. So, but I thought they were going to do a full day. The other case that's actually in court today too is Lori Vallow is in court for a pretrial hearing. I think she should actually be starting any time now. So, hey, Kathy Spank. I tried to watch earlier but got bored, LOL, so blind it will be. For you tried to watch Todd Mullis, or you tried to watch Karen Reed? California girls. The irony of that. The irony of that. Oh, the KR stuff. The KR stuff, it's almost like there's, I don't know, let's say like you made a pot of like just stew and you just threw a whole bunch of shit in the stew. Like you threw, bell peppers and onions and, just every type of vegetable. And then you threw in like some steak, some good roast, some good meat. So it's like the Karen Reed case, you've got to get rid of all the vegetables because there's so much that just isn't necessary. And you gotta just find the meat because there's just so much to the case, but not all of it is extremely relevant. It's just overflowing with just extra shit, if that makes sense. And that's mostly because the Commonwealth are just ridiculous. Has there been any talk about the Google search in the pretrial this time yet? Yes. So actually, one of the motions in limine was for the Commonwealth to be able to include 2 expert witnesses that are going to testify about how long to die in the cold. Do y'all think she did it? I do not. After the first trial, I do not believe she did it. I don't, but in saying that, I have to be very cautious, because when you say that you don't think she did it, most people think you automatically buy into the defense theory that John went in the house, the dog attacked, all these people are in on a conspiracy to cover it up. I'm not quite there yet either. I think that there might be a couple people that know what happened, but I don't know if I think like all 10 people in the house are all just on it. But I was not sure. I was not sure whether I thought she did it or not. But after the actual biomechanics, which is ironic, from the ARCA experts on whether John O'Keefe could have been hit by a car, and they determined no, that he could not. Like, they were the most, what do you call it? The most, I can't think of the fucking word I want to say. My brain doesn't work sometimes, I swear. Not reliable, but the most believable, the most, that's not the right word either. Credible. They were the most credible witnesses of everybody. That would be the word I want to say. They only determined he wasn't hit by her car. True. There's like a weird thing, like if you didn't follow the cases, that's a piece. Like there's a weird thing about this freaking plow that was on Higgins' truck, and I'm like, there's something to that, and where everybody thinks that car's parked, there is something to that. But you know, it is what it is. After watching Be in Trouble 31's videos on the Lexus taillight, methinks there is a definite shady happening. I do. I think Proctor, Higgins, that whole crew, I think they're fucking shady. I think they're bad cops. They found pig DNA on him. Case closed. Where's the find the pig? Everybody go find the pig. And now the Commonwealth, this trial has said that they went and actually got a mold of Chloe's mouth, which is like, nobody even fucking believes that you guys even found the actual Chloe. Like, how do we even know that that's actually Chloe? I don't know if anybody's going to trust you. All right, so let's get back to Todd Mullis. Like I said, we're still on direct with Kelly Cruz, the forensic pathologist. I'm going to just do a little testy to make sure that you can hear it.
Is exhibit
can you guys hear it okay? Yeah, okay, perfect. I saw the Turtle Boy. They're just trying to put Turtle Boy on there because they don't want him covering the case. And if they put him on the witness list, he won't even be able to watch the fucking trial. Won't even be able to watch it. So, and that's just ridiculous. They're not calling Turtle Boy to the stand. He has no relevance to this whole damn trial. So that's just silly. Okay, here we go.
1 moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry, what is it? 349. Thank you so much. 349. And I'm going to refer the witness to page 98.
Sorry.
98.
Oh, wait. One more thing about Karen Reed was that the show on, now I can't think of the damn channel. She had done more interviews last night. Well, it wasn't new, but it's new. It was obviously pre-recorded. But the new show came out last night, and so Hank Brennan is like trying to say like she was there was all kinds of new information that she released on there, basically to inculpate herself. So that was another big thing. So I have not got to watch the show yet. So just I have no opinions on the show. I have not watched it yet. So I just wanted to throw that out there in case anybody wants to watch that tonight. Make sure you guys watch that. It was on Discovery. Was it on Discovery? HBO just came out with a new show about her. HBO Max app. I don't know if it was on Discovery. I did not get a lot of sleep, so my brain is like Good luck today, Teresa. That's how I feel. Okay, here we go.
When that's there. And let me ask you, would it refresh your memory to look at your trial testimony to recall exactly what you said?
I'd like that, yes, thank you.
I'm gonna, if the witness could read page 98, I know that's not up quite yet, and I'm gonna direct the witness to line 13 of page 98 through line 3 of page 99. January, Gilly.
Okay. Take it forever.
If that would assist us in moving forward, then I'm happy to show the witness.
I think we have it on the
All
slide.
right, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep. Would you like me to read it out loud? I'm sorry.
No, just to yourself. And I'm directing you to page 98, line 13 to page 99, line 3.
We can go to the next page for me. Or...
Nicole, can you scroll down? That refresh your memory about what you testified to at Mr. Mullis' criminal trial about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis' death.
Yes.
All right. And I think the question I asked you before you reviewed that testimony was whether in your testimony at his criminal trial, you testified about which side of her chest the issue with air coming into the chest cavity was on.
Could you go back to the previous page? I'm sorry, so I can look at it again. Thank you. Yep. I see reading it now, and I think I was swayed a bit by reading your expert's opinion. It says that I said it only went into the right chest cavity, that I simply say it goes into her chest cavity singular, but I don't say what side. But I do accurately describe what's called pneumothorax, which is air entering into your chest and causes issues with your vital organs there. Something that your expert also agreed was appropriate and accurate.
Well, your testimony at Mr. Mullis' criminal trial was that the issues with pressure in the chest were on the right side of Ms. Mullis' chest, right?
I said that she had injuries to her right lung, which caused leakage of blood. I was not specific as to what side the air came into, but I do say chest cavity singular, so I suppose it's up to interpretation.
Isn't it true that at the time of your autopsy in this case, you actually didn't know which side of Ms. Mullis' chest had what you described as a pneumothorax?
That's something that's difficult to identify at autopsy. Upon review of her medical records, it's clear that she had a large pneumothorax or air in her left chest cavity. It's also clear from my autopsy and the medical records that she had a right-sided chest tube placed. Notes indicate that air was released from that right-sided chest tube, meaning that she had air in both of her chest cavities, which simply makes sense.
Right, and does the fact that you didn't appreciate a left pneumothorax at autopsy, which I understand your testimony is you might not have appreciated that at autopsy. I mean, does that suggest to you that you hadn't looked at the medical records from the hospital that would have allowed you to identify that there was a left side tension pneumothorax?
I did not review the medical records at that time. I'm not sure what difference it actually makes. From a medical doctor standpoint, her having pneumothorax should have happened. So if you asked me without even seeing the body, gave me that scenario, I would tell you that's what happened. And that was confirmed with the medical records. She died because she was impaled with the corn rake and the effects of having that corn rake inside of her body, which includes air in the chest cavities.
Was the left side tension pneumothorax the actual cause of Ms. Mullis' death?
It's on 1.25 speed, so it's not too fast, just fast enough that we can, if it gets too fast, you guys tell me. Lacey, I am also a lip mover while silent reading. Also a lip mover when listening to other people talk. And I get it from my mother, and I always bothered me when my mother did it, and now I do it. Also, this lawyer that currently on is Tara Thompson. That's her name, Tara Thompson. So, okay, now, yeah, it's really distracting when you're having a conversation with somebody and their mouth is moving, almost repeating what you're saying. And now I do it. So now I am my mother. It's great. It's a great day.
The X-ray that identified the left-sided pneumothorax was taken after that right-sided chest tube was placed. The medical records indicate that it was pretty significant. So if she had left-sided pneumothorax alone, absolutely. But to say that it was the only thing that contributed when she also had right-sided pneumothorax, she also had direct injury to her lungs and to her liver, I think would be insufficient.
Well, if Ms. Mullis hadn't had the left-sided pneumothorax and only had the injuries to the right side, those were injuries that she could have survived. Is that right?
She could have survived the left-sided pneumothorax as well. Prompt medical therapy can treat pneumothoraces. It can treat injury, direct injury to lungs. I don't see a difference.
Your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial suggested that there was bleeding in Ms. Mullis's chest as part of the mechanism of her death. Did you see that in what you just reviewed?
I did.
Was there actually very much blood in Ms. Mullis's chest at the time of your autopsy?
No.
Is it correct that bleeding into her chest cavity was not really a part of the mechanism of her death?
If you were to have that alone, no, I don't think that would have caused her death.
And I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Is it your testimony that whether or not she had the pneumothorax on the left or the right side of her chest wasn't important in your assessment of whether or not this was a homicide?
No, those are consequences of being impaled with the corn rake. It's a homicide because she was impaled in the back. Those are things that happen from being impaled in the back by another person, which made it a homicide. What happens to the body doesn't make a difference. Someone gets shot in the head, and I talk about bleeding on the brain, really doesn't make sense. They were shot in the head.
Did you know at the time of her autopsy which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced first? The injuries on the left side of her back or the right?
No.
And did you know how much time, if any, passed between the time that she experienced any of these injuries on her back?
I do not know, no.
Would it have been important to your analysis to have known that?
How would I have known that?
Well, that's my question for you. Did you have a way to determine that?
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Were you open in your investigation to receiving information that would have helped you understand that?
Who would provide that information to me?
At the time that you determined Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, could you think of a single person who could have assisted you in understanding that?
Other than the person who impaled her, no. And it really doesn't make a difference. Someone impaled her in the back with a corn rake.
I mean, does that question that I'm asking you today seem silly to you?
To ask if there was a time period between someone impaled her in the back once with a corn rake and then again with the corn rake again doesn't make sense or really matter. She was impaled in the back with a corn rake by another person. Whether they took a beat before they did it again doesn't make a difference to me.
He will not give up.
If Ms. Mullis experienced the pneumothorax, the tension pneumothorax on the left side of her chest first, how quickly would that have caused her death?
Something like that would not be immediately fatal. She very well could have had many minutes before she lost consciousness and ultimately died. It's hard to know for sure, but minutes likely went by.
Would Ms. Mullis still have been breathing?
Yes.
Would Ms. Mullis still have been able to move?
Most likely, yes.
Would the pneumothorax have led to a situation where air entered Ms. Mullis's, where liquid developed in Ms. Mullis's lungs?
Oh, we're fluid. Then build up. But yes.
You're the doctor, so fluid is a better word.
No
I
problem.
appreciate
Yep.
that. Would that have led to a situation where Ms. Mullis was breathing out foamy fluid out of her mouth and potentially her nose?
Yes.
Were there any errors in the autopsy report that you created about Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes, I do have a typo.
What typo is in there?
It's an unfortunate one. It's in the opinion section. When I state wound direction, I say from front to back instead of back to front. It's the danger of repeating something over and over again. It's the only typo I could find.
And when you say that's an unfortunate typo, what do you mean?
Well, it's important to determine whether it's front to back or back to front. It's a fact and obvious, but should have been written appropriately.
Is it true that that's not a typo that you caught when you finalized this report?
No.
And did anyone else who reviewed your report catch that typo?
No.
Have you issued a corrected autopsy report at any point about Ms. Mullis's case?
No.
An unfortunate error. She's like, but even if I made an error on the report and I said front to back, it's obvious that she was impaled in the back by another person and it's a homicide. So really all my errors are irrelevant. I can say whatever the hell I want. It does not change the fact that this is a homicide and she was impaled in the back by another person. Signed, Kelly Cruz. A typo. A typo is when you spell a word wrong. Not when you actually just write the shit down wrong. That's not a typo. This is a typo. Oh shit. Because you donate heirs to make others feel better about themselves. She's like, I'll let you have one. I did it on purpose just so you don't understand the perfection that I am as a human being. Thank you. Signed to Kelly Cruz.
After you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you continue talking with investigators who were investigating Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
And I think it was your testimony earlier that you did tell those investigators your opinion on the cause and manner of her death before your autopsy report was finalized. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you talk with investigators from DCI after a couple of days after your autopsy, after you conducted the autopsy on Ms. Mullis's body?
I would die if that was really her middle name.
Why did you talk with investigators? Well, let me ask you this. Did you talk with them on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did those investigators ask to have a briefing with you about the autopsy?
They asked to discuss the autopsy, my findings. Yes.
And you did you talk with them on that day?
Yes.
Did those investigators give you information about their investigation at that briefing on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did they tell you at that briefing on November 14th of 2018 that they believed that Mr. Mullis had a motive to hurt his wife because of what they told you was affairs?
Yes.
And did you know why on November 14th of 2018 they were telling you that?
You would have to ask them, but it's not unusual information to receive.
Is it not unusual because you're part of the law enforcement investigation into people's death?
I'm not part of it. People often like to share what they've learned. I had already determined cause and manner of death, so you'd have to ask him why he wanted to share it.
Did you?
Did you hear? You can hear. She's like, jeez. She's like, she's just really making this fucking difficult. You can hear a lot on the mic. The mic picks up on a lot of what they say. He's like, jeez.
Tell investigators on that call on November 14th of 2018 generally what the conclusions of your autopsy were.
I believe so, yes.
And what did you tell investigators on November 14th of 2018 about, in your view, how many times it was that Ms. Mullis had been impaled on this corn rake?
At least 2 times. Given the orientation of the wounds on her back, there's a high likelihood that it was 3 times.
Did you tell them in this briefing that it was possibly, or that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
I believe so, and I maintain that.
Do you agree with me that your case log notes don't reflect that you told them that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
That's my investigator's case log notes, and I'd have to look at it. But if it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it.
Well, don't you participate in maintaining those case log notes as well?
One person types them. So say there are multiple people who are a part of a meeting or a discussion, one person will type up the notes.
Do you check those notes?
I read them, but I do not edit them. I don't want to alter them. There as another person remembered them.
Do you initial those notes?
No.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I do not initial notes. I do not write.
I want to show the witness at this point, Exhibit 573. And I'll just say that we've made some slight modifications to the original photograph of 573 just for purposes of privacy for this hearing.
Hi, Fish.
Is that
I bet they don't invite her to parties.
Exhibit 573 in front of you?
Yes, that's what it says.
Is Exhibit 573 a true and accurate photograph of the condition of Ms. Mullis's back during the autopsy that you conducted on November 12th of 2018?
It appears so. You said you altered it in some way, but it seems appropriate.
And I'll just represent to you that it's cropped a little bit.
Okay. Yes.
From your original photograph.
It seems fine to me.
Okay. You mentioned, we'll come back to Exhibit 573, so you can remove that, Nicole. During the briefing that you had with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you talk with them about other defects that you noticed on Ms. Mullis's body aside from the 6 wounds that we've been talking about that were on her back?
I noted other injuries, yes.
And you've talked a little bit.
Brian, that sounds like hashtag farm life you got going on over there. Todd looks like a buffed up Ken doll. It's just kind of ironic. And Todd looks very, very different than he did before. He looks very different. I mean, prison has done well for him. It's like, it is farm life.
In your testimony about some of the other injuries that you observed in your assessment of them, but I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. I mean, in your briefing with investigators on November 4th of 2018, did you talk to them about this injury you've referenced to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin?
You say this. I'm not looking at anything, to be clear.
Understood.
An injury to the left side of her chin. I most likely did, yes.
I mean, you've referenced in your testimony an injury to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin. And when I say this injury, I'm talking about the injury you previously identified in your testimony.
Yes.
Did you talk to the investigators about that injury at this meeting?
I most likely did.
Well, did you tell them that that injury did not have any associated injury to the inside of Ms. Mullis's mouth at this conversation on November 14th of 2018?
I know you're referencing notes that I did not make. She also had an injury to her lip. So I don't know if inside of the lip injuries were relating to a lip injury. To say that there were injuries to the side of her chin and then talk about the inside of her lips seems to be a little bit of a jump.
Well, I don't want you to make any.
I don't recall exactly what I said, and I don't recall exactly how they were written in those notes by another person.
I don't want you to make any assumptions about what I'm referencing. So let me be a little more straightforward. When you observed Ms. Mullis's face at autopsy, did you note in your autopsy report any injuries to the inside of her mouth?
No.
I mean, she didn't have any scrapes on the inside of her cheeks, did she?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any abrasions or cuts on her tongue?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any damage to her teeth?
Not that I saw, no.
And you're referencing that she had a cut on the middle of her lip?
I believe it was a scrape, yes.
So she had a scrape on the middle of her lip?
The way you're asking me makes me want to look at my autopsy report. Is that okay?
Of course. It's Exhibit 225.
I have a copy here. Is that all right, or do you want me to wait?
I was going to look at copy. So is that not correct to stand here?
Yeah, I usually bring it to the stand. I don't have to look at it.
Okay, we'll show
I
you
asked.
Exhibit 225. Is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report? And we can scroll through for you if that's helpful.
This is a photo request. It's not part of my normal autopsy report.
Can you scroll down? I think you identified that there's a photo request on the first page of Exhibit 225.
Yes,
Other than that photo request, is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report?
yes.
And is there, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, can I look at page 5?
I was going to ask you what page, so we'll take you to page 5.
Thank you. So yes, the very first sentence says there is a 1/8 by 1/8 inch red brown abrasion in the center of the upper lip. So that's a scrape.
Was this scrape a small scrape?
It was 1/8 inch.
Is that small in your opinion?
Whatever you think 1/8 inch is. Lips are quite small. So in relation to the lips, it might be large. In relation to your back, it might be small.
Did you consider this to be a small abrasion or a small scrape?
Sure.
Was were the injuries that you noted on Ms.
falling.
Mullis's face consistent with Ms. Mullis having fallen?
They could be caused by a fall. Yes.
Were these injuries more consistent with a fall than with another explanation?
No, they didn't have any sort of pattern to them that would lead me in one direction or another. So they're called blunt force injuries. They're injuries that occur from the impact with an object that has a flat surface. So that could be the ground. That could be something else that simply has a flat surface to it. It's hard for me to know exactly how they occurred, but a fall is absolutely a possibility.
Did you tell investigators during your briefing with them on November 14th of 2018 that Ms. Mullis's facial injuries were perhaps more consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying more consistent with a fall, but absolutely could be due to a fall.
Your Honor, we have two exhibits that we've put side by side just for comparison purposes, which are Exhibit 570 and Exhibit 621. And I'll just represent that we've made some redactions just for privacy purposes, but otherwise these have not been altered.
What was it?
570 and 621. Are you seeing two images in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize one of these photographs to be a photograph that you took during your autopsy?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of the area of Ms. Mullis's chin where some portion of her face has been redacted?
Yes.
And which side of the screen that you're looking at is that the photograph that you took at autopsy appear on?
On my right side of the screen.
Okay.
With the ruler.
And do you see a photograph on the other side of the screen as well?
Yes.
Do you recognize where that photograph is from?
No.
Have you ever seen the photograph on the left side prior to today?
I do not recall having seen this before.
Do both of these photographs that you're seeing on the screen in front of you depict the area of Ms. Mullis's chin?
As I said, I've never seen the other one before. It looks like a similar injury to the injury I saw on Miss Mullis, but I can't even say that's her.
Prior to your deposition in 2023, had you ever seen any photographs of Ms. Mullis that were taken at Regional Medical Center or Region Medical Center?
I had, yes.
And do you recognize the photograph that appears on the screen in front of you that is not the one you took to be a photograph from that set of photos?
I assumed it was, but as I stated, I don't recall having seen it before.
In your view, does the chin injury that appears on the photo that you took and the chin injury that appears on the photograph that you don't recognize, do those chin injuries appear different?
There are many similarities between them. The shape is similar. Differences include the injury at autopsy is that there's drying of the wound, so it's much darker in color.
Do you see any other differences about the appearance of the wound on the chin other than the drying?
The bruising around it appears to be more pronounced, I think, in my autopsy photo. I don't know if there's anything else you're looking for.
Are there any other differences that you note?
It's darker in color. The bruising appears more pronounced, but it maintains its same general shape.
When injuries on a person's body are exposed to air, can that lead to drying?
Yes.
And what does drying impact the appearance of abrasions, for instance, on someone's body?
Yes.
How can drying impact the appearance of abrasions?
Well, this is a good example. It changes the color of the wound, may change the size slightly. It doesn't really change much else. Experience helps you interpret them appropriately.
Well, does the injury to the chin on the photograph that you took at autopsy look more pronounced than the injury to the chin in the other photo?
The dark color from the drying makes it stand out more.
Is the injury to Miss Mullis's chin that's depicted in the photographs, or the photograph that you recognize of the two that are in front of you, is that injury consistent with a fall?
It could have occurred with a fall, yes.
And is there any evidence that the chin injury that's depicted in the photograph that you're looking at was caused by anything other than a fall?
There's no pattern within it that I can tell that tells me what caused it. So it's from the impact of an object with her body, and the object has a flat surface. So it could be the ground, it could be an object as she's in the process of falling the ground when she falls, or another object striking her while she's in another position.
In your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, did you tell the jury that this injury to Ms. Mullis's chin was consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying that, but I maintain that today is consistent with the fall. It's also consistent with any other type of blood force injury.
Did anybody ask you at Ms. Mullis's trial whether this injury was consistent with a fall?
I would have to look at the transcript.
And we'll come back to that. And I want to go back to her ears, because that's something that you mentioned earlier. And if you need to see some photographs of her ear to refresh your memory, I can show you that. But in your conversation with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you tell those investigators that any bruising around Ms. Mullis's ear could also be consistent with her falling?
I don't recall, but independently now I say, yes, it could be from a fall. She has earrings in, and she had bruising to the backs of her ears and on her earlobes. And that could be from her hitting the ground and the earring causing injury to her ear and the skin around her ear.
Could the bruising that you noted around Ms. Mullis's ear be consistent with bumping her head against some surface as she walked? For instance, hitting her head on a door jamb as she walked through a door.
Yes.
Could it be consistent with banging her head on some object hanging from the ceiling as she walked through a space?
If that injured her ear as well, then sure.
I mean, is there any way to distinguish the bruising on her ear from someone's everyday activities?
It has the standard definition of a blood force injury. I can't tell the nature of the injury, so it could be from sort of activity of daily living.
Did you tell investigators on this call on November 14th of 2018 that Ms. Mullis had a pretty low baseline hemoglobin?
I did say that, yes.
All right, and can having a pretty low baseline hemoglobin be something that can lead to anemia?
Well, that's what anemia is.
You're identifying that Ms. Mullis had anemia?
Yes, from the medical record, she was anemic.
Can anemia lead to dizziness?
Yes.
Can it lead to weakness?
Yes.
Can it lead to people falling?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, is this a good spot for?
Is Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on resuming at about 30 or just before. Court's in recess till then.
She'd already determined it was a homicide before she ever even learned that Amy was anemic, so it didn't matter in her mind because it didn't impact the fact that she was impaled by a corn rake in her back by another person, resulting in homicide. So none of the medical records even mattered. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. So my son always says when he's playing video games, you just hear him in his room. He's like, "Let's go." we crack up. We make fun of him. He probably hates it. He's 16. Oh, Rexy, if you and I are on the same page, man, then we both need a nap today. I can tell you that. It's official. If I need a nap, Rexy needs a nap. The team of Sheldon Adelson's sister. It was like law enforcement criminal justice class. I learned so much also about YouTube. I'm glad I went back to school. At least it did something for me. Oh, me too, Rexy. I'm tired. Oh, I remember Dr. Thompson, not a forensic pathologist, said, nope. I don't know why there's no sound. It's not on my end. It's on their end. Not a forensic pathologist said, nope, no fall unless it was face first with hands stretched out, which means somebody had to hit her in the back. Why are we getting no sound yet? Oh, we're not ready. Oh, no, she's talking. What the heck, Olio? That schnoz of hers is something. I think she cut off just the tip. I think, is it when you don't, not necessarily a nose job, but like when they just go in and correct like your deviated septum, Why are we not getting any sound?
In terms of that conversation.
I don't know if that's what she had.
In terms of what was said at that.
But the tip is definitely different in the profile. It's not anal, Lacey. Oh, Azel. I totally misread your comment. I totally misread your comment. It's like, that's not gonna help her nose, Lacey. That's not gonna help her nose. That's so bad. Oh shit! I thought maybe it was just a typo, right? I know. Okay, she does sound anally. It's just true. Where are your heads at today? I don't know. It's only 9:18. I thought that I read. Lacey made a comment. I misread it. Oh shit! My stomach hurts already. So I'm so sorry. It's like, I don't know how that's gonna help, Lacey. I don't think that's gonna fix it. Like that way. My stomach hurts. Oh shit. I blame Lacey and her typos.
That conversation.
Oh.
In terms of what was said at that conversation.
I don't have an actual recollection of the conversation itself. Kathy Madison is an excellent investigator in her office, and I trust what she wrote here.
You have no reason to doubt that those notes are correct. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you see that there's some entries in Exhibit 201, and I'll direct your attention down to an entry from 11/30 of 2018 that's on page 2. Do you see that there's some entries that have a KK next to them?
Yes.
Are those entries that you made in the case log notes?
Yes.
So do you have access to the case log notes for cases just like other members of your staff?
Yes.
How do you keep these case log notes in terms of what kind of document?
It's digital.
Are these kept as a Word document?
No, we have, it's our sort of medical management system that holds information about decedents in our office and has a space for us to write notes.
Is Exhibit 201 a complete and accurate copy of all of the case log notes that your office kept about Ms. Mullis's autopsy?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I also want to show you Exhibit 380. And while we're pulling up Exhibit 380 for you, as part of your autopsy of Ms. Mullis, did you measure the depths of the wounds in her back that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Did you, and we talked that you photographed the outside of those wounds, is that right?
Yes.
Did you photograph Did you or your staff take any photographs during Ms. Mullis's autopsy that would capture or reflect the wound paths inside Ms. Mullis's body?
Not of the organs or as they entered into the back of the body, no.
Do you agree with me that you and your staff took only 2 photographs of the inside of Ms. Mullis's chest during this autopsy?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that those 2 photographs don't really show the wound path inside Ms. Mullis's chest?
Correct.
They're just in the way that her body was autopsied. There's some portions of her body that are really obscuring her chest in those photographs. Do you agree?
Yes, her ribs.
All right. I'm going to now show you Exhibit 380. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And if you need to have us scroll down, we'll do so. But do you recognize Exhibit 380 to be a true and accurate copy of the postmortem examination notes for your autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 3. Does page 3 have some exemplars of the human body on which you've taken notes?
Yes.
Is this your handwriting on page 3?
Yes.
And
Oh, I'm sorry. At the top with her name, that's not my handwriting, but everything around the body is.
I appreciate that clarification. Page 3 is page 3 your notations of the autopsy?
That's not what I'm talking about. I don't give a shit about the stuff on the top of the page. I give a shit about the actual content of what we're talking about, Kelly Cruz. But I appreciate you clarifying that for us because I'm going to play nice.
Of things of note that you observed during the autopsy.
Yes.
And does page 3 capture all of the defects in Ms. Mullis's body that you appreciated during autopsy?
No.
Is it your testimony that there's some defects that well, let me ask you this question. I'm going to have you turn to page 4. What is different between page 3 and page 4 in terms of what you were noting at autopsy?
Page 3 describes defining characteristics and other noteworthy features on Miss Mullis that would belong in my report outside of injury. So it had her hair color, her eye color, if she had medical therapy, jewelry, things like that. I used a separate body diagram, as you called it, page 4, to document her injuries.
Does page 4 capture all of the defects on Miss Mullis's body that you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And do you see a little chart at the bottom of page 4? And if you need us to zoom this, we can. Do you see a little chart sort of at the very bottom of page 4 that has some, what I would call little carrots and some numbers next to it?
Yes.
What is that little section of page 4?
That section of page 4 has each of the 6 puncture wounds. In between each puncture wound is a measurement of distance.
Looking at page 4 and that area, here on page 4, you've measured the depths of the wounds in Miss Mullis's back. Is that right?
Yes, I see depths here. Sometimes I'll notate it on the other page with internal injuries.
Well, do you agree with me, and if you need to look at some other paperwork to answer this, I can show this to you, but do you agree with me that some of the penetrating injuries that we've been talking about on Miss Mullis on her back, some of those penetrating injuries were not very deep?
Similar to the injury to her lip, I think that's kind of a matter of opinion. Some were deeper than others, absolutely.
Which one of the penetrating injuries to her back were deep?
The deepest of the penetrating injuries, she had 2 that had an approximate depth of 6.5 inches. In terms of my autopsy report, those were puncture wounds B and E.
You're saying B as in boy?
B as in boy.
And E. Wound A is the wound that is to the furthest right of Miss Mullis's back, is that right?
Yes, really on the side of her chest.
More underneath her armpit, is that right?
Yes,
Did wound A go all the way through Miss Mullis's body?
it did.
Okay, so my understanding that right now, so wounds B as in boy and E as in Edward were the deepest? Not A?
Was there one of the wounds on Miss Mullis's back that was just 2 inches deep?
Yes.
Which one was that?
That was wound D. It was the inferior most wound.
You have described the wounds in her back that we've been talking about as sharp force injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it more accurate to call these injuries blunt injuries from a puncturing device?
No, I would prefer to say sharp force injuries. Blunt force injuries, as I indicated, have a flat surface that can abrade or contuse the skin, potentially cause a laceration with impact. A sharp object will cut and divide tissue as it enters the skin. Obviously, it's a unique object for someone to be impaled with. In my opinion, sharp made the most sense.
Are there different characteristics for injuries that are caused by a blunt object being forced through someone's skin, like as a penetrating injury?
It's more difficult to penetrate the body with a blunt object versus a sharp one.
Okay, I'm going to go back just a little bit because I want to make sure we have.
Is it true chart at the bottom of page 4? The wound paths inside Miss Mullis's body.
Not of the organs or as they entered into the back of the body, no.
Do you agree with me that you and your staff took only 2 photographs of the inside? Don't really show the wound path inside Miss Mullis. Some portions of her body that are really obscuring her chest. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And if you need to have us scroll down, we'll do so. But do you recognize Exhibit 3? I'm going to direct your attention to page 3.
Hi, Carla.
Does page 3 have some exemplars of the human body on which you've taken notes?
Yes.
Is this your handwriting on page 3?
Yes.
That clarification, the autopsy of things of note that you observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
And does page 3 capture all of the defects in Miss Mullis's body that you appreciated during autopsy?
No.
Have you turned to page 4? What is different between page 3 and page 4 in terms of what you were noting at autopsy?
I go back.
Page 3 describes defining characteristics and other noteworthy features on Miss Mullis that would belong in my report outside of injury. So it had her hair color, her eye color, if she had medical therapy, jewelry, things like that. I used a separate body diagram, as you called it, page 4, to document her injuries.
Does page 4 capture all of the defects on Miss Mullis's body that you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And do you see a little chart at the bottom of page 4? If you need us to zoom this, we can. Do you see a little chart sort of at the very bottom of page 4 that has some, what I would call little carrots and some numbers next to it?
Yes.
What is that little section of page 4?
That section of page 4 has each of the 6 puncture wounds. In between each puncture wound is a measurement of distance.
Looking at page 4 and that area, here on page 4, you've measured the depths of the wounds in Miss Mullis's back. Is that right?
Okay, here we are.
Yes, I see depths here. Sometimes I'll notate it on the other page with internal injuries.
Well, do you agree with me, and if you need to look at some other paperwork to answer this, I can show this to you, but do you agree with me that some of the penetrating injuries that we've been talking about on Miss Mullis on her back, some of those penetrating injuries were not very deep?
Similar to the injury to her lip, I think that's kind of a matter of opinion. Some were deeper than others, absolutely.
Which one of the penetrating injuries to her back were deep?
The deepest of the penetrating injuries, she had 2 that had an approximate depth of 6.5 inches. In terms of my autopsy report, those were puncture wounds B and E.
You're saying B as in boy?
B as in boy.
And E. Wound A is the wound that is to the furthest right of Miss Mullis's back, is that right?
Yes, really on the side of her chest.
More underneath her armpit, is that right?
Yes,
Did wound A go all the way through Miss Mullis's body?
it did.
Was there one of the wounds on Miss Mullis's back that was just 2 inches deep?
Yes.
Which one is that?
I That was wound D. It was the inferior most wound.
You have described the wounds in her back that we've been talking about as sharp force injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it more accurate to call these injuries blunt injuries from a puncturing device?
No, I would prefer to say sharp force injuries. Blunt force injuries, as I indicated, have a flat surface that can abrade or contuse the skin, potentially cause a laceration with impact. A sharp object will cut and divide tissue as it enters the skin. Obviously, it's a unique object for someone to be impaled with. In my opinion, sharp made the most sense.
Are there different characteristics for injuries that are caused by a blunt object being forced through someone's skin, like as a penetrating injury?
It's more difficult to penetrate the body with a blunt object versus a sharp one.
Is it true that you don't know, as you sit here today, how much more difficult it is?
It depends on the type of object. If you're comparing to.
Is there any difference in your mind between how, other than that it would be more difficult to penetrate the body, between how a blunt object being through some mechanism forced into someone's body? Is there any difference in terms of how wounds caused by the blunt force object being forced through would appear or would operate in the body from a sharp object being forced into the body through some mechanism?
So the impact of a blunt object, the body, like I said, can cause abrasions, scrapes on the skin, bruising. If it's a significant impact, you can cause a laceration or a tearing of the skin, which I suppose would allow the blunt object to further enter into the body. Lacerations are irregular, and we have what's called tissue bridging, so little pieces of tissue may still connect each side of the wound. This is in contrast to a sharp object, which, as I said, cuts and divides tissue. So you shouldn't have that tissue bridging. It should be a cleaner looking wound.
Besides what you just identified, are you aware of any other differences in how a blunt object being forced through some mechanism through someone's body would operate versus a sharp object being forced through someone's body?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. It's vague when you say a blunt object through some mechanism. I don't know what object you're talking about or what mechanism, so I don't know what conclusions I can draw.
Well, when you examined the corn rake at issue in this case, were the tines on this corn rake blunt?
They were pointed, and both pointed and slightly rounded. So I suppose you're trying to characterize it as a blunt object.
To be clear, I'm asking you your characterization.
I characterized
it as anything.
I characterized it as a sharp object. It cut and divided the skin as it entered into it, as characterized by the well-formed round holes in Ms. Mullis's back after she was impaled with it.
Well, if I hit my head on the edge of this table, that could cut and divide my skin and enter to some extent into my body, right?
That would cause a laceration, which is an irregular tearing of your skin.
But that could also enter my skin.
If a blunt object impacts your skin, that force would cause the tearing of the skin. I suppose if you were to remain in that same spot for a period of time, say the edge of the table could slightly enter into the laceration, sure. Entering in your body is, I think, misleading.
Is it true, as of your deposition testimony in this case in 2023, that in providing professional opinions about cause and manner of death, that you tend to shy away from saying that something is a possible defensive wound?
I do, and you can go back to my previous testimony today where blunt force injuries are hard to interpret. There are injuries that are considered defensive type wounds, but at the end of the day, they're simply blunt force injuries.
Have you become shyer over the course of your career in characterizing wounds as defensive wounds?
I maintain my same position on that. Some wounds are considered defensive in nature due to their position on the body, but at the end of the day, they're blunt force injuries. Without a pattern, I can't say definitively how the injuries occurred.
Has it been your experience that sometimes in your career, people who might be calling you to testify at a trial might be pushing you to identify certain blunt force injuries as possible defensive wounds?
Yes.
And is that because identifying something as a defensive wound could have an impact on what people perceive about what the cause or manner of someone's death was?
So I determine cause and manner of death. I don't use these so-called defensive type wounds in my determination of cause and manner of death. How they're perceived in legal proceedings, I do understand that may have an impact on a jury for them, but I do not use it for my determination of cause and manner of death.
Have you gotten better over the course of your career at pushing back on attorneys who might be asking you to characterize certain wounds as defensive wounds when, in your opinion, there's really no way to tell?
I suppose potentially we all become stronger as we get older.
And at the time you performed Ms. Mullis's autopsy, you were newer in your career.
Yes.
I mean, did you start your job as a medical examiner here in Iowa in July of 2018?
Yes.
And is it true that your autopsy of Ms. Mullis was a few months after you started?
Yes.
Was your job as a medical examiner in Iowa your first full-time job since you finished your fellowship?
Yes.
And I'm not asking for personal details of your life, so without identifying anything about where specifically you've lived in your life, you did not grow up in a farming community, did you?
No.
Do you have limited experience with farming?
Yes.
Did you testify in Mr. Mullis's trial in about a year after you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
And at the time you testified at trial, had you performed about 600 autopsies?
If that's what I said, then that would be accurate. I don't recall now.
Do you know, as you sit here today, how many autopsies you performed in your career that were unsupervised before you performed the autopsy in Ms. Mullis's case?
Before I did, no, I can't recall.
Had you performed about half the autopsies in your career before you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
In my career as I sit here now?
I'm saying that as of the time of your testimony at Mr. Mullis's trial, you performed about 600, correct?
If that's what I said, then yes.
All right. And as of the time of performing Ms. Mullis's autopsy about a year earlier, how many of the 600 had you done at that point?
Well, if I performed about 300 or so with my training, then I see what you're saying, then about half of that.
Okay. Was there a time in Mr. Mullis's case where counsel for Mr. Mullis sent a letter to your office requesting to meet with you about Mr. Mullis's case?
I know we were sent a letter. I don't recall if it said meet. There was information about some expert opinions that they had gathered, and there was a question as to if I wanted more information, but to meet, I would have to look again.
Did that letter ask if you'd be willing to communicate with counsel in some way, whether in person or on the phone or through some method?
I think I have a similar answer to that. I don't recall that. I'm not saying that's not what it said. There was a part of it where they said I could ask for more information. So if that's inviting a conversation, then that's along those lines, yes.
Did you decline to speak with counsel in response to that letter?
I did not.
Can object as relevant.
Overrule, the answer will remain in the record.
Well, is there a process in forensic pathology where a forensic pathologist can change their medical opinion?
In all of medicine, you can change your medical opinion.
Is there an ethical obligation for forensic pathologists to change their opinion if they learn information that should change their opinion?
An opinion should always reflect the pathologist's true opinion. So sure, if your opinion changes, then it should be reflected in the death certificate reports, et cetera.
Is there a process to change it?
She refuses to look at any new information in order to potentially change her opinion. So, oopsie, sorry. I don't know. My opinion's still my opinion. Hasn't come out yet, her lack of experience at the time of this autopsy that you mentioned yesterday. Well, in the original trial, it came out that she had only been doing autopsies since it was 4 months. So what, July, June? It was in the summer of 2018 she had just started. So they're kind of talking about that now, but she was fresh out the box. She didn't know anything about farming. She's from San Diego, California. Not that we don't have, I mean, there are some farms down there. It's just not really the same as like Iowa, but there are some farms. But that's not something that she wasn't living that life.
Certificate.
Yes.
When you became aware of the letter that counsel had sent to your office about...
She won't look at any new evidence to make a different determination because she wants it to be that she was impaled in the back by another person resulting in homicide. Because that's what she had determined before she even did the autopsy. So she does not want to change her mind at all.
Communicating with you about information related to Mr. Mullis's case, was there any moment where you considered potentially talking with them about the information that was provided in the letter?
I did read the letter, and due to its contents, no.
did that letter include some excerpts of what was represented in the letter as being additional expert opinions about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And at the time of your deposition in 2023, was the information that was provided in the letter, those excerpts, the only information you had about whatever additional experts might be saying about Mr. Mullis's case?
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe so.
And was it based on those excerpts and the content of the letter that you determined that you were not going to communicate further with Mr. Mullis's counsel about this case?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that that letter offered to provide you with some additional information. Is that your memory?
Yes.
Did you take counsel up on that offer of providing you with some new information that you hadn't had previously?
No.
Have you at some point since your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial sent text messages to Deputy Hemaseth about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And in those text messages, have you expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to seek post-conviction relief?
I would have to look at them. I don't know.
I can show them to you. I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 230.
Definitely something with
If you need to look through more of 230, I will show it to you, but it does Exhibit 230, screenshots of text messages between your cell phone and Deputy Hemaseth's cell phone?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you to page 11 of the exhibit. Let me have you read page 11 and let me know when you've done that.
Trials now, like criminal trials now, they're just like get everybody's personal text messages and let's see what the hell they had to say. Like this is just getting crazier and crazier. Maybe it's not personal. Maybe because it's like work, or maybe a work phone. I don't know that, but the fact is, like, let's bring in the forensic pathologist text messages as evidence.
I'm done.
Does reviewing page 11 refresh your memory about whether you've ever expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to get post-conviction relief to Deputy Hemaseth?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would characterize it as I expressed disdain for the manner in which the case was being revisited, specifically some pretty nasty things said about me by your co-counsel.
Oh.
Did you share in text messages with Deputy Hemaseth a video that purported to recreate sort of what had happened in Ms. Mullis's case?
He shared with me a video.
Did you watch that video?
I did.
And did you express some disdain for the sort of way in which that video was produced in your messages with Deputy Hemaseth?
I would characterize it more as I found it amusing. It's by an individual who was harassing me, and I wasn't quite sure what it was showing. So it was an interesting thing to see.
I want to come back to that topic, but I want to ask you about one more topic, and I'm almost done with my exam here, Dr. Cruz. At the time of your deposition in 2023, am I right that you did not know at that time the order that the 6 wounds on Ms. Mullis's back occurred?
Correct.
At that time, did you know which, if any, of these injuries happened together, meaning that more than one tine of the corn rake went into her body at the same time?
I did not.
And at the time of your 2023 deposition, did you have in your mind's eye any particular idea of how exactly someone put the corn rake into Miss Mullis's body other than that in some way that occurred?
I don't know exactly how she was impaled with it. I just know someone else impaled her with it.
And I appreciate, and
I
I don't want to
just know
belabor this
someone else
point,
did
that
it.
you've said multiple times now in this testimony and elsewhere that you do not believe it is possible for Miss Mullis to have fallen on this rake more than once. So understanding that that is your opinion, you do believe that a person could be impaled by this corn rake by falling on it one time.
I do think someone could fall on it once.
I mean, it is your belief that falling on this rake once could generate the necessary force for someone to be impaled on it.
I think it's possible, yes, for someone to be injured by a corn rake by falling on it.
And for you, is the issue with determining whether Miss Mullis fell on this corn rake then, that while it is possible for someone to fall on a corn rake once, it is not possible, in your view, for someone to have fallen on this corn rake more than once?
Not just fallen on it more than once, fall on it, pull it out of your entire torso, fall it in again, likely pull it out, and then fall on it again with enough force
No,
to
Kelly
generate
Cruz.
puncture wounds.
Can you envision a mechanism as you sit here? Well, I want to ask you a different question. At the time of your deposition in 2023, could you envision a mechanism where someone fell on a corn rake, impaled themselves on all 4 tines of the corn rake, were able to extract some of the tines, but not all of them, from their back, and then fell back on the corn rake for the tines that had come out to re-impale into their body?
I do not think that's possible. I think significant force is required to generate those wounds. And then you're suggesting that the second fall is from a very short distance.
Correct.
Did you testify? Well, I want to understand this. At the time that you testified at your deposition in 2023, did you believe it was possible for someone to have pulled some or all of the tines of the corn rake out of their body one time?
I would have to look at my deposition if I was asked that. It's hard to go back in time.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your deposition?
Sure.
And I'm going to have your 2023 deposition pulled up for you. We're going to come back to that issue because I want to pull a page for you to ask if it would refresh your recollection. But while we're doing that, as you sit here today, do you know the force that would be necessary for an object like a corn rake to penetrate just the clothing on someone's body?
No.
Have you, as of the time of your deposition in 2023, were you aware of any scientific sources that you could consult to answer the question of how much force would be necessary to penetrate the clothing on someone's body?
I don't know of any specific people who would tell me that, but I suppose I could look.
And to be clear, when I'm asking you about any source, I'm not asking just about people, but any type of source that scientists would use, including reference materials or any other type of academic source. As of the time of your deposition in 2023, did you know any source that you could consult to answer that question?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to then go back to your deposition as to my prior question. And I'm going to show you for your 2023 deposition, page 19. I'm going to have you read page 19, line 6 through line 13, just to yourself. And I'm going to ask you if that's refreshed your memory after you've done so. Yes, sir. Page 19. This is 2023. Page 19, 6 through 13. Line 6 through 13. Yeah, it does.
And this is exhibit 322, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, exhibit 322. Okay. Have you had a chance to review that portion of your deposition?
Yes.
Did reading your deposition, that portion of your deposition, refresh your memory about whether in 2023 you believed it was possible for Miss Mullis to have pulled the rake out of her back one time?
Yes.
And what was your opinion about that at the time of your deposition?
I said that it is possible, but would likely be incredibly difficult and unlikely.
And again, as with the idea of being impaled on the rake, was it your belief in 2023 that while it was possible for someone to remove some or all of the tines of a corn rake from their own back one time, you did not believe it was possible to do that more than once?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Right,
Dr. Cruz, as we've
she won't even look at new evidence. She doesn't want to even look at it.
been discussing at length today, you're a forensic pathologist, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomechanics?
No,
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomedical engineering?
no,
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted a biomechanical expert on a case?
no,
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted an incident reconstructionist on a case?
no.
As of 2023, was it your opinion that the field of biomechanical engineering is a scientific discipline?
I'm not incredibly familiar with it, but that sounds like it would be true.
I mean, do you believe, as you sit here today, that qualified biomechanical engineers are scientists and have scientific expertise?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with them, but I would agree that they probably consider themselves scientists.
At the time that you were deposed in this case in 2023, did you have any opinion on whether a biomechanical engineer could contribute to the understanding of what happened to Ms. Mullis?
It's not something that I considered in terms of needing it for my cause and manner of death.
And as of the time of your 2023 deposition, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without reading the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in his post-conviction case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Sure. As of the time that you were deposed in 2023, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without having read the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in this case?
Yes.
Refuse us to even read the reports. That's a good question, Beverly. Thanks. Probably at the same time, all on the table, open.
One additional issue, Dr. Cruz. At your trial testimony in Mr. Mullis's criminal case, were you asked to identify a photograph of the corn rake in this case as part of your testimony?
I would have to review, but if the record shows that, that sounds fine with me. I think that sounds appropriate.
One second.
We have Exhibit 62 from the underlying criminal trial, which we're going to show the witness. That is not, we have a photograph of it from EDMS, which I think we'll show to the state, Erica, if you want to do that, that we'd like to approach the witness with.
Yeah, counsel, if you can just show it to the state before you bring it to the witness, but then you can certainly approach the witness whenever you're ready.
I know.
Sorry.
Thanks for your patience, Dr. Cruz. This is the last question we have for you.
Thank you.
we've shown you as best we could a copy of State's Exhibit number 62 for Mr. Mullis's criminal trial. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in this photograph?
This appears to be the handle portion of the corn rake. In it, there's a ruler with our state medical examiner number indicating that the photograph is taken at autopsy.
Do you agree that this photograph does not depict the tines of the corn rake?
Correct.
From looking at Exhibit 62, can you tell anything about whether the tines of the corn rake are sharp or not?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I'm gonna try to be done by 4:30.
Okay.
Give me a chance. I'll
Your
try to get, Dr. Cruz, I don't think came planning to stay this evening. Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so. So, yeah, I'll try to get through this. If I may approach the witness, I'm gonna do this real fast.
You may.
I'm gonna show you three exhibits, A, B, and C. Those go. What is A?
A is my CV.
Is that up to date?
I've since earned a certificate at Drake University in the education portion that I recently updated it with, but other than that, it's appropriate.
What is B?
B is, it starts with that letter to Deputy Hemostat about his request for photographs and then continues into my autopsy report.
Is B the entirety of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And then what is C?
C is a quality assurance paper as part of our standard protocol at my office. All cases that are deemed homicide are formally reviewed by another pathologist in our office.
Is that a record that's normally maintained in your office as part of your certification?
Yes.
Okay. In as much as they're not admitted, we'd offer A, B, and C.
Any objection? They will be admitted.
All right, Dr. Cruz, you were asked about a deposition where it was page 19. Do you recall? It was just a minute ago.
Yes.
All right, and on the page, do you have that page in front of you?
No.
You guys have that. Please, I'm not connected. Page 19.
Do you mind if we just show this copy just to
Yes. Approach, please.
You may.
her testimony?
Thank you.
See page 19 of the deposition?
Yes.
All right, and then was lines, I think, 8 through 11 you were asked to review.
Yes.
And lines 8 through 11, you said that she could have pulled it out of her once, meaning the rake, correct?
Yes.
All right, the next sentence is the difficulty of that in someone's back with the depth of the tines to me seems incredibly unlikely. True?
Yes.
All right, then what's the last line? I don't believe that was mentioned. What was the last comment that you made in that deposition on page 19?
I say, and then the thought that she fell on it again, pulled it out, and again, it's just not a feasible possibility.
Okay. Any of those opinions or characterizations, have those changed for you at all over this course of time?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to talk a bit about the process that you follow at the medical examiner's office. Where is the medical examiner's office?
Ankeny, Iowa?
And are there other forensic pathologists that work there?
Yes.
How many?
At the time, there were 3 other forensic pathologists.
Okay, and currently there's also 3 others other than you, is that right?
There are 4 others now.
Sorry, I missed one. And who is the state medical examiner?
Dr. Dennis Klein?
And would Dr. Klein have been the doctor that hired you?
Yes.
All right. And as you had other assistants at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly describe that for the court?
Sure. So in terms of our office, we have Dr. Dennis Klein. He is the chief state medical examiner. We have Dr. Jonathan Thompson. He's the deputy state medical examiner. He's also the one who formally reviewed my report. At the time, Dr. Michelle Catalier was the other associate state medical examiner with me. Currently, the associate state medical examiners are Dr. Jacob Smith and Dr. Allison Hade.
And as part of your work and routine in examining cases, do you frequently consult with one another?
Yes.
Okay, does that happen on a daily basis?
Yes.
Anytime you might have a difficult case or something that might be confusing to you, can you rely on them to help you?
Yes.
And in this case, whenever you did the autopsy of Amy Mullis, would that same support system have been in place for you?
Yes.
Do you also have the use of investigators in your office?
Yes.
What does an investigator in the medical examiner's office do?
Our medico-legal death investigators are each assigned one person to a case. They will communicate with law enforcement. They gather law enforcement reports, medical records. They talk to family and gather any other information that we may need for a determination of cause and manner of death.
And would you have had that resource available to you in the investigation and the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
Yes.
Is there a quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Part of our regular quality control is for any case where both cause and manner are undetermined, or where manner is homicide, the case is formally reviewed by one of the other pathologists. They fill out a form where they say if photographs, documentation, our ultimate opinion are all correct, and if they agree, and then they sign that form. We also review random reports throughout the year per name guidelines on cases that are natural, suicide, and accident.
You had mentioned earlier in your direct that you were performing more than one autopsy at the same time as Amy Mullis. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, that's standard.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Is that a standard practice?
Yes.
Is there any concern in your mind that cases get confused or that creates any type of issue with either one of those cases?
Never. That's my normal day.
Okay. And do the other pathologists, the forensic pathologists in your office, do the same thing?
Yes.
And at those autopsies, even though you're doing more than one, do you have the resources available to you that you just described?
Yes.
Now, from beginning to end on autopsy, you were asked that the physical autopsy that you do was about 2 to 3 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the whole process takes much longer than that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court, please?
The physical autopsy itself is really the shortest portion of the whole process. The autopsy examination is performed with the photographs and the collection of evidence and other items. I then write my report. I review photographs as part of that report writing process, and then I wait for the results of any ancillary testing to return, such as toxicology, histology, looking at things under the microscope. That takes time, can take a matter of weeks. During that time, law enforcement reports, medical record reports, any other information is gathered as well and then reviewed by me. Once everything is back, everything is re-reviewed by me. My report is edited and then ultimately finalized. Since, for example, in this case, since it was a homicide, before the report was officially finalized, it received a QA by Dr. Thompson.
All right. So what date did this case present to you? What was the first day you would have started working on it?
The autopsy was performed on November 12th of 2018.
And when did you sign out the final report?
The final report was signed on December 17th of 2018.
So nearly a month.
Yes.
And at any point in that time frame, if you would have received other information that would have either contradicted your findings or caused you to change your opinions, would you have done that?
Yes.
Since the autopsy report has been finalized, you've been provided a lot of other information, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the issue raised about cabining her opinions to her 2023 deposition.
I think you opened the door on that, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Brown, do you want to respond?
Well, yeah, I mean, they want to sit here and complain about Dr. Cruz's opinions. They keep pigeonholing her to only go to the 2023. Clearly, they have other information that they're going to offer that criticizes Dr. Cruz's opinions. She has reviewed that information, and I expect her testimony to be that she has not changed her opinion, even based upon that. That's what I'm getting at. They cannot open this door and then close it on us. This is clearly admissible.
This has to do with the court's pretrial ruling about the purposes for which she was designated in this case, and her designations not designating her as a cross-expert to respond on the applicant's experts, Your Honor. I mean, if the court determines I opened the door in my exam, while I might disagree, I would respect that, but this was the court's pretrial ruling.
And I agree, which is why I was surprised by some of your questions that we were going there. I'm just looking back at my notes, but I understood some of your questions to be quite broad and to open the door. So I think this question at least is fair. So the objection is going to be overruled. Do you remember the question at this point?
I would ask that it be read back. If
Well, and there was an objection, so it'll have to be, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that the?
May I continue with that, Judge?
You may.
Okay, you've reviewed a report that has essentially criticized your findings in this case, correct?
Yes,
And you've done a thorough review of that report?
yes,
Is that from Dr. Hammers?
yes,
And has that review caused you to change any of the opinions that you've given in this case?
no,
During an autopsy, there was some questions that you were asked concerning law enforcement being present.
yes.
How often does that happen in autopsies that you perform?
On a pretty regular basis, I imagine potentially weekly.
And is that something your office invites?
Yes,
You want that assistance?
yes.
What's the purpose of a law enforcement officer being at the autopsy?
Law enforcement officers can learn a lot from the autopsy. We encourage them to come. They interact a lot with family and may learn how to better investigate a case. You know, it's to not disturb the body in a certain way that might affect us at autopsy. We think they benefit greatly from it. Also, in terms of wound interpretation or any other sort of questions, if they're available at time of autopsy, that's beneficial to us.
And other than Deputy Heenan South, was there any other law enforcement that you consulted during the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
No.
Okay. And concerning how Amy Mullis was found, you've been provided a description of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the source of that information?
It's my understanding the source is her family, her son, and her husband.
Okay. Is there any, as far as you know, any law enforcement that made those observations?
No.
Did you read these? I can see your screen. You can put the document.
Okay, Dr. Cruz, there were some notes that were reviewed with you by counsel that related to a conversation you had with John Turbot.
Yes.
There was a comment in there concerning injuries being consistent with the fall.
Yes.
What were you referencing?
Well, those are his notes. And as we established earlier today, the blunt force injury she sustained could have been from a fall.
So the blunt force being what? The injury to the chin?
Correct. Her abrasions and her contusions.
You are not meaning to reference the injuries from the tines of the rake?
No.
Okay. Dr. Thompson is the local, or was the local medical examiner at the time of Amy Mullis's death?
Yes, he's a county medical examiner who I believe was covering for Delaware County while the regular medical examiner was out of town.
Just to put this into context, every county has its own county medical examiner, is that right?
Yes.
And this is usually just a local doctor that goes through some basic training.
Yes, they have to be a physician, and experience and training vary.
Right, and that training is provided by your office.
Yes.
Dr. Thompson would not be qualified to perform the examination that you perform, correct?
Correct.
Right. They're just local boots on the ground, so to speak.
Yes, and who have medical training to assist them with their judgment.
Prior to November of 2023, did you know Dr. Thompson personally?
No.
And had you ever worked with him before, as long as as you know? Had you ever worked with him at all?
No.
Was he the first person that brought this information to your attention that there were injuries that he thought were suspicious?
We have a morgue attendant who answers our phone at the office who would have connected me with Dr. Thompson. The only other person who would say that beforehand would be just someone letting me know Dr. Thompson called. He has concerns, give him a call back. But direct concerns came from him.
And you would certainly consider that, at least initially in your examination of Amy Mullis, correct?
I respect his medical opinion.
As you would if any other autopsy where the county medical examiner would provide you some information, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the toxicology panel?
Yes.
All right. I want to get a couple questions with that. I'm just about done. You were asked whether or not you looked for prescription medications.
Yes.
All right. You said no.
Some were included on that basic panel, but outside of prescription medications of abuse.
I don't think you were asked why you didn't do that. So why wouldn't you have expanded that panel with the toxicology lab that you work with?
Expanded toxicology panels are ordered when the drugs in a person's system may have contributed to their death or directly caused a person's death. In a case where someone has an injury that caused their death, drugs within their system are usually irrelevant. In this case, I deemed them non-contributory to Ms. Mullis's death. We order toxicology routinely, so I ordered the basic panel. The expanded panel, which would be in addition to most cases, was not appropriate at all in this case. I knew her cause and manner of death at the end of autopsy.
So she didn't, there's not even there's just a basic toxicology panel. We don't even know what medications Amy was taking that could have contributed to her death, because this chick said it was a homicide before she started the autopsy.
And you would have access to even consulting with a forensic toxicologist if needed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel that was necessary in this case at all?
No.
And context, you were asked about the context of how the body was found and where it was found. I believe you said that you did not consider that at all, or that didn't factor into your opinions?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us why not?
I am able to interpret wounds on a person's body. Information about how a person was found needs to be considered carefully. I did not know those things to be true. The way the handle was sticking out of Miss Mullis has no bearing on the fact that she was impaled with a corn rake more than once. It doesn't change my cause of death. It doesn't change my manner of death.
And whenever you say she was impaled with a corn rake theoretically could have been swung, correct?
Yes.
Could have been pushed into her?
Yes.
Like a knife?
Yes.
Right? Or in some other way, correct?
Yes.
You know that the rake was, the rake was what caused the injuries that caused her death, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Extremely briefly, Your Honor. You've described the quality control process at the medical examiner's office, Dr. Cruz. Did the quality control process at the medical examiner's office catch this error that you described in your opinion section that was I think you used the word, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, but an obvious error or a glaring error?
I don't remember if I used those words either, but no, it did not catch the error.
That's an error that you immediately recognized in re-reviewing your report. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Is it your belief that the quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office is consistent with other quality control practices across forensic pathology?
It's in keeping with requirements by the National Association of Medical Examiners. I don't know what other offices do.
You testified that you later learned some information about how Ms. Mullis was found, and I think it was your testimony that the source of that information was members of the Mullis family. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever provide to you recorded interviews of Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis talking about this issue?
Not that I remember.
As of your deposition in 2023, did you have any idea what Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis had said to law enforcement about this issue? In terms of directly from them?
Not that I recall.
And you described that you had resources at the medical examiner's office that were at your disposal to conduct a further investigation into this case. Is that right?
We have investigators who can help me gather information about the case.
You told me earlier
just
in your
didn't
exam, which I
utilize
feel like a
them.
long time ago to both of us, that there was no requirement after the physical examination portion of your autopsy for you to make your findings at that time. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that that's the shortest part of the process, correct?
The autopsy itself is, yes.
The physical autopsy isn't even really the end of your basic process for collecting information about an investigation. Is that right?
Correct. I gather information after the autopsy and consider all that information before finalizing my report. In this case, my opinion always stayed the same.
In this case, you made your determination after the physical examination. It did not change it after that.
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor.
Of course, because I knew.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I mean, essentially, the end of this testimony is you decided it was a homicide, and there was no amount of information either during the autopsy, after the autopsy, pending investigation, or during this post-conviction investigation that was going to change your mind. Because you decided it was an autopsy. Or you decided it was an autopsy. You decided it was a homicide. Exactly.
Your Honor, we are seeking to admit the exhibits from today, which I think if the parties are in agreement, this doesn't require more foundation or authentication. I think we can address that tomorrow potentially. I just don't want to lose my chance to solve that problem, but I don't believe there is an issue with anything we offer.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. I think the parties had talked informally during the break, and we came to an agreement on all the exhibits that were referenced, I believe. If there's a specific exhibit you want to clarify, otherwise.
I don't want to waste the court's time with this at 4:40, so I think the parties are in agreement. They conferred, and we can address that tomorrow with the court's permission.
That's fine with me, as long as you guys are comfortable that we won't have any hiccups with it.
I think we're fine, Your Honor. We conferred, Your Honor.
Okay. Any recross, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, you may sit down. Thank you. It is time to recess for the day. We'll plan on picking back up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
She knew it was a homicide before she started. What even is confirmation bias? Oh, he's telling his family, I love you. And I think my 40s are hard. This dude's fucking spending his 40s in prison. He's like, what kind of luck do I have? I marry this chick. She cheats on me multiple times, fucking falls over on a corn rake, and sends me to prison for murder that I didn't even commit while I'm out playing with the nipple bars. Yeah, 40 suck, man, but his really suck. He's like, what did I do to deserve this? In a past life, I must have done something wrong. Okay, hold on. Let me find where we're supposed to be at. It should be right here somewhere.
To 87, to 89, to
There's
90
one
to
exhibit
291,
Oh, yeah.
295 to 96, 302.
Ms. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There we go.
Good morning, Dr. Hammers.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is
Now, she's very interesting.
Jennifer Hammers, Jennifer Hammers.
Were you retained as an expert by attorneys for Todd Mullis in this case?
Yes, I was.
And are you here this morning to offer opinions about your evaluation and work in this case?
Yes, I am.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I want to start by asking you about your background and experience. What is your current profession, Dr. Hammers?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Briefly, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, which is a specialized area of medicine that specifically focuses on the investigation and determination of cause and manner of death, primarily for deceased who die suddenly or unexpectedly.
Where is your practice based out of?
It's based out of Western Pennsylvania, so in the Pittsburgh area.
Do you currently work as a forensic pathologist for any governmental entities?
My business holds contracts with different counties, which are governmental entities, to perform autopsies for their counties.
Why do those counties have contracts with you to perform those autopsies?
So they're small counties that aren't large enough to have their own medical examiner system, like there are in many larger cities and states. And so those small counties will contract with forensic pathologists to perform their autopsies, because the coroners who are responsible for the investigation are not typically physicians or even are not typically forensic pathologists or even physicians.
Do you perform the same services for those counties that a medical examiner would in a larger county?
Yes, I do.
In your capacity with your contracts with those counties, do you work with police and law enforcement at all?
I do.
And what do you do in that capacity with law enforcement?
I get information from law enforcement about their investigation. I'll get reconstruction reports if the police do accident reconstruction. And depending on the county, there will be detectives or police who will show up to observe the autopsy, take photos from the autopsy, or collect evidence.
I'm going to bring this to your attention, and it's probably either you noticed or you didn't. And if you didn't, you're now going to notice. But this witness says, a lot.
I want to come back to your current employment in a minute, but let's talk briefly about your education. Are you a medical school graduate?
I am.
What degree do you have?
I have a DO, or a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine.
Is that different from an MD?
The medical training is the same. There's some additional training in osteopathic manipulation that osteopathic physicians get, but essentially the basics of the medical education and the time that it takes to become a physician and the training is the same.
After graduation, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
For 4 years.
And after your residency, did you do a fellowship?
Yes.
Where?
I did my forensic fellowship at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office based in Manhattan. And I stayed there for a second year of fellowship, specifically focused on forensic neuropathology and cardiac pathology.
What did you do during your fellowship?
So I performed autopsies primarily. I testified in court to my findings. And in my second year, I served on the consultant service to examine hearts and brains that were saved from our forensic cases. During that year, I also continued to perform autopsies.
While you were performing your fellowship in New York, were the autopsies that you were performing only on people who had been residents of New York City before they died?
No, the jurisdiction, the law indicates that anybody who dies within the city, it's the responsibility of the medical examiner to investigate and determine the cause and manner of death. So that included tourists, people who were brought into hospitals in New York City from other states or other counties. Those all fell under our jurisdiction.
In addition to things that for you would be typical autopsies, did you perform any autopsies involving atypical deaths?
Yes, certainly.
Can you give me some examples?
Sure. We had deaths that were unusual because of being in a city. We had people who, jumped off of buildings and bridges and would be injured by objects on the ground or close to the ground. We had because of the nature of the medical centers there, we had people from rural areas that either had work-related accidents, industrial accidents that would be brought into the city.
When your fellowship was over in New York City, where did you go?
I took a job as a medical examiner.
Ellie, if I have to hear it, you guys all have to
for
hear
the
it too.
Commonwealth.
And what geographic area did your work in that office cover?
So we covered all the cases from the Boston area, but we also received cases from the entire Commonwealth, so all the way to the western border.
And just like in New York City, what kinds of cases did you see while you were there that might be different from more typical cases?
So certainly a lot of water-related deaths. We had an increase in rural deaths, so vehicular accidents, farming accidents, accidents, in the woods while skiing on a mountain, those types of things.
After your time in Boston, where did you go next?
I moved back to New York City. I was invited to come back and work there, so I went back to the New York City Medical Examiner's Office and worked for 4 years.
Did you have any particular responsibilities during those 4 years in New York?
So in addition to doing autopsies again, for the first 2 years, I was the fellowship program director for the 2 programs that I had graduated from. And so that meant that I was responsible for training and helping maintain the accreditation for that program. So I did a lot of teaching of the fellows during those 2 years that I was in Manhattan. The second 2 years, I moved to Brooklyn, and I was the deputy chief medical examiner of the Kings County facility, which covered cases for Staten Island and Brooklyn. And in that role, I basically was in charge of running that office, the day-to-day operations. There were 7 other medical examiners that worked with me. The fellows rotated. We had medical students from primarily from Downstate University. And then a staff of about 40 people. So I ran that office and then was part of the city medical examiner's executive team, which made decisions about hiring, budgets, running the DNA lab, running all of the offices and the training programs.
For those jobs that you had in Boston and New York, did you testify in court?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify in cases where your conclusion was that the death involved was a homicide?
Yes.
Did you testify in cases where you drew other conclusions?
Yes.
What did you do after your time in New York?
So I was looking for a job or evaluating jobs as a chief medical examiner, and ultimately was offered a position in a private practice in Pittsburgh with Dr. Cyril Wecht. So I accepted that position and moved to Pittsburgh to work with him in his private practice to help him perform autopsies.
Is Dr. Wecht still alive?
No, unfortunately, he passed away just about a year ago.
And what was your job with Dr. Wecht?
So my job was to work for his practice. I primarily performed autopsies, completed autopsy reports, and testified in court to those findings.
Did you ultimately leave Dr. Wecht's practice?
I did.
When did you do that?
In November of 2022.
And what did you do next?
So in November of 2022, I started working for myself full-time. And so I had already been performing per diem autopsies for other counties that needed help or when people were on vacation. And I had my own medical legal consulting cases that I worked on. So I just transitioned into doing that full-time.
And why did you do that?
I felt like after, almost 10 years working for the government and 5 years of working for Dr. Wecht at 15 years of experience, I had always wanted to either run an office or work for myself. And I felt like that was a good time for me to do that.
How many employees does your business have now?
We have between full-time and part-time people who work with us, 14 people.
You told us earlier that you hold contracts to perform autopsies for various counties in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Yes.
What percentage of your time in your current practice is spent doing work for those counties?
I would say probably about 60 to 70%.
And in terms of the demographics of those counties, are they rural or urban or suburban, or what is their makeup?
They're primarily rural, with one county having some small areas that are, I would consider, a little more suburban.
And for the autopsies that you've performed for those rural counties, what kinds of injuries are you seeing at autopsy?
The whole variety. We see the typical cases that medical examiners see, like, motor vehicle crashes and gunshot wounds. But we see a lot of deaths in more rural areas, like people on dirt bikes or ATVs, farms, people at work who are passing away, those types of cases.
In your current practice, do you testify in court?
I do.
And have you testified on cases in your current practice where your opinion has been that the manner of death was a homicide?
Yes.
All right. You said that I think you said 60 to 70% of your current practice is with those counties. Is that right?
Yes.
What else are you doing with the rest of your professional time currently?
So I participate in medical legal consultations, like I've done on this case. And a large amount of that other time is spent teaching and as the pathology division chief at the Duquesne University College of Osteopathic Medicine.
I want to come back to your teaching in a minute, but you mentioned that you do consulting work. Can you explain what a consulting forensic pathologist does?
The guy she worked for? Is that who you're asking? No, I don't think so. I think the guy that we talked about yesterday that did the, remember when we were talking about that Kelly Cruz testified for the state and she came up with a cause of death that was undetermined, and then Michael Baden testified right after her and said he could figure it out? I think that's who that guy did John Bonet. I'd have to go. Let me Google it. Hold on. Am I going like? Probably not, Dom. I have one kid with gymnastics and one kid with football tonight, so I probably will not be going live tonight. But you do get me until 2 o'clock today. So my husband's gonna do he has to work late tonight, so he's gonna do the kid pickup, the early kid pickup for getting the kids that are on minimum day. I need to do a nighttime live though, because I have some Delphi stuff and some Idaho stuff to talk about.
Does. Sure. So primarily we're asked to review records. Typically it's cases where either a living or decedent person has had evaluations, and I'm given either medical records, autopsy reports, photographs, investigative information, and I'm asked to review that, analyze that, and offer independent opinions based off of my review.
Who are the clients that retain you for those consultations?
Attorneys do.
In what kinds of cases?
All kinds.
Okay, sorry. So John Meyer, is that who? No. Is that who she worked for? Maybe I'm thinking of Baden because he came in and worked on the autopsy for John Bonet. Hold on, I'm gonna figure it out. Now I'm very curious. So Dr. John Myers, a forensic pathologist in Boulder, who did John Bonet's official cause of death as asphyxia by strangulation. But then Dr. Michael Baden consulted on the John Bonet Ramsey case. I knew that was his name. I couldn't remember. He had never seen anything like the ransom note, blah, blah, blah. So he came in and consulted after. But Dr. Meyer did the first one. Who did she work for? Because she worked in Pennsylvania, I think, right? Isn't that where she said? Is that who she worked for? That's who she worked for. Okay. For the Watts case. Let me see.
Kinds of cases. I've consulted in civil cases. I've consulted in criminal cases, both for the prosecution and the defense, Title IX cases on college campuses, arbitrations, living victims of things like strangulation. So a whole variety.
And are you retained more often for one side or the other in those consults?
Oh, yeah. I recognize him now that I see his picture. I know exactly who that is now. Yeah, he's totally familiar. Okay.
It's probably about 50-50.
And have you been called to consult on criminals cases as well as civil cases?
Yes, I have.
In some of those consults, are you performing an autopsy?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Oh, sure. For some of the cases that you're consulting on, have you been asked to perform an autopsy?
Oh, occasionally. It's uncommon, but yes.
And for those cases where you're not performing an autopsy, but you're consulting, do you follow a different procedure in terms of the way that you evaluate the case?
No, I follow the same procedure.
Well, if you're not performing an autopsy, how are you able to get information to aid in your evaluation?
Well, I'm using the autopsy and the information that's documented in the report, in the photos, in their investigative reports, and reviewing that and drawing my own conclusions from that, and then placing that autopsy into the context of all of the other information that's available, just like I would do if I performed the autopsy.
As a consulting pathologist, do you have clients who retain you to provide opinions in a case who elect ultimately not to use those opinions?
Yes. So my opinions are my opinions. If they choose to use them, they may. If not, then they may not.
Is it a concern for you if a client elects not to use your opinions?
No, it's not.
All right. You mentioned that you teach, and in addition to your work with Duquesne University, are you teaching anywhere else currently?
I teach at Duquesne University in 2 other programs other than the medical school.
He was on the
in the Masters of Forensic Science and Law program, and at the law school at Duquesne. And then I teach a course at Boston University in their Masters of Anthropology program.
Have you presented and published on
You're right,
topics
though. We
in
did,
forensic
we
pathology?
did analyze John
Are you a
Bonet
licensed
after the
physician?
fact.
I am.
In what states?
Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, and California.
Are you board certified in any subjects?
Yes.
What subjects?
Anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you a member of any forensic pathology professional societies?
I am.
What societies?
I'm a member of our two national societies, the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you hold any leadership or committee positions in forensic pathology?
I do.
And can you tell me about any of those?
Sure. So I am part of the American Board of Pathology's Test Development Review Committee for our continuing certification,
Who's the
which
one that
are
I'm
questions
thinking
that we
of?
have to.
Who's the one that I'm thinking of from Casey Anthony's case that had like the tumor on his head? It's not a tumor. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? What was that guy's name? I could have just looked it up, I guess. I didn't have to stop this to do it.
Answer quarterly in order to maintain our license. So on that committee, we review questions, we edit them, we update them, make sure they're current, look at feedback from the test takers, and consider that. I also am part of the ACGME, which is the Graduate Medical Education Council, which certifies our training programs in pathology. So both in primary pathology, anatomic and clinical, and all of the subspecialties. So we review those programs annually and issue citations if programs are non-compliant with the requirements.
In
No, it
total,
was-
Dr. Hammer,
Somebody mentioned him up here. It was Werner Spitz. That's who it is. Werner Spitz, I think, is the one with the tumor.
at this point in your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably just under about 6,000.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Has a court ever determined that you were not qualified as a forensic pathologist?
No, it is not.
In your career with teaching, have you been involved in running any teachings or trainings for law enforcement?
I have.
And can you tell me what that has been?
Sure. So for the last probably 5 or so years, I've taught for the Pennsylvania State Police, who put on a basic homicide, advanced homicide, and cold case lecture series or educational series. There's probably about a total of 5 of those trainings a year between the 3 of them, and I lecture in all 3 of them.
At this point, Your Honor, we're seeking to qualify Dr. Hammers as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state desire any additional record?
No, Your Honor, I don't think this is necessary under Iowa law. She's qualified by her testimony, her opinions.
Oh,
There's no
shit.
requirement that the court make that.
Werner Spitz died last year too? That's like 2 huge pioneers in forensic pathology that died in 2024. Yeah, I think he's the tumor guy. I didn't know that he died last year. Shit.
Finding.
I agree. Certainly, I agree that this witness qualifies as an expert.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Are the opinions that you're going to offer in your testimony today, Dr. Hammers, opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
And the opinions that you're going to testify about today, are those opinions you reached using techniques that are generally accepted in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 276.
And he's not the tumor guy? Who's the tumor guy?
And just so the court's aware while that's being pulled up, Your Honor, I don't think for this exhibit, but for other exhibits that have been admitted today, we do intend to publish those to the gallery today.
Well, who am I thinking of, PH?
Just let me know, I guess, counsel, if there's one that you would like
Thank
put
you.
up on the big screen.
Thank you.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
see Exhibit 276 in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
And if you need to look through it to answer this question, please let us know. But is this a true and accurate copy of your CV and the report that you issued about your opinions in this case?
I only see the cover sheet of my CV.
If you'll look, we'll move through that for you.
Can you go just a little bit slower because it's all gray? That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Why? Now I want to. Now I want to. I'm gonna do it, CH. Oh shit. That's graphic. That's graphic.
Have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 276?
Yes, sorry, it came back to the CV again. So
All right.
yes, I see.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case and your CV?
It does appear to be, yes.
All right, and Your Honor, at this point, we're seeking to admit into evidence Exhibit 276.
Good. I mean, sorry.
Yep, any objection?
276 and the CV, we have no objection to that portion of it. The report that Dr. Hammers authored, which I think is dated March 10th of 2023, correct?
I believe so.
Is hearsay, since it was prepared in preparation for litigation, is not admissible. I believe there's also some affidavits that are attached to it that are likewise hearsay as well. So that's our objection.
Maybe he was a
The
forensic
court will take
pathologist.
those objections under
He's gonna bug me.
advisement, and we'll move forward since this is a bench trial. You may continue.
And I have a binder for the witness of Exhibit 276 and two other reports.
You guys know who
that I
I'm
think we've-
talking
that we've
about?
Conferred about, and may seek to offer into evidence, but not at this time. I just want the witness to have them available for her testimony. So we'll provide that notebook to her.
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you want to review whatever this is that the witness is going to have available to
So I was
her?
provided a copy of that before
Okay.
we came in, and I know we've already discussed this issue back in chambers. We are going to have an objection to the two other reports that are contained in that binder for the reasons we stated in chambers. And just for the record, this is in the two cases that we gave the
Thanks
court
for joining, Jennifer.
was In re Stencil, 827 Northwest 2nd, 690, 2013 Iowa Supreme Court case, which also references two other cases, State versus Barrett, 445 Northwest 2nd, 749, an Iowa Supreme Court case from 1989, and Bruner versus Brown, 480 Northwest 2nd, 33, Iowa Supreme Court case from 1992. Our objection would be to those reports and the consideration of those by the witness, in as much as they're going to use them in this way, just to alert the court to this. The expert here is, as State versus Barrett says, did not empower one expert witness to
No, I
state other
can't-
experts
I can't-
also subscribe to
can't
the same
figure out what his
conclusion.
name is.
Essentially, what we believe this is going to be is vouching. It also is the same 5.703, which is the rule of evidence. I believe that they're going to be relying on is not intended to be a mechanism for experts to self-bolster their own opinions with the opinions of other experts. That's Bruner versus Brown, a case I just cited. So I realize the court may take all of this information subject to that objection, but in as much as she relies on that, where it crosses this line that clearly Iowa's case law indicates that she cannot cross, we would ask the court to certainly consider our objection under those circumstances.
Ms. Thompson, did you wish to make any additional record on this point at this time?
I was going to say I'd like to reserve argument on this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's fine. Obviously, I don't know how the testimony is going to come in yet. I understand that this may be an issue as it does, and certainly I'll allow both parties an opportunity to make any additional arguments that they wish. You may proceed at this point, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Hammers,
Gonna get-
you mentioned earlier that
We're finally going to get to some of the good stuff, I think.
you were retained by Mr. Mullis' counsel to review materials related to this case and offer your opinions. What specifically were you asked to do?
I was asked to review multiple pieces of information, review them, analyze them, and offer opinions concerning my review based off of my education, training, and experience.
All right, now, you did not conduct an autopsy of Ms. Mullis in this case, is that right?
That's correct, I did not.
All right, did the fact that you are not a person who conducted an autopsy in this case limit your ability to reach opinions about her death or about the pattern of her injuries?
It does not.
Why not?
I'm able to review Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, the photographs that she had taken, the toxicology report, the medical records, EMS records, and the photographs that Dr. Thompson had taken at the hospital, and analyze all of those just like I would if I was doing the autopsy and preparing to sign a death certificate, and be able to issue opinions based off of that.
Did your process in evaluating Ms. Mullis' death differ from the process you'd follow in cases where you did perform the autopsy?
My process did not, no.
In general terms, what sources of information did you rely on to evaluate Ms. Mullis' death?
So I had the autopsy report, photographs, toxicology report. I had medical records from Miss Mullis's hospital visit on the 6th of November, as well as when she came to the hospital the day that she passed away. I had the investigative reports from the police documenting the events the day that she passed away. I had Dr. Thompson's information from the hospital, as well as his photographs. I additionally received a report that Dr. Wecht had issued and a report that Dr. Boley had issued regarding their review of the case as well.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Mullis had gone to the hospital on November 6th. How close in time was that to her going to the hospital related to her injuries in this case?
So it was about 4 days.
What was your understanding of why she went to the hospital that day?
She had a medical procedure that was like a same-day procedure that she underwent on that day.
What was that procedure?
It was what's called a DNC, or dilatation and curettage. It's a procedure on the uterus that can assist if someone is having continued uterine bleeding.
So not an ablation.
Ms. Mullis having that problem?
Yes, that's why she presented.
Why did you want to review records related to that procedure in this case?
Well, especially with it being so close in time to her passing away, I noticed that there had been some reports that the day that she passed away, that she had some complaints of feeling tired, maybe being kind of dizzy, and she had just kind of started back to working on the farm that day after the procedure because she hadn't been feeling well. And so it's best practice to have a person's medical information in general, but certainly if they have a procedure or some kind of change in their medical history around the time that they die, it's good to know what procedure they had, any medications they were on, and anything that was documented at the hospital during that time.
As part of your the records that you reviewed in this case, did you review any records from the emergency medical services staff who provided assistance to Ms. Mullis on her way to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the Greeley Fire Department pre-hospital care report?
Yes.
Why did you look at the EMS records?
So my standard practice and everywhere that I've worked is that when I know that there are pre-hospital records from EMS or fire or first responders, is to get information from those records, either to have an investigator gather that information and have it in our report prior to autopsy, or to gather just the records themselves and be able to review them to understand what medical procedures were done and what their observations were, because findings and observations can change over the course of time prior to autopsy. So it's nice to have those different steps to be able to analyze each person's view of what they saw and what they did along the way.
And you said that you also reviewed medical records from Ms. Mullis being brought to the hospital where she passed away?
Yes, I did.
And why did you review those records?
So to understand, was her condition the same when EMS saw her as when she came to the hospital? Did anything change? Did they do any kind of additional testing that would help understand why she's passing away? Did they make any observations that either weren't present at autopsy or were different than autopsy and different than what Dr. Thompson, his photographs and his report showed?
Reviewing these categories of records, prior medical care, EMS records, medical care from the day that she passed, is review of those kinds of records part of the general practices of forensic pathologists reaching cause and manner of death determinations?
Yes. So in my training, in every place I've worked, and in all of my understanding of forensic pathology practice, that is part of the process and is the beginning part of the process even prior to autopsy.
And is it the general practice of forensic pathologists to review those records before reaching opinions about cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Did you review any records or photographs from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
There were some, I think, two specific accounts of deputies. I think they're deputies. I'm sorry if I'm misstating that, but who had been the responders at the scene and had gone back to the farm and looked in the shed and taken some photographs.
Did you rely only on those materials to gain an understanding of the shed or issues related to the Mullis farm?
No, not just those.
What else did you do?
So I went and visited the farm and the shed to see the space for myself.
Is that a common practice for forensic pathologists?
I would say that it's not common for a forensic pathologist to go to every scene, but certainly we can choose to go to any scene that we would like to. And in cases where there's a question of in my experience, it tends to be a question of determining the manner of death that I've gone to scenes, but it could be the cause of death as well. And if you just don't have sort of what you need from the photos or the investigative report, or you need to kind of see, could this happen in the way that it's being posed to me or the way that I think it may have happened from the autopsy, it can be helpful to go to the scene.
Is gaining an understanding of the scene.
She goes to the scene to figure out what happened, but Kelly Cruz is like, nope, no need, not necessary, don't give a shit about the scene. She was impaled in the back by a corn rake and therefore died by homicide by another person.
Whether through records review or a forensic pathologist's own investigation, is that a generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology?
It is. Typically, the only time that there isn't a scene investigation is if somebody dies at the hospital, but that would tend to be like if they're dying under natural causes. If there are unnatural causes, then certainly going back to the scene, depending on the circumstances, would be something that would be quite common for the investigators at the office, at least, to go and do.
Now, you referenced as part of your evaluation in this case, reaching determinations about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death.
Yes.
Is that a determination you've made in this case?
Yes.
Before we get to what your determinations are, what process did you follow to reach your opinions in this case?
So I would say that in this case, in every case, I follow sort of a standard like scientific method to the process that I undergo in order to evaluate a death.
What is that process generally?
So basically, it is gathering the beginning information that we've talked about, like the circumstances of death, the first responders, some medical information prior to the autopsy, at the autopsy, performing the external exam or looking at the outside of the body, and collecting any evidence or pictures, things like that that we need. And from there, formulating some ideas or hypothesis about what the cause and manner of death likely is. And then taking those into the autopsy, performing the autopsy, collecting additional samples like for toxicology or to look under the microscope at different tissues and kind of testing those hypotheses of what we believe may be the likely cause and manner of death. And then waiting for the additional testing to come back, like the toxicology report, and then reevaluating those hypotheses of the cause and manner of death. And then ultimately, if we need more information at that point, going back and asking for it in order to make sure that we have everything we need to issue the cause and manner of death, and that there isn't anything outstanding that could be an important factor to that. And so when we get to that point, that's when we're going to issue the cause and manner of death and issue the death certificate.
All right, and Dr. Hammers, you described at the point where you conducted the external exam and autopsy, that being the point where you develop your hypotheses. In your practice of developing cause and manner of death determinations, are there cases where after the external examination of the body at autopsy, you make a determination of your opinions about cause and manner of death?
So after my external exam, I often have a pretty, I mean, depending on the case, I can have a pretty good idea of what is happening, depending on what injuries I see on the body or what I don't see. But I always need the internal examination to be able to definitively examine those tissues inside and understand. So a good example would be, I might see a gunshot wound that's in the chest. I can tell that it went in and it went out, but I won't know how much bleeding is inside the chest. I won't know what organs necessarily that it struck without doing the internal exam. So knowing basic anatomy, I could come up with some presumptions of what likely happened, but I wouldn't know until I actually did the autopsy. And the autopsy is typically what allows you to better understand the mechanism of somebody's death or the physiologic changes that are happening to them.
All right. So as part of your review of this case, did you have materials in front of you that would let you conduct an external review of Ms. Mullis's injuries?
Yes.
And just before we start to talk about this, do people in your field sometimes use the word defect in talking about injuries?
Yes.
What does defect mean in that context?
Defect tends to be used as like an injury or a hole that you can see in either the skin or an organ. And typically it's used when you're not really sure what it's from. So you may say this is a defect, and then ultimately you come to a more specific conclusion that it's a gunshot wound defect or a stab wound defect. And you may call it then an injury. So defect tends to be a general term when we're not sure or we're not yet sure more specifically what caused it.
All right, in your review of Ms. Mullis's body in this case, did you determine that areas of her body had injuries?
Yes.
Where were her injuries?
So she had puncture types of injuries on her back and extending over to her back right side. And then she had blunt type of injuries on different parts of her body.
And we're going to talk about both of those injuries, or both of those types of injuries, but just in general, thinking about in your evaluation of both the injuries to her back and the injuries to other areas of her body, did you consider both of those categories of injuries in reaching your opinion?
I did.
Was there one category that was more significant than another?
Yes.
And which was more significant?
So the puncture defects that were on her back and extending to her right side were ultimately the significant injuries that she had.
Your Honor, at this point, I want to show the witness and publish to the gallery Exhibit 573, which has been admitted into evidence. And this is a version of that exhibit which has been cropped somewhat for privacy reasons, which I think the state saw yesterday.
Kelly, do you see the remotes for the big TVs anywhere? Oh, it's on. Just need to wake up, I guess.
Do you have the exhibit in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
What are we looking at here in Exhibit 573?
So this is a photograph of Miss Mullis's back, particularly looking at it from the right side. In the upper right, you can see the back of her, where her arm meets her shoulder, so like the back of the armpit area. And there are 6 puncture defects that are on her right backside, extending across her back. And amongst some of those, there's one abrasion or scraping type of injury to the skin.
Are you familiar with a term, wound pattern analysis?
Yes.
What is that?
That's essentially when you look at each individual wound and look at any specific features like the size, the shape, the orientation, and the features around the wound. And then when you take all of the wounds that you have and look at them for any kind of patterns that they might have, or similarities or differences that they might have, to try to group some or all of the injuries together to understand how someone may have sustained those injuries.
Did you do that type of analysis on the injuries that on Ms. Mullis's body?
Yes, I did.
And first of all, in general terms, how would you describe the injuries that we're seeing in Exhibit 573?
So all of the injuries, but that small scrape to the skin, are all puncture types of defects or penetrating defects, meaning that the injury is going deeper into the body than it is large on the surface of the skin.
Can you give me an example of something that would be a penetrating defect?
Yeah, so common things that we see that are penetrating defects would be things like gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
Right. Those aren't the only types of penetrating defects, I take it.
No, there's multiple other types of objects that can cause penetrating defects, but those are the most common that we see.
Right. In this case, you've reviewed Dr. Cruz's reports, and you reviewed prior testimony from Dr. Cruz as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In Dr. Cruz's analysis, or Dr. Cruz's testimony about this case, did she assign letters to various of these wounds?
Yes, she did.
All right. And have you adopted those letters in your analysis?
Yes.
Which letters have been assigned to which of these wounds in this case?
So she labeled them letters A through F. 6 wounds lettered A through F, and she started on the right side, which is the right side of this picture, with A, and then moving across the body, B and C, and then D she labeled as the lowest wound, and then E and F traveling upward.
To make sure that I understand, wound A is on the right side of the picture under her armpit, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you see a wound that is up from the ruler, but sort of at the end of the ruler?
Yes.
Is that B?
That is B, correct.
All right, then in the middle of the photograph, I get, well, more on the left side of the photograph, in line with B, do you see 3 injuries and a line?
Yes.
Okay, so the injury that has the line, that's what you described as an abrasion, is that right?
That's correct.
The injury that is below that abrasion, which number, or which letter is that?
That was wound D.
All right, and then above wound D, there are 2 injuries right there?
Yes.
And which is on the right?
C is on the right and E is on the left.
All right, and then there's another injury that's more to the top left-hand corner of the photo.
Yes,
What's that?
that Dr. Cruz labeled as F.
Right. Are any of these wounds, A through F, different from other wounds in the pattern?
They all are penetrating injuries, but some of them are just looking at them without adjusting them or moving the skin or examining them further. Some of them are larger than other ones, and some of them are a little bit smaller.
Which are larger?
Wounds A and B are the largest, with wound A being the larger of the two, and then wounds E and F are slightly larger than C and D.
And when you're talking about being larger or smaller in this context, are you talking about depth or circumference, or what are you referencing?
So just looking at the skin here, the differences that you can see are going to be in the somewhat the size and shape of the actual like defect in the skin or the hole in the skin, and then the skin around that defect that has some changes where you can see discoloration, which is abrasion and contusion or scraping and bleeding.
Looking at well, in general with these wounds, did any of them have exit wounds on Miss Mullis's body that were associated with them?
So wound A had an injury on the front right breast that was in line with all of the injury path that was ultimately described on the internal examination, and was the endpoint of that injury path.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that it's important to that part of your analysis is to look at medical records or records of treatment from different periods of time to gain an understanding of treatment over time. In that context, can the appearance of injuries on someone's body change over time?
Yes, they can.
And can you explain why that's the case?
Sure. So anytime the skin is broken or damaged, it makes the skin go from dry to having moisture. And anytime there's moisture on the skin or on an injury, that area is subject to drying, and that can change the color, the extent, and some of the features of the wounds.
I think we've identified which of these wounds have which letter. And I think it's your testimony that these wounds had different depths. Is that right?
I did not testify to that, but they did have different depths, yes.
And sorry, I want to go through and talk about the depths of these wounds. So let's start there. So for wound A, the wound on the right, how deep was that wound?
Off the top of my head, my recollection was that was about 6.5 inches deep.
And what about wound B, the next wound over?
That one was not quite as deep. I believe it was about 6 inches. And I don't know if you want me to look at the autopsy report or not, just to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate measurements.
Let me ask you this. Did you review records from Dr. Cruz where she noted measurements of the depths of these wounds at the autopsy?
Yes, in her notes and at the autopsy, she had these documented, the size, the features surrounding the wounds, the depths of the wounds, and the measurements between the wounds and the orientation of them.
And before we talk a little more about depth, let me ask you this. Just looking at the external appearance of these wounds, the way that you see them in Exhibit 573, for you as a forensic pathologist, can you draw any conclusions about a situation where you have a pattern of wounds where some of them have different appearance than the others?
Yes, I mean, I can come up with possibilities.
And what are some possibilities for why that might be the case?
So it could be that there is movement of an object while it's in the body, which can extend the size and change some of the features around of the surrounding skin. And it can be that there are more shallow or deeper depths of penetration with an object, which can change the appearance slightly. So if you presume that it's the same object causing all of the injuries, you could explain differences in them based off of movement and the depth of the penetration.
All right, and you mentioned that you think that the concept of movement is relevant to considering the pattern of injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
How does it impact your analysis of injuries to think about the body as something that moves?
So it can change two things. So if an object, thinking about an object penetrating the body and being in the body while there's movement, that can change the size and features of the wound itself. But then looking at the body as a whole and knowing that particularly this part of the body, the torso or the chest, back, and abdomen is highly movable, it allows me to know that there can be a movement of the location of the body either closer together or further apart based off of the position that the person's body is in at the time that they're sustaining the injuries.
You mentioned earlier that having access to the measurements of the depths would aid in your testimony. And let me ask you first, in addition to looking at measurements from Dr. Cruz of the depths of these wounds, did you have access to measurements that Dr. Cruz took of the distance between the wounds?
Yes, she had those in her notes, and she had, I think, all but one of them from her notes were in her autopsy report as well.
And was that information you took into account in your analysis?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because understanding that information aids in understanding and coming to conclusions about how this set of injuries might have been sustained.
Would looking at a demonstrative of the photographs of Ms. Mullis's wounds with some of those distances noted on it, would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness a demonstrative, which we provided to the state to aid in the witness's testimony.
And as I understand it, that's been reviewed and there's no objection. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Judge. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
How tall do you think Todd is? How tall is he?
Are you able to see the demonstrative in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes, I am.
And what is the demonstrative that you're looking at show?
So this shows the injuries that we just saw in the previous picture, similar orientation and view, but has added colored lines and measurements between the wounds, kind of in a order from A to B, B to C, C to D, et cetera. And it shows the measurements that Dr. Cruz made and documented of the distances between those wounds that are the actual numbers in inches.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
You don't think he's over 6 foot, huh?
Which I believe the state is also
He
seeing.
looks so big, but maybe it's just because all the women are so much smaller.
Dr. Hammers, what does the demonstrative in front of you show?
So
You
this
guys all said 5'11",
is
so
an
that's
image that
interesting.
shows wounds B through F, as well as that small abrasion. You're not able to see wound A on this picture because it's a little more toward the right side, but this is a more straight-on picture of Miss Mullis's back, showing 5 of the 6 injuries, showing those lines again between the injuries with the measurements that Dr. Cruz took. But this time it also, next to the large black letter that is the wound that Dr. Cruz designated and that we've kept for this discussion, it shows the size of the wound as she measured it in parenthesis, and then the depth of the wound, meaning how far or long into the body that she measured the path of the injury going.
And so does looking at this diagram help you tell us, help you review for us what the depths of these various wounds were?
Yes.
Can you, I understand we can't see wound A on here and we'll get to that in a minute, but can you tell us what the relative depths of wounds B through F were on Miss Mullis's back?
Sure. So wound B went 6.5 inches deep. Wound C went 3 3/4 of an inch deep. Wound D went 2 inches deep. And wound E was 6 1/2 inches deep, and wound F was 3 3/4 of an inch deep.
So B and E are the deepest wounds?
Of these 5, yes, those are the 2 deepest wounds.
Right, and which is the shallowest wound?
Wound D at 2 inches was the most shallow.
As an aside, I mean, looking at the measurements here between the wounds, for instance, did Dr. Cruz mention that the distance between wound B and wound C was 3 inches?
Yes, she did.
Does that mean that if wounds B and C were sustained at the same time, that they were 3 inches apart at the time an injury was sustained?
They may have been, but not necessarily based off of the position of
what I was
Miss
thinking.
Mullis's body.
And can you explain why the position would impact that?
Sure. So with the
Inches
torso,
bad or CA.
and specifically the back,
That's not play.
a person is able to either hyperflex or hyperextend. So in hyperflexion, they would be kind of like pulled forward with their shoulders forward, maybe bent forward, and hyperextended, they would be back, like with their shoulders back, their back arched, maybe their neck back, or even twisted, bent to the side or rotated to the side. And so those positions are going to change the distance, the actual distance at the time of the injury between those two injuries. So it could be that the injuries were sustained with the body at 3 inches apart, or it could have been closer or further away.
Does the fact that someone's back, as you've described, can move and twist, does that mean that it's not possible to draw conclusions about the pattern of the wound, given that those distances might change?
No, you can still make some hypothesis or draw similarities from the wounds, both from all of the measurements that we've talked about so far.
All right, I'm going to show you an additional diagram. I'm going to show you an additional diagram that adds in wound A to these measurements. Would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Is what you're looking at in this demonstrative, the picture we've been looking at with measurements of wounds B through F, with some measurements between wound A and B added?
Yes.
And where wound A on the left side would be under Ms. Mullis's armpit, in an area that's between her side and her armpit, correct?
Correct.
And that's what's depicted on the other photo?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the depth of wound A was?
So the depth of wound A was 6 inches.
All right. And what was the relative distance between wound A and wound B?
It was 4.5 inches.
Oh, interesting.
And I want to make sure that what I said was clear. I think I may have said that wound A was on the left side. Would wound A have been to the right of wound B on this picture we're looking at on the left side of the left of the two photographs?
Yes, in the left of the two photographs, the wound A would have been toward the right, kind of between the side of the body and the arm.
As part of your, as a forensic pathologist, as part of your evaluation of injuries, are you trying to think through the position that a body might have been at the time that a certain pattern of injuries occurred?
Yes, so part of my analysis, if I have no indication of what may have caused these injuries, would be to think of them individually or as a group or groups, to try to come up with an idea of what type of object or instrument could have caused this. And then if an instrument is posed to me as either known to or likely to have caused those injuries, I would then analyze the injuries with that object in mind, trying to understand if it's possible to have this injury, set of injuries caused by that object.
All right. In this case, the materials you've been provided indicate that there was an object.
I'm going to show the picture while she's talking about it so you guys can see it.
Did you, as part of your analysis, have an opportunity to examine the corn rake at issue in this case?
I saw photographs of the corn rake.
In your mind, based on everything that you reviewed, is there any question that wounds A through F were caused by Ms. Mullis's body coming in contact with that corn rake in some way? From looking at the injuries and from all of the information that I reviewed, the injuries are consistent with that, and I did not see anything where that was debated that was the object that caused these injuries.
Rexy, a little after 11.
Do you know what the distance between the tines of that corn rake are?
So the distance between the tines is just shy of 3 inches, so it's almost 3 inches.
How do you have that number?
From a photograph.
So I just want to, just so that for clarification purposes, this is the one that you can't see wound A. So A is over here under the right armpit. This one is B. This one is C. This one down here is D. This is E, and this is F. So there, you can see 5 of them. A is over here on the side. A is the one that goes through and punctures the breast implant and goes through it. So, Ariel, you and me both, girl, you and me both. So what you're seeing is B, C, D, E, and F. I just wanted you guys to be able to see it while she's talking about it. So I'll put that back. Oh shoot, I should have hit play first. Bring that back over here.
Given so in your analysis, understanding that the object at issue here is this corn rake and that you have these injuries on Ms. Mullis's back, in your opinion, is there a pattern to the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back that we're looking at?
There is, yes.
And what is your opinion about what that pattern is?
My opinion is that there's 3 injuries that you can cluster together that have similar features, which is A, B, and C. There's 2 injuries that have similar features, E and F, that you can cluster together. And then there is wound D, which is kind of on its own and a little bit separate in its orientation and features.
How are you able to determine that A, B, and C are sort of one set of connected injuries?
So looking at the spacing between them, so the wounds B and C has a 3-inch length between them, and wounds A and B is 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches is over a curved part of the body, however. So in reality, a more narrow object could make both of those injuries at the same time if it's penetrating the body, particularly at an angle. And they also have a similar orientation of the wounds themselves if you face them on like the face of a clock. So they're all going in, all 3 of them are in the same orientation that way.
And so when you say they're in the same orientation, explain to me what you mean by that.
So when we describe injuries, we can describe them using the face of a clock. So if something is straight up and down, so in orientation with the head and the feet would be straight up and down, that's vertical. You could describe that as vertical, or you could describe it as 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. If something is across the body from left to right, like straight across, you could describe that as transverse or horizontal. But putting it on the face of the clock, you could use 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And then anything else would be oblique, and you could place it on the face of a clock using, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, for example. So looking at these 3 injuries.
So E and B are 6.5 inches deep. That's B and E. C, shit, where'd my picture go? Okay, so B and E, these 2, are 6.5 inches deep. C is 3.75 inches deep. D is 2 inches deep. And F is 3.75 inches deep. Now she's talking about yeah, B is actually, according to Kelly Cruz, B is actually the deepest. Now, according to, I don't remember her name, but the lady on the stand, what she says is A is the biggest. Like, it has the most damage around it. So I actually don't know how deep A was. I didn't write that one down for some reason. So I don't know how deep A was, but she says B and E are the same, 6.5. But I don't remember how much she said A was. Yeah, this lady says A is the biggest, like, diameter wise. Now she also says that A to B is 4.5 inches from wound to wound. And then from B to C is 3 inches. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I'm going to back it up just a tad bit because I missed what she was saying.
They had, and you could place it on the face of a clock. You could describe that as transverse or horizontal, but putting it on the face of the clock, you could use 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And then anything else would be oblique, and you could place it on the face of a clock using, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, for example. And so looking at these 3 injuries, they had a similar oblique orientation on the face of a clock that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Is your opinion about the orientation of Ms. Mullis's wounds different from Dr. Cruz's opinion about the orientation of any of these 6 wounds, A through F?
No, it is not.
You also said that E and F are wounds that you would group together, is that right?
Yes.
And why is that your opinion?
So they're 3 3/4 of an inch apart, which is, again, pretty similar to what A and B and B and C are.
No, there's an exit in the front that's not lettered. There's an exit through the front of her body from A into her breast implant, going towards the front.
Have a
These are all 6 of these wounds sorry, all 6 of these wounds are from back to front. A through D are at a downward angle, and E and F are at an upward angle.
Different orientation. When you put it on the face of the clock, they're both the same, E and F, but they're different from A, B, and C, and they're different than D.
What is their orientation?
These were at, my recollection is 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock is how they were described.
All right, and you said that D is in a different group?
Yeah, so D had an orientation that was just one basically number off of A, B, and C. So it was just slightly differently oriented than A, B, and C.
I want to take you back to Exhibit 573.
Okay, sorry, I had to cough. Okay, so A and B, my theory, and now the new defense's theory is A and B, the corn rake never comes out. It stays inside of her, which is why the diameter is more, because she's moving around while those 2 prongs are still inside of her. Here is, yeah, the corn rake is 4, which is why Kelly Cruz is like, there's 6 wounds, which means somebody had to hit her twice. That's how it is. But A and B stay inside of her. C comes out. Why does my picture keep leaving me? So A and B stay inside of her. So A, B, C. Okay, so A you can't see right here on the side. B, C. She tries to get it out, gets it out of C, drops it back into D. And then when she falls back against it again, it's now at an upright angle. But remember, A and B are still inside of her. But now the corn rake is down against her back. So now the prongs are going to be upward a little bit, just a little bit. And then you have the entrance of still in AB, and it enters into EF. A and B definitely happened first. Yes, I would say yes. I would say they definitely happened first because they are the biggest in the diameter, meaning that the prongs are inside of her, almost rotating around, like moving around. I don't know how. That's the only way I can make sense of A and B absolutely being first, is because otherwise, how do they get bigger? They continue to get wider. I mean, like bigger in diameter. It's easier to picture if you understand that the 4th tip is up in the air, not touching her skin to the left of wound C, right? Because it's almost impaled at the side, right? 1, 2, 3. So deep, deep, not deep. So ABC happens first. ABC, like she falls to the right against it and then kind of falls kind of on her right side, not fully to her back, and impales ABC. Goes shit, tries to get it out. It comes out C, goes into D. Tries to get it out again, comes out D. And then now when she falls back onto it, the rake is kind of wedged. And so the prongs have moved, but they're still inserted in A and B. And then they end up in D, or in E and F. So then you have ABC, ABD, ABEF. 3 times, if that makes sense. But not really ever leaving. Here's the corn rake. So there was a paramedic that did a video on YouTube a while back and thinks that these are actually superficial from something completely differently. I don't. This top wound is from the prong. It's just when she's trying to get it out, these 2 go in together. So like I was saying, you have A, which is over here under the armpit. You can't see it in this photo. I have the other photo. Let me see. Let me grab it really quick. So go like A, B, C, impaled once, stays in A, B, comes out C, A, B, D, impaled twice. Comes out D, A, B, E, F, impaled the third time. Does that kind of make sense? You'll get one, I think, and Rexy. Hey, Ems. Paul says, we know the order of the wounds because physics prevents E and F to happen at a 6+ without the other two tines entering the body. Okay. It doesn't, CH. That's the whole thing. It doesn't go above her head. It's below her head. But they have the biomechanic people come on. So we're going to get to watch that. We're just not there yet. Okay. I'm going to take these down so we can just listen to what she's saying. And I just saw your comment. Can I rotate the picture of the rake? Yes, I can. Now I got to go get it, though. All right, let me play this, and then I can play around with it in the editor, too.
All right, we're showing you Exhibit 573 again. Now, Exhibit 573, is that the same image that appears on the left two of the photos that you were looking at a moment ago that is marked?
The one that we just looked at.
That's just a very lighted picture of the rake. It's actually a very old rake, and it has, like, the handle's broken. Let me see, where's my other photo of the rake? That one's just really lit up. Like, they put a spotlight on it to take that photo. Let me show you the other pictures. Yeah, it's an older corn rake with a broken handle. Shit, where's my other picture? What the hell? Crap. Here, there's one of them. Hey, Law Junkie. Well, you have to imagine A and B with the tines in there, and then the rake twisted while those tines are inside of her. Get a plastic fork and demonstrate. Well, like I said, we're going to get reconstructionists, so they'll be able to walk us through all of it anyway. Okay.
That was a straight on of the back. This is from an angle.
All right, and let me go back and show you the last photo, the second to last photo that we looked at.
Okay.
I think so, Ariel. Yeah.
While we're doing that, let me actually ask you. Well, let me show you this exhibit first. I want to ask you a different question. We'll come back to this. You mentioned that wounds A and B looked different than the other wounds on the back. Can you explain why those, or how those wounds had a different appearance?
Sure. So wound A, even more so than wound B, had a much larger overall size. And around the wounds, so the skin around wounds A and B had additional abrasion and contusion of the surrounding skin. So in addition to the wound being larger, there was also injury to the skin around the wounds that was different than the rest of the injuries.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 561. What does Exhibit 561 depict?
So this is wound A on the right side of the body. This shows the medical therapy at the top, which is the chest tube that was inserted at the hospital. And then,
just to interrupt you, the chest tube is not wound A.
Correct. That's the medical therapy. And then below that is wound A. So there's a hole in the skin. And then there's a sort of pink to red to kind of dark, maybe purplish color.
It's a terrible photo.
Around
photo is.
the skin around that wound A.
This
and
is
that
A.
is the abrasion and contusion of the skin around that wound.
So you can see how much bigger it is.
So is the appearance of wound A different from the appearances of wounds C through F?
Yes.
And
Here's what I found.
what specifically about the appearance of wound A in this picture was different than wounds C through F?
So rather than just having a little bit of injury around the actual wound in the skin, there was this enlarged area of abrasion and contusion around the wound. So that discoloration of the skin is different than
I'm looking for
the
my other
wounds.
photos.
All right, I want to go back and show you one more time Exhibit 573. All right, do you see wound B in this picture?
Yes.
How was the appearance of wound B different from wound C through F?
So wound B also has that injury of the skin that's abrasion and contusion. And this time it's above the injury, so more toward the top of the picture. And it has, from here, has kind of like a pinkish to purple coloration. And the wound itself is actually at the bottom of that. And then that discoloration and injury of the skin is above.
Did you take into account the characteristics of the corn rake in this case and thinking through how to group these injuries?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So thinking about the spacing of the tines of the corn rake being just about 3 inches, and trying to look at on the body, knowing that the body can move some or even extensively, and then looking at the features of the tines. The ends of the tines are kind of flattened, and they then sort of expand to a more rounded part of the tine. And so when I looked at the injuries and looked at Dr. Cruz's measurements, she measured all of them ultimately when she kind of reapproximated the edges of the injuries at 1/16 of an inch, which is consistent with the tines on the rake penetrating the skin, and allowed for that orientation of those tines, since they're flattened, into the body.
Right, and I want to understand what you just said. When you talk about reapproximating the edges of the injury, explain to me what that process entails.
Sure. So when a body is injured, there are invisible lines that are elastic forces in the skin that everybody has. And so when the skin is damaged, those elastic lines can pull on the wound, and they can cause them to what we call gape, or to kind of be kind of open. So if we take our hands and we remove some of that tension, we can actually make a much more accurate measurement of the wound. And so that's what Dr. Cruz did. So she reapproximated or took the edges of the wound and kind of pushed them back together to see where there was a piece of tissue that was actually lost from the puncture of that tine. And so when she did that, each of the wounds were 1/16 of an inch. That was the size of all 6 of them. So being able to push that back together, you got that approximation. So those were all the same, which made it consistent with one object also. But when you push that back together, that also allows, so you basically have this 1/16 of an inch, and then it was angled, right, or obliquely oriented like we described before. And so looking at the size and the fact that you can tell an orientation as opposed to it being just like a circle, basically, you can then look at the ends of those tines, which are flattened, and see that flattened end of the tine is consistent with what we're seeing on the body when you reapproximate the wounds.
All right, Dr. Hammers, I'm not a doctor, but is it your testimony that the holes in Ms. Mullis's back are not round?
When you reapproximate them, they're not round.
All right, and is the end of the corn rake round?
No, they're flattened to, I don't want to say it's rectangular, but they're flattened to that type of shape.
And does the fact that the wounds have an oblique shape, as you've described, and the corn rake has an oblique shape, does that allow you to determine, as you've described, the orientation of the wound and the orientation of the rake at the time that the rake made any of these wounds?
Yes. So because all 4 of the tines are flattened, if you have 3 wounds that have a similar orientation, and that would indicate that 3 tines are going in likely at the same time in that similar orientation.
All right. And with all of those factors in mind, and those factors in your analysis that you've testified about, do you have an opinion on which, if any, of wounds A through F were caused at the same time?
So looking at just the body, from the pattern of the injuries and the individual features of each injury, it appears that wounds A, B, and C occurred at a similar time, wounds E and F at a similar time, and wound D at a somewhat different time.
And are you basing that opinion just on their orientation?
So it's the orientation and the features of the wounds.
In thinking through that, well, let me ask you this first. Do you have an opinion on the order of wounds A through F being caused?
Well, my opinion is that wounds A and B, given the features around them, is that those likely occurred in the first set of injuries and then remained in the body while other injuries occurred, given the fact that they're distorted and they have injury of the skin beyond what the other injuries have.
I want to go back to Exhibit 561 briefly. Looking at Exhibit 561 and wound A that's depicted in 561, what about this wound leads you to conclude that a tine went into wound A and remains there?
So if you take a long blunt object and it penetrates into the skin and then there's movement, it's going to cause bruising and abrasion of that surrounding skin. So if it goes straight in and straight out, we would, without any movement, we would not expect there to be this larger area of injury of the skin. So the fact that the wound is larger and has this area on the surface of the skin is very consistent with movement. And then ultimately putting that into the context of what was seen on the internal examination, that's also very supportive of that as well. So I'm talking right now about the skin itself, but my conclusions are made using the internal exam as well.
And we'll get to the internal exam in a moment, but just looking, thinking about your evaluation of wound A, how do you know, for instance, for wound A, that the features of the wound that you're describing, which you attribute to a tine being in wound A and being moved around, how do you know that those features aren't caused by a tine of the corn rake coming all the way out of wound A and then going back into wound A?
So first of all, the statistical probability of a tine coming out and going back into the same spot is very low. Second of all, I would expect that the features of the wound would not have that pattern when you reapproximate them, that it would be 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of the injuries, that it would be more extended beyond that or more irregular. So the fact that we can reapproximate to that 1/16 of an inch is highly indicative of one penetrating injury.
And what is that issue in terms of reapproximating the size of the wound? What is your determination about the size of wound B in that respect?
Wound B also, when you approximate it, is 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of them. So all of the wounds are consistent with the tine penetrating the body one time, and then A and B are consistent with movement of the tines while they're in the body from that one penetrating defect.
All right.
Ms. Thompson, would this be a good place for a morning break?
I think it would, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Doctor, you can step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on picking up at about 10 after. Court's in recess until then.
Your Honor, I'm just going to instruct the witness not to talk to anyone. I'm not going to confirm.
Nice pants, Todd. Wonder how Todd feels about Pornhub now. Well, see, there he looks. He actually looks much shorter. Paul, are you still here? Do you know how tall Todd is?
You've also put.
I bet when they do the reconstruction, we're going to find out. All right.
We'll go back in the right.
Here we go.
Doctor, and I would just remind you that you remain under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. Hammers, before we broke, you were discussing wounds A, B, and C with us. It's your opinion that wounds A, B, and C were wounds that Ms. Mullis experienced first?
Certainly A and B, and then wound C has the similar orientation, so it makes sense from looking at those features that those may have occurred in the same process.
All right, and you've also put wounds E and F in one group and wound D in another, is that right?
Correct.
As between wounds E and F and wound D, do you have an opinion on which of those groupings were caused next?
Just from the features on the skin, I'm not able to make any determination regarding that.
Now, you described in your opinion, you described your process of reaching your opinions earlier, and I think one of the things you told us is that as a forensic pathologist, you do an external examination, you then do an internal examination. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to do any internal examination of Ms. Mullis's wounds here?
So I was able to review Dr. Cruz's findings and the photographs that she had taken of the internal exam, including the measurements that she had made of the wounds, some of the wounds along the wound paths, and to look at that internal process.
Did you have a narrative description from her as well about those wound paths?
Yes, so I had her autopsy report, the photos, and her notes.
Did you have testimony from Dr. Cruz as well?
Yes, I was here yesterday and I reviewed her deposition and trial testimony.
All right, what did your, well, let me ask you this first. How many photos of the internal area of Miss Mullis's torso did Dr. Cruz, what were taken at autopsy?
There were 2 photos, both were of the chest area. The skin was reflected, so the autopsy had been started, but the rib cage and the chest plate were still intact.
Was that a sufficient amount of photos, of visual evidence for you to reach your determinations in this case?
Well, just from photos alone, it would not have been, but I had her documentation in the autopsy reports with measurements that she had taken along some of the wound paths.
Did your review of the records related to the internal condition of Miss Mullis's torso contribute to your opinions in this case?
Yes.
What did you note about the internal area of Miss Mullis's torso?
So particularly with wounds A and B.
And let me stop you for 1 second. Let me just show you again some of the exhibits that we were looking at before. So if you could pull up, one of the demonstratives we were looking at, Your Honor, just for the record, was exhibits 573 and 574 that had some additional demonstrative markings on them. Can you show me that exhibit? I think the screen is still.
We'll see if it pops up here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think the exhibit we're going to show is a demonstrative of 572 and 574.
And the witness does have it.
All right, I'm happy to proceed. I just wasn't sure if it was showing, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, is the court able to see the?
And I can see it.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I think you were explaining for us, Dr. Hammers, what you were able to determine from your evaluation of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso.
Sure. So particularly with wounds A and B, the internal injuries were large in comparison to the surface of the skin, but also to the other wound paths. So Dr. Cruz captured a picture of the front of the chest plate where she had tracked the path of the injury to come out of, and it was very large, the area of muscle that was damaged. She also tracked through wound path B injuries through the right lung and measured them at 1 inch, which is also very large in comparison to the tines on the rake and also to the injuries on the surface of the skin.
And when you're talking about large, are you talking about the depth of the wound, or are you talking about the circumference of the?
So the size of the wound. So the depth is, I'm not talking about the depth, I'm talking about the actual like diameter or size of the wound itself.
So inside Ms. Mullis's torso, were wounds A and B larger than the tine of than any of the tines of the rake?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there other wounds of the wounds between A and F that were larger than the tines of the rake?
It was really only the injuries along the pathway associated with A and B that were enlarged like that.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from that?
So that supported the findings on the surface of the skin indicating movement of the tine within the body. So again, if the tine had gone straight in and straight out without any movement, we would expect the size of the injuries through the body to be about the size of the tine. So having them significantly larger and extended is supportive of movement of that tine within the body. And then my conclusion of those 2 tines remaining in the body and moving while other injuries occurred.
So taking into account your external assessment and your internal assessment, from these assessments, were you able to determine as between E and F and as between D, which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced next?
So not just from the internal and the surface of the skin, there were also markings on the clothing and I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish your answer.
I was going to say an absence of a defect on the clothing where wound D would be. And so by putting those 3 things together, the external exam, the internal exam, and the clothing, I think there is some conclusions to potentially draw from the clothing analysis.
And I do want to talk to you about the clothing. You had access to information about the clothing that Miss Mullis was wearing at the time she was brought into the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
What information about that clothing did you have access to review?
So I had photographs of the clothing, and those photographs showed the defects in the clothes.
All right. In your process as a forensic pathologist, do you rely on clothing as part of your analysis of injuries in cases that you evaluate?
I do. So evaluation of the clothing is typically part of the external examination process. As long as the clothing comes to the autopsy, occasionally it will come later.
And how do you evaluate clothing in trying to conduct an analysis of wounds?
So what we're looking for with the clothing is, are there defects that are consistent with what we're seeing on the body, meaning in location and in size and in distribution? Are there any less defects on any of the layers of clothing than what we see on the body? Or are there any more defects on any layers of the clothing that we see on the body? And then comparing the differences in the layers of clothing, which can help understand how many times each of those pieces of clothing were damaged by the object.
Setting aside layers of clothing and just talking about situations where someone only has one layer of clothes on, you mentioned that there's situations where you might see more holes in someone's shirt, for instance, than they have holes on their body. Is that right?
Occasionally, yes.
And what can be explanations for there being more holes on an item of clothing than there are wounds in that area?
Sure. So it could be either that the clothing was damaged, but the body wasn't in a certain area. In some areas, that's more common. Or it could be that the clothing could have been folded. And so one penetration of that clothing actually causes a small cluster of holes together in around the same place.
And what about situations where, again, setting aside the layers question and just talking about somebody who's wearing one layer of clothing, are there situations where there are fewer holes in someone's shirt than there are wounds in that area?
It's less common, but that can happen, yes.
And what are circumstances in which that could occur?
Well, in those circumstances, it would mean that the body is injured by the object, but the object did not come completely out of the clothing. So it penetrated through the clothing one time, but then caused one or more injuries to the skin without coming completely out of the clothing.
Now, you described situations where people are wearing layers of clothing. When you have a situation where a person who's passed was wearing layers of clothing, what process do you use to evaluate the layers?
So I look at all of the layers and document what I see, because there definitely is valuable information in those. But ultimately, when I'm making my conclusions, I would say probably the most important layer is going to be the layer that's closest to the body, because you can have more discrepancies with the number of holes as you go out in the different layers. And depending on the quality of the clothing or the type of the clothing, it can be more challenging to evaluate that clothing and see defects.
Did you evaluate the clothing that was brought in with Miss Mullis?
I looked at the photographs that were taken of the clothing.
All right. Now, in this case, were there photographs that you had of Miss Mullis's clothing at autopsy?
Yes.
And were there photos of her clothing from the hospital as well?
Yes, there were.
Did you also have photos of her clothing that were taken during a later review of her clothing?
Yes.
Was that a review that you were present for?
I was not.
Did you rely on those photos in reaching your opinions in this case?
I would say that in part I did, but I also relied on the other photos, which were consistent with, both sets of photos were consistent with each other.
I want to show the witness exhibit 890. Yes.
Hang on a second, Jen.
think we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, you may do so.
All right, do you see a photograph in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What do you recognize what's depicted in photograph 890?
Yes, this is the gray t-shirt that, from my understanding, was the innermost layer of clothing that Miss Mullis was wearing.
Is this the same gray t-shirt that you saw depicted in other photographs that you reviewed as part of your analysis here?
Yes.
And was there anything that you took into account? Let me just make a record, because the state's asked me to, that this Exhibit 890, I think the parties agree, was a photograph taken by Dr. Valentina Nye during a review of evidence in this case.
Okay,
Yeah, it's my understanding that 890 is an article of clothing that would have been on Amy Mullis's body at the time that she was killed. And that this comes from Dr. Nye's review. Is that correct?
I'll represent that to be the case.
Yeah.
okay. Are you offering 890 at this time? Or are we just referring to it? I guess.
Let me ask the witness, Dr. Hammers, does Exhibit 890, is Exhibit 890 a true and accurate depiction of the t-shirt that you reviewed and considered as part of your reaching your opinions in this case?
Yes, it is.
I would offer Exhibit 890 into evidence then, Your Honor.
Just one more question, please.
Sure.
The photo that, or the item of clothing that is in 890 was taken by Dr. Nye, correct?
I don't know who took this photo.
Okay, do you know when it was taken? Was it taken sometime later?
That's my understanding, but I don't know when.
Taken later than the autopsy of Dr. Cruz, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, I'm going to show the witness a different photo.
Mr. Brown, are you objecting to 890 then at this time?
With subject to those limitations, no. At this point in time, no, I'm not.
Okay. So I guess 890 is admitted with the understanding that it was taken at a later time by some unidentified person or a different doctor.
All right. Dr. Hammers, have you seen other photographs of this t-shirt where it has substantially more
That's
blood on
weird.
it?
What was that?
I wouldn't say substantially more blood. It just was a different color, slightly. This looks more like brown than the other photos that I saw.
All right. Does that coloring difference impact your evaluation of what's on the shirt that's depicted in Exhibit 890?
No.
All right. What, if any, conclusions did you draw from reviewing photographs of the t-shirt that Ms. Mullis was wearing in this case?
So, excuse me, the photographs of the t-shirt show defects that are consistent with wounds A, B, and C, and then wounds E and F, but there's not a defect that corresponds to wound D. Wound F has a cluster of 3 defects, kind of all combined in one area.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from the fact that there are fewer defects in the t-shirt in that area than the injuries as you've just described?
So that is, to me, that is indicative of the skin being penetrated a second time and also scraped, because there's also a scrape on the skin in between these areas without the tine exiting the clothing.
For your assessment, how important was the number of holes in the t-shirt in the area of these injuries in comparison to the number of injuries in Ms. Mullis's back?
I would say that it's just as important as all of the other information that I evaluated. It helps understand, from my perspective, the movement of the rake, and it supports the tines associated with wound A and B likely staying in the body.
I want to show you one more time the demonstrative that we've been looking at that shows the pictures of Ms. Mullis's back with the measurements that we've been looking at. I don't have a screen, so just let me know when you're seeing that, Dr. Hammers.
I can see it.
All right. In general, all of these wounds A through F, did you note in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report that these injuries were referred to as sharp force injuries?
I did.
Is it your opinion that these injuries are sharp force injuries? And when I say these injuries, I'm talking about the wounds A through F that we've been discussing.
In my opinion, they are not sharp force injuries.
What are they?
They are penetrating blunt force injuries.
And what is the difference between a penetrating blunt force injury and a sharp force injury?
So a sharp force injury cuts and divides the skin. and typically does not leave any irregular edges on the skin like we have in these injuries. And it's made by a sharp object like a knife, a scalpel, a sharp piece of glass. Blunt injuries tear the skin. When they penetrate, they tear the skin, and they tend to cause a small amount of abrasion injury around the penetrating area, and then can cause injury, especially if there's movement, in a bigger radius or diameter around the injury. So it's a different type of wound category that we use, and it has pretty specific criteria in order to categorize them.
In a forensic pathology context, is the corn rake that you examined in this case, is that a sharp object?
It is not.
Why not?
Because the ends of the corn rake, or the different aspects of the corn rake, they're not going to cut and divide the tissue, they're going to tear the tissue. And so tearing of the tissue is a blunt injury, not a sharp injury.
Does this difference between injuries caused by a sharp force object and injuries caused by a blunt force, does that distinction matter in terms of your evaluation of this case?
I would say it doesn't change the fact that they're penetrating injuries and that this is why Miss Mullis died, but it certainly puts the features of the injuries, both the external and internal, into a more clear context when evaluating the specifics of the pattern of injuries and the dynamics of how those injuries were sustained.
All right. If there's an exhibit in front of you, I think we can take that down.
Not currently, Linda. This is all through the Innocence
I want
Project.
to talk about briefly about some other injuries on Miss Mullis's body. You said that you considered these injuries we've been talking about that were on her back, and I want to talk about some other areas as well. Did you notice any injuries on Miss Mullis's chest?
So she did have some injuries on her chest, yes.
And in general, what did you observe those injuries to be?
She had one defect on her right breast that was at the end of the wound path associated with wound A. And then she had bruising that was over the midline of her chest, like over her sternum, which from my review was apparent from CPR and related to that. And then she had like a small bruise that or two that were kind of on some various other areas of her torso.
Were those injuries something you determined to be blunt force injuries?
Those all fit into the category of blunt force, yes.
Does that mean those were injuries that were inflicted by another person?
No, so the one injury is from CPR. So that was inflicted essentially by trying to save Miss Mullis's life.
Did you see any other injuries on Miss Mullis's chest other than the injury you associated with CPR and the injury you associated with the wound path from her back that you found significant?
It wasn't even a side room. It's like a little tiny walkway. It's like a little tiny walkway.
Did you look at some photographs and description from Dr. Cruz of injuries that were on Miss Mullis's head and face?
Yes.
Was there anything that you observed on Miss Mullis's head and face that was significant to your analysis of this case and to your opinions about the cause and manner of her death?
I would say that it was significant to my analysis of the case. In the overall context of the case, they weren't significant in the sense that they didn't cause Miss Mullis to die and weren't a significant factor in the reason that she died.
You were here yesterday for some testimony from Kelly Cruz about this injury on Miss Mullis's chin that we've been discussing.
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit that we showed to Dr. Cruz yesterday. Which is two side-by-side photos, Your Honor, of Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570. And these have been cropped for privacy reasons. Do you have those exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted on Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570?
I do.
And what is it?
These are photographs. The one on the left is a photograph that was taken at the hospital, I believe by Dr. Thompson. And the one on the right is a photograph that was taken at the time of autopsy.
How would you describe this injury? What is it?
So to me, this is like a red to purple area on the chin that ultimately, when it's photographed at the time of autopsy, has a very dark, dry coloration to it and has a somewhat translucent quality to it as well. And it is larger and more prominent at the time of autopsy than it was at the hospital.
Is that relevant to you that it looked different at autopsy than it did at the hospital earlier?
It is.
Why?
Because if you look at this just at autopsy, it appears just from the look of it and the size of it to be much more significant than it did at the hospital. It also doesn't have all of the properties of that translucent quality to it, which has a very particular kind of force that's associated with it, and can give you an indication of how that marking came to be on the body.
How did this marking come to be on Ms. Mullis's body?
So in my opinion, this the qualities of this on her chin are very consistent with a pressure area where her chin was pressed up against a hard surface. And because your jaw is hard and you don't have very thick skin in this area, that compression will basically press the tissues together and cause an area that will become red to purple and will become dark and translucent over a period of time.
Is this injury something that must be caused by striking a surface?
It is not. It tends to be from pressure against a hard object.
How much pressure?
The pressure typically of a person's body. We see these markings in people who are pressed up against a hard object when they're not responsive, quite commonly.
Can you give an example of where you've seen this type of injury in other cases?
Sure. So we will see this in people who have strokes and can't move and are in one position without being able to move, and also commonly in people who experience drug overdoses, particularly with opiates. They'll become unconscious, and if they're pressed up against a hard surface, they'll develop pressure marks like this.
How long would someone's body need to be pressed up against a hard surface to experience this kind of injury?
It doesn't actually take a very long time. It could be a matter of just a couple of minutes in order to cause that. It really depends on how hard the surface is, how firmly the skin is pressed up against it, and then how thick the tissue is between either like the underlying surfaces that are either bone or soft tissue.
Is this injury that's depicted in Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570 the result of somebody striking Ms. Mullis in the face?
So there are no features of that I would expect if somebody struck her in the face. We would expect her to have swelling, more extensive bruising. I don't see any of that and didn't see any documentation of that in the records.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Cruz yesterday about Ms. Mullis's ear having some bruising on it?
Yes.
Did you see that bruising in the materials you observed?
I did.
Can you determine what might have caused that bruising?
Yes.
What?
So she has multiple earrings that are in the area of that bruising and are very consistent. They're small bruises that are right in the area of those earrings. So either from, some hard like pressure against that area or the EMT who testified talked about log rolling Miss Mullis to get her on the sheet to put her in the ambulance. So certainly that process could do that with just pressure of the ear against the ground.
Did you see any? Well, let me ask you this. Dr. Cruz testified yesterday about a cut on Miss Mullis's lip. Did you see that cut when you were conducting your review of this case?
I did. I believe that she documented it and testified that it was an abrasion.
And thanks for clarifying that. I'm marking on her mouth.
Sure. Yes.
And could you determine what the cause of that abrasion was?
No, there's nothing specific about that indicates like what caused it. It was small and somewhat dry to even a little bit like reddish brown on her upper lip.
Did you, in any of the materials that you reviewed, observe any swelling on Ms. Mullis's face?
Her eye looked like it was kind of swollen or a little bit larger than the other side. So the left was a little larger than the right side, but there was no change in color to it under the surface of the skin.
Was that swelling an indication of blunt force trauma?
It was not. It was actually the result of the medical interventions that she underwent.
And how's that?
So she experienced something called subcutaneous emphysema. That's basically where through the process of CPR, whether it's through trying to get air into a person's body through a King tube or an endotracheal tube, or because she had injuries that involved her chest wall, air will get under the surface of the skin and travel through the fatty tissues, and it will cause basically the air to get trapped in there, and areas of the body will become they can look almost swollen. And so she had that on her left eye, and it was also documented that it was traveling down her chest all the way down to the area of like her hips.
I want to now show you an exhibit that is exhibits 566 and 634 combined. And there's been, just for the record, some slight cropping of one of these photographs just for privacy reasons.
I can see it.
Can you see those exhibits?
Yes.
What is depicted in Exhibit 566 and 634 in front of you?
So this is an area of the left knee. In the right-hand picture, you can see a yellow object beneath that discoloration. That's medical intervention, as well as a small piece of tubing. That's also part of the medical intervention. Just at like the lower part of the knee, there's an area of a reddish purple contusion or bruising to the skin with some overlying scrapes or abrasions to the skin involving the knee.
Were any of the bruising that you observed or saw described in materials that you reviewed signs of a struggle with another person?
There's nothing specific about these that indicate that they're from a struggle, and also like the location and the features of them, they're not even highly likely to be from a struggle. They could be from a vast number of happenings.
I'm going to show the witness now an exhibit that is just exhibits 513 and 517 next to one another. Do you have those photos in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in exhibits 513 and 517?
So these are the back surfaces of Miss Mullis's hands. The right hand is on the bottom and the left hand is on the top, and these were taken at the time of autopsy.
Are there any injuries to Miss Mullis's hands that you can see in this picture?
There are.
And can you draw any conclusions from the injuries that you see on her hands?
I can say that they're abrasions and contusions, that they're small, and they're over, most of them are over somewhat prominent surfaces of her hands, meaning some of the like knuckle areas, and they are nondescript, so they don't let you know specifically what they're caused from.
Are these injuries signs of Miss Mullis having struggled with another person?
The number, the distribution, the pattern of them are not indicative of that. They're not even highly suggestive of that. They are, again, sort of too general to draw any specific conclusion from.
I'm going to just show the witness what we've marked as Exhibit 275. I'm going to just show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 275. Do you recognize what Exhibit 275, or do you know what Exhibit 275 is?
I do.
Are the injuries that you see on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with someone whose hands could fit into Exhibit 275, putting their hand inside of it to wash the inside of it or to touch the inside of it in some way?
I'm object to speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen Exhibit 275 before?
I don't know if I saw that exact one, but I have seen similar objects like that before.
Where have you seen similar objects to Exhibit 275?
When I visited the farm, I saw that those were covering like lights and being used as like a protector for light bulbs.
Are the injuries that you observed on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with her knuckles or the outside of her hands being abraded on a rough surface?
Yes.
All right. In general, well, have you described all of the external injuries on Miss Mullis's body, not just on her back, but on other areas of her body that you took into account in evaluating in reaching your opinions in this case?
There's a couple of more like bruises that were on her legs that were documented in different places, but again, they were small, nondescript, and there was nothing about the location, pattern, or features of any individual wound together or alone that indicated any specific event or type of trauma that would have caused them.
Have you had cases as a forensic pathologist where the overall number of blunt force trauma injuries on someone's body was an indicator to you of the cause and manner of their death?
Yes, I have.
And is this such a case?
This is not.
Why not?
Looking at the blunt injuries in total, putting them into the context of the penetrating injuries, and then putting them into the context of what we know about how Miss Mullis was found, how she was transported to the hospital, and how she was treated at the hospital, and what she was doing prior to her being found unresponsive. The blunt injuries, again, alone and combined, really don't have, in my opinion, any significance to why she died.
Are there explanations in the process you just described, from your understanding, the things she was doing that day, the way that she was brought to the hospital, the medical intervention that would explain the markings on her body, accepting the wounds A through F that we've been discussing?
Yes, and I would add in addition, like the way that she was reported to have been found, in addition to those things.
And how would the way that she was reported to have been found how would that impact that analysis as well?
So she was reported that her arms were under her and her face was on the ground. And so, or at least face down. So, you know, that would help explain the jaw, the marking on her jaw, being pressed against the hard surface of the barn, and potentially explain some of the injuries on her hands from her either moving around on the ground or collapsing.
Would her being carried to a vehicle to be brought to the hospital explain some of her bruising?
It's
I'm
certainly.
going to object as speculation as well.
Sustained.
You've told us that you reviewed records in this case, and you've explained to us your opinion and analysis about the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back, the wounds A through F that we've been discussing. Taking into account everything that you reviewed in this case, Dr. Hammers, do you have an opinion on the cause of Ms. Mullis's death?
I do.
What's your opinion?
So my opinion is that Ms. Mullis died as a result of her left-sided pneumothorax from the penetrating injuries of her torso.
And can you explain how a pneumothorax would have caused her penetrating injuries and caused her death?
So the penetrating injuries caused her pneumothorax. And so what happens is if you have an injury that penetrates into your chest cavity, and especially if it's small, air can go into the chest cavity around the lung and put pressure on the lung, and it can't escape. So each time you breathe, air moves into that space, but it gets trapped and can't come back out. If the defect or injury is large, air is going to be able to go in and out of that injury or set of injuries. So to develop a pneumothorax, you need the air to be able to move in and become trapped, which is what was identified at the hospital, shown in the x-ray, and also documented on the right side that there was not a significant pneumothorax, if any. And so it was very clear on the x-rays that she had a pneumothorax, and that would have been caused by the two penetrating defects from wounds E and F that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Did Ms. Mullis have a pneumothorax on her right side?
So she did not. So when the chest tube was inserted at the hospital, they documented that there was a small amount of blood and a small amount of air. That together with the size of the injuries that she had on her chest wall, particularly the one that I described on the front of her chest between her muscles of her ribs, and then the larger size of that injuries A and B, the size of those injuries would allow air to move in and out of the lung and not become trapped. And that placement of the chest tube supports that fact that air was not becoming entrapped around the right lung. The other things that supports that is that the right lung was pretty well aerated or filled with air, which is not what happens when you get a pneumothorax. It presses on the lung and collapses it, like what happened on the left-hand side. And then it will also press all of your structures in the midline of your body toward the opposite side, which is what they saw very clearly on the x-ray at the hospital.
Can someone with a collapsed lung yell or scream?
They may be able to try, but it's going to be challenging for them to get any amount of air to push out of their lungs that can move across their vocal cords to give them a voice, basically, because that's what we're relying on when we talk, is the air movement out of our body across our vocal cords to be able to make our vocalizations.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about her opinion that Ms. Mullis, with her injuries, would have been alive for a few minutes potentially?
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that, yes.
After Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that are reflected in wounds A through F, would she have been able to get up and walk around?
Yes, she would have been. So her becoming unconscious and then ultimately dying would have been a process. So when you get a pneumothorax, you don't get it all at one time. It builds up each time that you breathe. So each time you breathe, you would get more and more air into your lungs. But during that time period, you would still be conscious and be able to have willful activity.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
And do you agree with her testimony?
I do not.
And what do you disagree with?
So Ms. Mullis, her mechanism of death, which is the physiologic process that happens to you when you're dying, her cause of death was basically respiratory depression occurring because of the pneumothorax. That was the primary mechanism that was happening in her body. So she was having decreased oxygen available to get into her body because of that happened because of a respiratory depression from the pneumothorax. So she wasn't dying because of anything on the right side, which Dr. Cruz did say that she may have been able to live with medical treatment on the right side, and it really was the left side.
Does Dr. Cruz's autopsy report reflect the correct mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Well, I don't believe that Dr. Cruz listed a mechanism of death in the autopsy report.
Is it a generally accepted practice in forensic pathology for the autopsy report not to reflect that?
Typically, the autopsy report does not reflect that, neither does the death certificate. That usually is something that is either answered in a conversation about what happened, or if I would go and, let's say, testify, I often am asked about the mechanism.
Did you review Dr. Cruz's trial testimony from Mr. Mullis's trial in 2019?
Yes.
Did Dr. Cruz identify the correct mechanism of death in that testimony?
She did not.
You described earlier in your testimony that you use the scientific method as part of in order to evaluate the manner of someone's death. Is that right?
So determining the manner of death and the cause of death is part of that process, yes.
All right. And did you apply the scientific method in your evaluation of Ms. Mullis's, the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
Did you test some hypotheses as part of your use of the scientific method about how to evaluate how Ms. Mullis would have received the injuries, the wounds A through F that we've been talking about in her back?
I did.
What hypotheses did you test to evaluate how Ms. Mullis received those injuries?
So when we have a penetrating injury can basically fit any category of manner of death outside of a natural death. So it could be an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or an undetermined death. So starting with all four of those is where when you have an injury is kind of the hypothesis that you're testing. And the manner of death primarily comes from the investigative information. So the autopsy alone typically does not answer the manner of death. So you can get information about the manner of death from the autopsy, but really the manner is putting the investigative information, all of the records that you have, and any kind of additional information that you have into the context of those injuries to then determine the manner of death. So the manner of death typically is not often unique or completely known just from the autopsy.
And in Ms. Mullis's case, could the manner of her death be determined just from the information that was learned at autopsy?
In my opinion, no. Dr. Cruz testified that she was aware that it was a corn rake and aware that the corn rake had been found at least partially in Ms. Mullis's body, and she had the autopsy findings. She didn't have the medical records, she didn't have the EMS information, she didn't have her toxicology back, and from her testimony, it sounds like she made that determination without the other information.
In your experience as a professor of pathology and a person who's been responsible for training other pathologists, is that the kind of mistake that inexperienced pathologists sometimes make?
It can be. I mean, we all learn throughout our career, and we're trained, but that's not where your learning stops. So we continue to learn, to understand, to grow, and we may look back on the cases that we've done or the decisions that we've made and view them differently in light of new experiences and new training that we may undergo or more cases that we've seen.
So in evaluating the manner of Ms. Mullis's death, I think it's your testimony that this is not a natural death. So in considering those other four options, did you test the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back by someone swinging the corn rake into her back?
I did.
And how did you test that hypothesis?
So I tested that by observing the pictures of the corn rake, understanding the size of the corn rake, the spacing of the tines, the distribution and orientation of the tines, looking at the photos of the shed, going there and seeing that area to try to understand if somebody could swing a corn rake in that area, and also looking to see what was around that area, and then putting that into what's kind of known in my training and education, what's in the literature of other types of injuries that may occur from similar objects, and then in the information that we had, both from what Ms. Mullis's husband and son reported to what was observed through the treatment and from Dr. Cruz.
What was your conclusion about whether or not that hypothesis was possible, that she received these injuries by somebody swinging this corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion was that that was not consistent with what was on her body, both in the directions that the pathways traveled in her body, and the difference in the pathways in her body, and in the context of the spacing at the shed itself.
I want to show you a demonstrative exhibit. In just one moment, Your Honor, let me explain to the state what we're going to show.
Judge, I think we're gonna have some more things, more issues. I know it's afternoon, so.
Sure. If this is a good time to take our lunch break so that you have some time to visit, let's do that. We'll plan on trying to pick back up about 1:15. Court is in recess until then. Doctor, you can step down. Thank you. Up with your direct?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. And I think there was the parties.
She is. She's a little tired. She's a little tiring. Bet they delay KR. Jackson wants it, and the CW appellant lawyer agreed. So it's up to Bev. That would be. That'd be interesting. I don't know why they would do that.
Had conferred about a demonstrative exhibit right before the break, and I think we've resolved that issue.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Hammers, before we broke for lunch, you were starting to talk about some of the hypotheses that you tested in this case. Before we get to that, I want to go back to one thing that we discussed earlier in your testimony, which is the groupings of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back, wounds A through F, that we were discussing earlier. And I'm going to show you an exhibit that we looked at earlier, which shows the wounds and the measurements. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Not quite yet.
Okay, thank you. It's
This one? Oh, okay.
That's fine.
I got you.
Do you have the phone in front of you?
I do
Dr.
now.
Hammers? Now, in your review of Dr. Cruz's materials from the autopsy, did she document the trajectory that these wounds took within Ms. Mullis's body?
She did.
And going through the wounds from A to F, can you tell us what those trajectories were?
Sure. So wound A was from the back of the body toward the front, from the right of the body to the left, and slightly downward.
What about wound B?
B was the same, right to left, forward and slightly downward.
What about C?
It was also the same, front to back, right to left and slightly downward.
And D?
And that was the same, front to back, or back to front, sorry, back to front, right to left and slightly downward.
What about E?
E was back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
And what about F?
Back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
Were you able to determine from Dr. Cruz's documentation the specific path that any of these wounds took through Ms. Mullis's chest?
So she did document like rib spaces that they went through, and the injuries with A and B, she documented specifically the organs that they struck.
Does documentation of the rib spaces help you determine with some specificity the path that certain wounds took through her chest?
Yes, it gives you either an ending point or a point along the way that you can tell if it's going slightly downward, upward, or sharply upward or downward.
Is there something with people's rib cages called an intercostal space?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Yes. So you have 12 ribs, and in between your ribs, that's called the intercostal space. And so you have your first rib, and then your second rib, and your first intercostal space is between the first and second rib, and so on as you go down the rib cage.
And every person has 12 ribs?
Yes, in general, yeah.
So for everyone, though, the numbering of those intercostal spaces is the same?
Correct. It's the same. It's always the space below it is the number of the rib above it.
And so for which of these wounds were you able to determine, because of the other things in Ms. Mullis's body that they passed through, what their more precise path was?
So A and B went through rib spaces, and E and F went through rib spaces. C and D only went into the soft tissue and muscle of the back.
I'm going to show you another demonstrative, which we conferred with the state about before the break. This is purely a demonstrative exhibit, Your Honor. It's not being offered into evidence. We've referred to it as demonstrative A. Do you see the demonstrative in front of you?
I do.
Would using demonstrative A assist you in describing your testimony, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What is depicted in demonstrative A?
So demonstrative A has the wounds A through F. It is a look at from the side of the body. So looking basically like from the right to the left side. So it's two-dimensional, but it has all the wounds A through F. It has their relative location on the body, and then the direction with an arrow that the pathway travels based off of the locations that Dr. Cruz had documented in her autopsy report.
And does figure A depict the trajectories and the relative depths of wounds A through F based on your understanding of Dr. Cruz's documentation?
Yes, it does.
Did any of this, the information that's depicted in the demonstrative in front of you, the trajectories, the relative depths, the directions of the wounds, did that assist you in your understanding of which wounds you consider to be grouped together in some way?
I would say yes.
And how?
So it allowed me to understand that A through D had a similar, essentially a similar pathway in the body, and that E and F had a very different and distinct pathway in the body. It also explained and confirmed my suspicion about wounds A and B being caused from the time staying in the body and being much deeper than wound C. And also confirmed that wound D, where it did not come out of the clothing, it also only went into the body a very shallow depth.
But from what you told us before the break, it's your opinion that Ms. Mullis experienced wound D at a different time from A, B, and C. Is that right?
Well, different from, I guess, the grouping of A, B, and C. But what I've testified to is that from my review, A and B did not leave the body. So then C would have been at a different time than D, essentially.
And is your understanding of the trajectories of these wounds, is that inconsistent with your understanding of, is anything about the trajectories of these wounds inconsistent with your opinions about when and in what order Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds?
No.
All right. In thinking about the trajectories of these wounds, what were the trajectories of wounds A through F relative to Ms. Mullis's body?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if we think of and I understand that we're not talking in terms of the actual position that Ms. Mullis's body was in when she experienced these injuries, whether she's laying down or standing up. I'm not asking you about that, but treating her body as a vertical object, where were the wounds relative in terms of the trajectory? What was the trajectory relative to her body?
I'm still not 100% sure that I understand what you mean. Or I don't know. Are you asking about the anatomic position and how we measure them, or are you asking about something else?
I appreciate that question. If we treat the axis of the body as a vertical axis, how would you describe the trajectory of these wounds relative to that axis?
Oh, I think I understand now. Okay, so they're all going from the back of the body toward the front. They are all going from the right side of the body toward the left, and then A through D are going slightly downward, and E and F are so toward her feet, essentially, but only very slightly. And then E and F are going up toward her head.
And those wounds A to C, when you say they're going slightly downward, are those near horizontal?
Very close to horizontal, yes.
Okay. Before we broke, I think we were starting to talk about your hypotheses in this case. And I think the hypothesis that you were discussing before we broke was the hypothesis that someone swung this corn rake into Ms. Mullis's back. And I apologize because I don't remember. Did you tell us what your conclusion was about this hypothesis?
I honestly don't remember.
Well, what was your hypothesis? What was your hypothesis, or what was your conclusion about the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back from someone swinging the corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion is that the pathway is not consistent with the features of the corn rake and the space within the shed to be able to cause this set of injuries in these pathways.
So leaving the position of the shed out of your analysis for a minute, were you able to determine without knowing anything about the shed on the Mullis farm, whether this hypothesis was true or not?
The swinging
Yes.
hypothesis? Well, with swinging, that can't describe, if you sort of have swinging in any sort of way, shape, or form, it can't describe the entire set of injuries that have occurred.
Why not?
Because there's 4 tines to the rake, there's 6 injuries plus the scrape to her back, and they are in different directions.
Is it possible or were you able to disprove the hypothesis that someone caused these injuries in Miss Mullis's back by someone swinging the rake into her back more than once?
I was.
And what's your determination about that hypothesis?
That is not true because the clothing does not support that.
How does the clothing not support that?
So the outer coat of the clothing has even fewer holes than what we saw on the inner clothing, indicating that at least some of the tines of the rake did not exit the clothing in total at all.
Now, is it your testimony that the physical characteristics of the shed on the Mullis property contributed to your determination that someone could not have swung this rake into Miss Mullis's back to cause these injuries?
Yes, that's part of it.
And you said that you visited the shed on the property, is that right?
I did.
What was it about the shed on the property that contributed to your opinions that this is not possible?
So the openings in the shed are very narrow and leave little room to either side in order to swing a rake. And that would mean swinging from overhead would be necessary, and that does not add up with the direction of the wounds and the number of the wounds.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as 731. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit 731?
Yes.
What is it?
This is one of the walkways in the shed.
Does exhibit 731 truly and accurately depict the interior of the Mullis shed at the time that you visited it?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it does.
All right, we'll seek to admit exhibit 731, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
731 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any understanding of where in this shed Ms. Mullis might have? Let me ask you a better question. What the hypotheses that you were considering about Ms. Mullis having someone swing the rake into her back in this shed? What areas of the shed did you consider in that hypothesis?
So basically the only open areas of the shed where you could walk, which were all very narrow within the shed. And then there was an area in the shed where it was reported that she was going to get a carrier. And that was in an area in one of those narrow walkways.
From your review of photographs and descriptions of the shed and from your own visit to the shed, did you determine any area inside of the shed that would allow for the hypothesis that someone swung a corn rake into Miss Mullis's back in that area of the shed?
I did not.
Did you test a hypothesis that Miss Mullis received wounds A through F from someone pushing the corn rake into her back?
I did consider that, yes.
And what was your conclusion about that hypothesis?
So my conclusion was, from my experience and training, I've not seen any kind of injuries like that with having multiple tines of any type of object able to push into somebody, and comparing that to other cases that I have, which have not been from a corn rake, but from different weapons, that not being ever reported to me, ever seen by me, or anything that I've witnessed any of my colleagues having, where someone has been able to push an object like that through somebody's clothes and into their body one time, let alone multiple times.
Yeah, just being pushed into her.
Did you test a hypothesis that Miss Mullis received these injuries by falling onto this corn rake one or more times?
Yes.
And what did you determine about that hypothesis?
So from considering that hypothesis, based off of all of the information that I reviewed, that was the most likely and reasonable hypothesis, given the location, the distribution of the injuries, the features of the injuries, the features of the corn rake, and my experience in training.
We agree that if Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries by falling, she had to have fallen on this corn rake more than once. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Why does the hypothesis that she fell on this corn rake fit with the evidence as you understand it?
So the fact that it appears that she received wounds A, B, and C clustered together, and that wound D is in a similar area to C, but is much more shallow, and there's movement of wounds A and B, and all of those injuries are in a similar distribution. I would expect that there could be more shallow injuries from her falling, even potentially from different heights or different distances above the ground. And then the change in that orientation with wounds tines A and B staying inside those wounds, and then her sustaining the other two injuries. So to me, when I look at all the features of the wounds consistent with coming from the same object, and then the similarities in their orientation, that to me is the most likely and reasonable scenario for how those injuries occurred. And it fits with the differences of the features that I saw inside and outside of the body with wounds A and B.
Did you get any information from Ms. Mullis's medical history about prescription medications that she was taking around the time of her death?
Yes.
From the medical records, what were you able to determine about that?
So she had 5 medications that were listed as her current medications. 3 of them were medications that can sort of have a similar effect on the body, and in my training and experience were the more significant of the 3 medications that she was on.
It'd be nice to know she actually had those in her toxicology.
2 of them appeared to be medication she was on typically, and then 1 of them was a medication she was given post-operatively after her procedure.
And what would have been the consequences of those medications?
So those medications all can have similar effects of dizziness, somnolence, meaning sleepiness, and kind of like those are like the 2 main: dizziness and tiredness.
Did the toxicology report that accompanied the autopsy in this case reveal those medications?
Can you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Did the toxicology report that was conducted as part of Dr. Cruz's autopsy in this case, did it reveal those medications?
It did not.
And is there a reason why?
So the toxicology panel that was tested for does not include those medications in what is tested for. So you have to have a panel of medications that you're testing for, and you're only going to potentially get positive results from the medications that are being looked for.
What is the generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology with respect to autopsies for seeking more than a basic toxicology panel in a case?
So the recommendation from the National Association of Medical Examiners is that you know the medication somebody is potentially taking, weigh them in your evaluation, and order testing that is appropriate for the information that you have.
And in this situation, given the information that was available with respect to the autopsy, was this a situation that where a generally accepted practice would be to seek more than a basic panel for the toxicology testing?
So in my training and experience, yes, this panel is, in my experience, and using this same lab, so I'm familiar with the panel, is a limited panel and misses medications that a very high number of the population actually take routinely. So it's really looking for substances of abuse or medications that are commonly abused.
You talked earlier before the break and in your testimony just now about seeking contextual information as part of your determinations, seeking information about medical history and the area where someone's injuries might have occurred, and looking at investigative records. Is there any concern for you as a forensic pathologist that contextual information could bias you in some way to information that you're seeing at autopsy?
I would say no. Our job and the recommendation of all of our national organizations is that the job of the forensic pathologist is to be trained and have experience to weigh all of those items and balance out what is in them with what we have at autopsy, and to ultimately make a decision about cause and manner of death. So that's the whole reason that we're trained, is to gather that information, assess it, and form opinions.
Do you need that contextual information in certain cases to reach your determinations?
I would say that we need it in the vast majority of cases, but certainly cases that are more complicated, but we never know sort of how a case is going to turn out and the complexities that will come with it. So best practices are to have the information that's available through the steps that we described if it's available and accessible.
Did you reach an opinion in this case, Dr. Hammers, about how you would classify the manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
And what is your conclusion after consideration of all of the background evidence and the evaluation of the hypotheses that you considered in this case?
My opinion is that the manner of death is best classified as an accident.
Why is that?
All of the information that that I had available to me to review, it fits with the injuries that were seen. It makes logical sense. There was, witness statements, there was medical information that all came together to add up to what was seen on the body. So there wasn't anything about the injuries and how Ms. Mullis was described as being found or the implement that was found in her, the way it was reported, the way her body was reported, that made this inconsistent with anything but an accident. I'm sorry, consistent with anything but an accident. I apologize.
For a forensic pathologist to determine that the manner of death in a case is a homicide, what is the generally accepted practice in forensic pathology about the
I'm sure answer this question.
level of proof
Kelly Cruz
that
would
a
not
forensic
answer.
pathologist needs to have to make that determination?
So typically, we use to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but another way to say that would be that it's far more likely than not. So it's not just 51% that this is a homicide. It's that all of the information that you have far outweighs this being a homicide than anything else.
Kelly would not even talk about this. She's like, well, I don't understand. What do you mean? What do you think it means? I don't know, because I don't know what every medical examiner believes it to be. She was like so argumentative about that.
The manner of Ms. Mullis's death was an accident. Is that dependent on an understanding that her death must have occurred in the shed?
I would say no. It's not dependent on that, although I haven't seen any information that indicates that this occurred at any other location.
Is there a process as a medical examiner for a medical examiner to reconsider the official cause of death that they identified in a death certificate or in other documentation about a case?
Yes.
What is that process?
So it's there's no sort of formal name for it, but basically any case that you have, someone can always come and ask you to reconsider it. The death certificate is always subject to being able to be changed with new information that changes your cause or manner of death. And so anytime somebody poses new information, you can take that information, review the case in light of that new information, and then decide if you will or will not change the death certificate.
No.
Are there any situations in
Forensic pathologist Kelly Cruz will not look at any additional information to change anything. She's made up her mind, and there is no information that will change the fact that she was struck from behind with the corn rake, impaling her and causing her death by another person. She's never gonna look at anything that's gonna tell her any different, ever. Which is, Paul, see, this is we haven't even heard from Homicide yet, but this is just so silly because it's still not 6. So it still doesn't match up, even if you go and add the one hole. But that would be Homicide. He wouldn't know. He'd be like, oh, 5 is 6 because I Googled it, because I requested it from Google. And so that's what it is. I fucking trust that guy as far as I can throw him, which I could probably actually throw him pretty far, but I don't trust him.
your career where someone has come to you with new information about a case where you've made an official determination about cause or manner of death?
Yes, there have been.
And under generally accepted practices in forensic pathology, what should the response of a forensic pathologist be in that situation?
Well, in every case that I've had or other people have had where I've worked, the information that comes is taken seriously. It's reviewed. Typically, it's reviewed with someone who is a superior to you. So I would review it, then I would sit down with my boss and discuss it, and we would come to an understanding of, what that material, how that material that was new weighed into what we already had, and if that changed the ultimate opinions or not.
Are you familiar with a concept called implicit bias?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm going to object. It's outside the scope of this.
They're like, she cannot testify to what implicit bias is. But if you want an example, rewind and watch Kelly Cruz's testimony, and you'll know exactly what it is.
Sustained.
Do you understand, are you familiar with a field of science called biomechanical engineering?
Yes.
And in general terms, what's your understanding of what that field is?
Again, I'm not same objection.
Did you want to respond?
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt the court. This is in Dr. Hammers' report that she considered this field and that she consulted with an expert in this field in reaching her opinions. I don't intend to go into the details of this field. That's not my purpose, but just to, that's the purpose for these questions, Your Honor.
I believe they have a biomechanical expert that is the next witness. I don't know why we have to rehash this. It's outside our scope.
Very, very, let's keep it very, very limited.
Understood, Your Honor.
Very limited. And again, I'll read the report. This isn't a jury trial. Let's try to move this along, please, Ms. Thompson.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor. Let me ask you this question, Dr. Hammers. Do forensic scientists consult in some cases with biomechanical experts in reaching their opinions?
Yes.
Is that a generally accepted practice in your field?
Yes, it is.
Did you consult with a biomechanical expert in considering your opinions in this case?
I certainly read their report, but I had my own opinions separate from what the biomechanical expert had to say. It happened that their opinion supported what I already believed to be the case, which was this was an accident. But my opinions and my conclusions were made outside of that.
The opinions that you've offered in your testimony here today, are any of those opinions based on new developments in the field of forensic pathology since 2019?
No.
Are these opinions that you could have offered in 2019?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Is the report that you referenced reading in the field of biomechanical engineering in this case a report from someone named Dr. Susan Boley?
Yes.
And did you consider the information in Dr. Boley's opinion, the report that you read in reaching your opinions in this case?
I did consider it, yes.
Your Honor, on that basis, we are seeking to admit Dr. Boley's report in this case, and I think that we could take up the issue of its admissibility at another time, but we are at this point making a proffer that we'd seek to admit it based on this testimony.
And for the reasons we've already stated early on in testimony earlier this morning, we would have the same objection to that based upon the same cases that I cited.
Sure. And we'll save that argument for another time so we can keep moving forward.
I have no other questions this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Hammers, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You agree the wounds that caused Amy Mullis's death, as they've been described by Kelly Cruz, you agree with that, correct?
That the set of puncture wounds caused her death?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are other injuries to her body that were observed at autopsy, these blunt force injuries that you've described?
Yes, there were blunt force injuries, correct.
So you agree with Cruz?
Brilliant.
Well, she calls them sharp force injuries. You call them something else, but it's the stab wounds that caused her death, correct?
I wouldn't call them stab wounds, but the penetrating wounds, yes.
So penetrating wounds, as observed at autopsy, you agree with Dr. Cruz that those caused Amy Mullis's death, correct?
They caused her death, correct.
Right. And the number of injuries Kelly Cruz counted correctly, would that be true?
A through F, yes.
Okay. And you agree that A through F are the injuries that were observed at autopsy?
Correct.
You don't have any contrary information or anything that you observed from the autopsy of Kelly Cruz that would contradict that, correct?
In regard to the
number of injuries.
If we're just talking to the ones on her back, yes, I agree with
Correct.
that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You agree with Cruz on the orientation of the injuries on the back, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any dispute with the measurements that she made with regard to.
All right, CH, I'll see you later.
the
I'll be here
distance
for about
between
another
injuries,
hour.
Correct?
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with her measurements.
Or the depth of the injuries?
I'm not disagreeing with her depth measurements.
4 of the injuries, A through D, were downward, and the other 2, E and F, were upward.
Correct.
And I think I asked you this already about all the blunt force injuries. You
I don't
agree
like
those
either
are all
one.
documented correctly. Is that right?
As far as I would say the location and the general description,
And the photographs that you were able to observe.
yes.
I think the only thing you really, maybe were critical of Dr. Cruz on was that she should have taken more photos of the internal injuries. Is that true?
I mean, if we're just talking about the autopsy process, I would say, yes, she could have taken more internal photographs.
So what it really boils down to is your disagreement with Dr. Cruz is that she ruled this a homicide and you would have ruled it an accident, right? Is that what this really comes down to?
I mean, I would say that's the final statement, but I think there's other things in between that I don't agree with the way that she's described them or testified to them.
You may have done the autopsy differently, correct? You may have done different things if you would have done the autopsy to Amy Mullis.
True, maybe.
And that differs from pathologist to pathologist, isn't that true?
I mean, yes, there's going to be some variation.
I mean, the core of what you do is basically the same, but there may be some variations there, correct?
True.
All right. Now, I know that you discussed these hypotheses here, but swinging the rake could cause the injuries that we see on her back, correct?
I don't know that they could actually.
Not at all? Can completely exclude it?
I believe that I testified that I did exclude that as a possibility.
Okay. You could push the rake into Amy Mullis's back, correct?
I believe I disagreed with that as well.
Okay. So an attacker, let's assume there's an attacker, okay, that's not an accident. They could take the rake and use it as a weapon and push it into
This is
Amy
the
Mullis's
stupidest
back.
thing I've ever
Right,
heard.
they could do that.
I believe I just testified just a little while ago that I've never seen that, I've never read that, and I've never read any report of somebody pushing a corn rake into somebody's back.
I'm not sure there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Your objection is?
I apologize. I'm not trying to get animated, Your Honor, but that really assumes obviously the exact issue that we're here to talk about, whether there's another murder with the corn rake.
This is so dumb. This guy's such an idiot.
Because the issue here is whether this was a murder, Your Honor. That's why we're here.
Ah, good catch there, Tara.
Okay, well. Kelly, can you read me the question again?
He just said, but to be fair, like there's not another murder with a corn rake. And Tara's like, we don't know that there's any murder with a corn rake, which is what we're here to decide, because we don't think this was a murder at all. And that would mean there's no murders with a corn rake. So I take offense at his wording.
I'm not sure that there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Trying to get her
Mr.
to
Brown, I
agree
guess
with
maybe
murder.
can you just ask a new question?
So I will. So I think we both can agree that the death by corn rake is something unique. Would that be true?
I would say it's unique in the specific implements, but there certainly have been cases of people dying with other farming type of implements that are in the category of a rake.
Or other instruments that are sharp enough to penetrate the body, correct?
Yes.
You see that all the time.
I wouldn't say all the time, but we see it
But like a knife wound,
enough.
right?
Right, but this is very different than a knife
I
wound.
understand, but there's
No,
it's
you
something
don't
that
understand
penetrates the body
because
that
you keep saying
causes death. You have seen that before.
Yes, correct.
Okay. We can both agree that the corn rake specifically as an implement to do that is unique. True?
Yes, that's true.
There are 6 injuries to the back of Amy Mullis that are penetrating injuries, correct?
Yes,
4 times on the corn rake.
yes,
That means it penetrated her body more than 1 time, correct?
yes.
Right? There has been a suggestion by Dr. Cruz that it was 2, very likely 3 times, and I assume you would agree with that.
The only thing that I would say is I think there had to be more than one episode of her being penetrated, but that doesn't imply that it was like that there was no contact with the body or no times in the body when those additional penetrations occurred.
All right, so there's 4 times on the corn rake, correct?
Yes,
We have 4 wounds that are in the same orientation in that you're nodding, so you agree with me, correct?
No.
No?
they're in the same direction, but they do not have the same orientation on the surface of the
Okay,
skin.
my apologies.
Oh.
But they're in the same direction, correct? And there are 4 of those, A, B, C, and D?
The path through the body is the same, yes, or similar.
And then there are 2 others that you have identified that would have happened at a different time, correct?
I don't know that I would say a different time,
How
but
would you say it? How did you say it?
they're traveling in a different direction. So they likely happened together, but I wouldn't specify the time.
So you
Correct.
classified
Correct, Cool Whip. 2 of them are at an upward, and it's just slightly upward. It's not like a huge upward. It's slightly upward, while the other 4 are downward.
this as an accident in your opinion, correct?
Yes,
So that means that the corn rake would have to be in a position where Amy Mullis could fall on it, correct?
correct.
So it would have to be laying presumably on the ground, right?
Nope.
I don't know that I would draw that conclusion because I'm not a biomechanical engineer. So I can't
Neither are
speak to
you,
the exact
prosecutor
forces,
idiot.
but she would have to have enough acceleration of her body to generate enough force for that to pierce her clothing and her body.
Putting the rake on the ground, that would probably be the place furthest away from her where enough force could be generated to cause the injuries
No.
that you see, correct?
So again, I think it's very plausible that the rake could be on the ground, but I can't speak to the specific forces that it would take because I haven't done those calculations and don't have that expertise.
She would have to lose consciousness or strength, right, in order to fall. Would that be right?
She would have to do what?
She'd have to like pass out,
In order to fall?
correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like alarmed. I'm sorry. No, I mean, you can trip and
She's like,
fall,
"You're
you
so
could
stupid."
step on equipment and fall. Like, I don't think that consciousness is inferred from her fall.
But it would have to be with enough force that the tines of the rake could penetrate her body, correct?
Correct.
And that this happened multiple times, correct?
Some of the tines had to have penetrated her body more than one
So
time.
she fell on the rake more than once,
Correct.
fell on it more than twice, very likely, correct?
Based off of what I've described, I think it's likely that it is more than twice.
You provided some testimony as to the location of this incident, and I believe you called it, you correct me if I'm wrong, some sort of barn or outbuilding?
I think I called it a shed.
A shed, okay. So are you presuming that Amy Mullis was killed in the shed?
I'm not presuming that she was killed, number one, because I told you that my opinion is it's an accident. But number two, I haven't seen any information that suggests or indicates that this happened anywhere but in the shed.
Who provided the information that it would have happened in the shed?
Well, the information that I've reviewed has no information that this likely happened anywhere else. There's blood droplets
I'm
in the
asking you
shed.
who provided it? Who provided the information? Todd Mullis, right? He's the one that provided the information that you was in the shed? Is that right?
That is not what my opinion is. If I can complete my answer, then I can explain to you where I got the
Go ahead.
information from. Okay. So yes, there is statements from Mr. Mullis and his son about finding her in the shed. There are pictures from the deputies that went to the shed where there are blood droplets in the shed. There's no blood droplets anywhere else.
Nobody
that are
has
identified,
argued.
and nobody even.
Nobody has testified. Nobody has argued. Nobody has stated that she died anywhere else. Well, I mean, that she was injured anywhere else, but besides in that shed. It's not even up for debate at this point. And he's like, I can't beat her at talking about the corn rake and making her say this is a murder. So I'm going to try to get her on something else. It's like, you know, you're wrong, dude. You know, you're wrong.
Even the police reports that I read indicated that they suspected that this happened anywhere else.
So Todd Mullis removed Amy Mullis from the scene, correct? You know that.
My understanding is that he and his son did.
They would have put her in a car or vehicle, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Traveled for a distance,
That's my understanding, yes.
pulled over because he was told to do so by EMTs. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So the ambulance and whoever was sent out to help her could meet on the roadside to assist, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
That's right.
So there's no 911 call that happens from the farm. You never reviewed that, correct?
What does that have to do with
My understanding is that it
Connection,
happened
outside of her
like
scope.
on the way to the toward the hospital.
Outside of
En
her
route to the
expertise.
hospital, correct? Or
Nothing to
wherever
do with
he was
her.
taking her.
Nothing to do with her. Nothing to do with her whatsoever. Kelly Cruz doesn't have to take any type of investigation shit into her consideration as a forensic pathologist. Why the fuck does she?
To get back to the information that you're relying on that came from Todd Mullis, he provided information as to Amy Mullis being in the barn or the shed, correct?
So I just want to be clear. Are you saying that Mr. Mullis gave me materials to
No,
review?
no.
Is that what you're asking
Well,
me?
you told us that you reviewed the investigation in this case, right? And that he provided statements?
Okay, that's what I just want to be clear on. So what you're asking me is his statements to the police or to the hospital or to
Right, or
first
wherever
responders,
they
whoever.
were, whatever source.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So how would you answer that
I'm
question?
sorry, what are you asking me about?
I
then?
said the only person that provided information as to where Amy Mullis was located was Todd Mullis and possibly Tristan, correct? They're the only other two that were at the farm.
That's my understanding, yes.
So only those two people. So there's no independent confirmation of that by law enforcement or anybody else that you know of, correct?
As
Never
far as
lived anywhere else.
specifically finding her the way that
You're
they
an
did, it was the two of them, correct?
And his
Fucking
description
reaching.
of Amy Mullis being in the barn with a rake in her back, that is his and his alone, correct?
I believe
No.
his son also stated that.
Okay, those two, but nobody else.
That's my understanding,
No
yes.
cop said anything different. Now you're just pissed because the
Did you factor into any of
engineers
your
were telling
opinions,
you
any
no.
information that Amy Mullis was unsteady on the day that she died?
I mean, I would say that I factored in the complaints that she had that were reported and the medications that she had and the complaints she had prior to her procedure and the fact that she had a procedure just about 4 days before that.
So what's the answer to that she was unsteady or that you had information that she was?
I'm saying I took all of that into consideration.
Todd Mullis also describes her that way, is that right?
I believe he described her as just coming back to helping on the farm that day because she had been staying, not working because of her procedure, and that she had complained about not feeling well in some way and was going back inside to rest.
She's very smart. He's getting so mad at her.
So with regards to the amount of force that it would be needed to observe the injuries that you saw or that you also observed from Cruz's autopsy, you're claiming that those all came from an accidental fall, is that right?
Well, my determination is that the manner of death is an accident.
Okay. So you were asked about pushing the rake into her back. Your testimony is that you've not seen those kinds of injuries before.
No, my testimony
Let's
was
just
that.
think about this for a hot second. He literally said that the rake would have to be on the ground for her to have the force. No, I don't need your help. Her to have enough force for her to be able to penetrate herself with this corn rake. But now he's thinking that somebody can literally just like walk up to her and not, and because he can't swing it because now they already know that there's proof it can't be swung. And then, so they just walk up to her with the corn rake and they're like, they just push it. They just push it in. And then she's like, ooh, ow. And then they take it out, but only part of the way because there's only 4 holes in the jacket. And they just push it in again. That's what this guy now wants you to believe. Like, just fucking admit you guys made a mistake and let him go home.
My training and experience has not identified situations where something with multiple objects on it have been able to be pushed in. That's what you were describing, right? Somebody standing and pushing into somebody's back.
He wants it to be like a stab wound, like somebody has a knife and they're stabbing her. Because he keeps repeating that over and over again. Stab wounds, being stabbed. And she's like, no, this is not what they are. Not what they are.
Multiple times into somebody's body.
Yeah, like a thumbtack.
You've seen the rake, correct?
I've seen pictures of it.
Like she just stands there and
You
waits.
could take the rake if you wanted to do it and push it into somebody's back and stab them, right?
I want to do it to you right now.
So what I said was, I do not, in my experience, you cannot do that with
I'm
multiple
asking
times
you
on a rake.
now about the rake itself that you've seen pictures of. You could take the
so mad at her
rake
because
and push
she's like,
it
no, you're an
into
idiot.
somebody's back and use it as a weapon. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this was asked and answered.
Overruled.
In my experience and in my opinion, you cannot do that.
You can't do that, but you can fall on the rake. You can't push the rake into somebody. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
I'm saying in my experience and my training, no, you can't. But again, I am not a biomechanical engineer, so I can't answer that for you with.
Go ahead. I'll finish.
I cannot answer that for you with calculations, but I'm telling you from my training and experience, I've not seen that, and I have not read. I have not experienced that, and I do not believe that you could take multiple times and just push them into somebody intentionally.
Nobody does.
But you can fall on the rake and that could happen.
Yes.
Correct, because you're getting enough force to fall on the rake.
How about kick the rake into her back or stomp on it if they put the rake against her skin or put the rake against her back? That could happen.
So theoretically, that could happen. I can't
I want
answer
this guy.
about
This guy. I want him to go. I want him to go out there and just like walk around with a corn rake and try to just push it into somebody and see what happens.
the forces on that, but I've also not been presented with any information that suggests that that's what happened.
Silly, silly goose.
Okay. Dr. Hammers, you indicated that you take into account the investigation, correct?
Yes.
That would include all information that's been provided to you.
Yes.
I assume if you were missing some information or you thought you were, you would request that.
If I felt like there was something out there that would help me with my analysis, I would ask for it, yes.
And information that, particularly since Todd Mullis was the suspect here, statements from him would be potentially relevant to your determination. Isn't that true?
Are you asking the ones that I had or
No,
something?
I'm just asking you in general terms. I mean, statements that he would have made about what happened would be relevant to your determination.
They could be, yes.
His motive might be part of that.
Again, it could be.
If he had a reason to kill Amy Mullis, that would be
Fuck,
something.
I have
you
a
would
reason to
factor
kill
in.
all kinds of people. Doesn't mean
It
do
would
it.
be, and it would be something I would factor in. It would, I would take it with the other information.
I mean, if a defendant confesses to a shooting, you might call that a homicide or at least factor in a statement if they confessed to that type of crime. Is that right?
I would say I wouldn't necessarily call it a homicide just because of their statement. And if it didn't make sense that it could be a homicide from my autopsy, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody told me it was a homicide. I would use that as a piece of information with the rest of my examination.
And if a defendant would confess to a stabbing, that might contribute to your finding that it's a homicide. Is that correct?
Again, I wouldn't make that determination off of somebody's confession. I would make it off of the entire amount of information that I have. Again, if it didn't make sense that someone could stab that person based off of the circumstances and the set of injuries, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody was confessing to it.
And if Todd Mullis in this case made the statement that Amy was a cheating whore, or that she needed to,
I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
or that she needed to go to hell because she was a cheating whore, would you factor that in?
Objection,
So
Your Honor.
dumb. Stupidest fucking shit ever.
This is evidence that was at the trial.
This is I guess the question is if. So without understanding, I'll withdraw my question or my objection, Your Honor.
The witness may answer.
So again, I would take that into consideration as information that I would have.
Did you factor that in this case?
To my knowledge, I did not have that information.
Does that change your opinion if
It
you
does
made
not.
those statements?
It does not.
I'm gonna swing his glasses around.
Yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is all you have.
Just a
Card.
couple of questions, Your Honor. Wounds A through F are not stab wounds in your opinion, is that right?
Correct.
And are your opinions in this case dependent on whether Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that we're talking about in this case in the shed of the Mullis farm or somewhere else?
No, they're not dependent on her being in the shed.
Have you received any information that there's been any confession in this case by Todd Mullis?
I have not been given any information that indicates that Mr. Mullis stated that he intentionally harmed Amy. Mullis.
Is it your understanding there's any statement by Mr. Mullis that he intentionally or otherwise harmed her?
No, to my knowledge, I have not reviewed anything to that end.
You
Because it
were
doesn't
asked
exist.
some questions about the sort of the nature of your disagreement with Dr. Cruz and whether there's things you agree on and things you disagree on. Do you disagree with the sort of objective measurements and objective data that Dr. Cruz developed from the autopsy?
I do not.
Do you disagree with her interpretation of this autopsy?
I do.
Do you disagree with the cause and manner of death that Dr. Cruz ascribed to this autopsy? Or ascribed to Ms. Mullis's death, excuse me.
Yes, I do.
Do you,
Hey, Andy.
is your conclusion that this was an accident, does that necessarily exclude the possibility that this was a homicide?
I mean, in the realm of all things possible, anything is possible, but we are asked and tasked with the job of reviewing all of the information and making an opinion decision about the manner of death, and what is reasonable, what is likely, and what is most likely, and matches with all of the and is consistent with all of the information that we have available.
One moment, Your Honor.
Arrived home safely with your meds. And pebble ice. Ooh, love pebble ice.
Any recross?
Nothing else.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't even, you can't even kick it into her. It just doesn't even, it doesn't even make
Certainly.
sense.
Judge, while we're waiting on schedule, I have a 3:30 matter I need to take up, so I may need to leave. I think I mentioned this maybe yesterday. Even if we don't have a break, I may just get up and leave. Is that okay with you?
It's okay with me unless you would like us to.
No, the next witness is not mine, so I'm good. So I just don't want to delay things, please. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Ms. Thompson, did you want to start your next witness, or do you want to take a short break before we do that?
What's the first part?
It's not far from where I grew up in Iowa. Never have I ever used a corn rake. I didn't even know
Okay.
that it is what it was
We can get
called.
started, it sounds like.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. We call
So the witness that comes up next, she ends up split up into 2 different days, just based on what they need out of her. So I think that it'll be fine for us to start. We actually probably can make it through. We could probably make it through hers, I think. We'll see how much I have to stop and bitch at the fucking prosecutor. But most of the time when they're on direct with the Todd's attorneys, I don't have too much to say. So
Dr. Valentina Nye, Your Honor.
this is Dr. Nye. Hey, lullabies.
Dr. Nye, and take your time. Come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left, please. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? I do. And have a seat. You can turn that microphone on in front of you there once you're seated. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Nye.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the court?
Yes,
Prosecutor
I
12,
am
why did we make
Valentina
this?
Nye. VALENTINANGAI.
Dr. Nye, were you retained by Mr. Mullis' counsel to provide opinions in this case?
No, the firm I work for was retained and I was assigned to the case.
Thank you, and we'll get into that in a minute. Can you tell the court what your profession is?
Yes, I am a biomechanical engineer.
In brief terms, what is a biomedical and biomechanical engineer?
So biomedical is the overarching heading that it's called, and essentially it is the application of scientific and engineering principles to biological systems to solve problems. And biomechanical engineering is a subset under biomedical engineering that specifically studies the response of biological tissues to applied forces and motions.
Do you hold any degrees in the field of biomedical or biomechanical engineering?
Yes, well, I have 3 engineering degrees.
What are those degrees?
I have an undergraduate in civil engineering. I have a master's in mechanical engineering, specializing in biomechanics, one of my specialties. And I have a PhD in biomedical engineering. Again, one of my specialties is biomechanical.
You're not a medical doctor, Dr. Nye.
That is correct. I am not a medical doctor.
How is biomedical engineering different from being a medical doctor?
Medical doctors are trained to diagnose and treat injuries. That is not what I do. I do not diagnose and treat. My job as an engineer is to consider the forces and motions and how the body responds to those forces and motions.
You mentioned it was your company that was retained by Mr. Mullis' counsel. Where is it that you currently work?
I work for Robson Forensic.
And what kind of company is that?
It's a consulting firm that employs multidisciplinary expertise, and we basically run investigations.
How is biomedical or biomechanical engineering used in the field of forensics?
Well, oftentimes I've been a forensic biomechanical engineer for almost 15 years. And my role is essentially if there is a person that has some sort of diagnosed injuries due to mechanical forces, it's my role oftentimes is to determine the mechanical cause of that injury and how and if it relates to the subject event.
What does your work with Robson Forensics entail?
I run scientific investigations. So again, I'm one of the biomechanical engineers on staff. I'm a full-timer. I'm the head of the biomechanical engineering group. I'm the head of the medical device group, and I'm also the director of engineering there.
You said that that your company conducts investigations. Who do you conduct those investigations for?
It depends.
What kinds of clients does your company have?
Oftentimes our clients are for litigation, but we are a neutral third party for both. If you're talking about civil, it's going to be plaintiff or defense, and for criminal, prosecution and defense. And we also do, non-litigation type investigations as well.
Is there a type of client that is For the cases that you work on, is there one side or the other that your firm predominantly works for?
No, we're probably pretty even. I know for myself, I'm probably in civil cases 60%, 40% plaintiff defense, but my testimony is probably about equal, 50-50.
You've explained to us what biomedical engineering is. Is that a subspecialty within the more general field of engineering?
Yes, if you think about the classical disciplines, you have civil, mechanical, electrical. Biomedical is, again, one of those classifications under the overarching heading of engineering.
And is this a field that graduate students study specifically in school?
Oh, yes. Undergraduate, graduate, professors, industry, medical, biomechanical engineers are everywhere.
Are there biomechanical engineering university programs here in Iowa?
Yes, University of Iowa has a very renowned biomedical engineering program. Actually, the president of our firm is a graduate of that program.
Now, you talked about your degrees. What kinds of courses have you taken in the context of your study that has related specifically to the medical aspects of biomechanical engineering?
So I am the interface between engineering and the human body. Therefore, I have to understand not only engineering and physics concepts, I need to understand the anatomy of the human body. So I take the same anatomy courses as medical doctors do. Cadaver labs, I've held human body parts in my hands, not only for schooling, but for my actual work in my studies, part of my theses and contract work as a research scientist.
Are you familiar with the field of injury biomechanics?
Yes.
What is that?
So injuries are specifically defined in biomedical engineering as a failure of biological tissue. As an engineer, it's also my job to understand how tissues fail, so material science aspects, because part of engineering is understanding and developing and designing using materials. Therefore, we have to understand how they fail.
Have you worked in your career on issues that involve injury biomechanics?
Absolutely, yes.
And can you give us some examples of situations that involve an investigation into injury biomechanics?
Well, just in my forensic career alone, aside from my research scientist years as in my graduate program and as well as consulting projects, in my career at Robson as a forensic engineer, as I said, oftentimes somebody's got some sort of claimed or diagnosed injury, and there's either competing scenarios of how it happened, or you find a body and there's injuries to it and somebody needs to know what happened to it. What kind of forces and motions did that body sustain, experience to get those injuries? That's where I come in.
AG, that's a great question. I actually don't know. I would hope that she would have the discretion to be able to say, no, this is done, this is ridiculous. But I don't know if she does. I honestly don't know. And I don't even know who I would. I guess maybe Travis could help me figure that out. I think that she should, dismiss it with prejudice though, and be like, no, you cannot fucking recharge this man. Leave him alone.
So,
yes.
And briefly, what is your research into that field entailed?
Well, a lot of my research had to do with, well, again, it's about the human body and how it functions, but also how to make it better, right? So when you're learning and part of the evaluation process for, say, joint prostheses, you have to understand how the tissues respond and how they failed in the first place.
I'm going to speed
and
her
how
up
they
a
will
little bit.
respond
Let me know
with
if it's a problem.
the devices that we're developing.
That's because she's
Have
going through her
you done
CV
research
essentially.
specifically on issues that have involved lower extremity biomechanics?
Yes.
Okay, Andy,
Is there?
let me know what happens.
Are there any differences in lower extremity biomechanics as opposed to other types of injury biomechanics?
So if you look at my CV, predominantly my publications are in, they're all engineering related. I have eyes, I have lower extremities, I have, hips, knees. But the fact is that human tissue, right? So human tissues being materials failure have a specific type of failure generation when it's applied to particular sets of loading. And even though you publish in one area, doesn't mean that that's the only area you work on. I've written a grant for spine research. I'm part of the Orthopedic Research Society, a member of the spine section, a member of the orthopedic implant group, as well as other memberships in other societies. And this is all in addition to my work as a forensic engineer for almost 15 years.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 285. Let me know when that's in front of you, Doctor.
Yes.
If you need us to scroll through this, let us know. But is Exhibit 285 a true and accurate copy of your CV and your reports in this case?
Well, I only see the first page.
Let me show you just a paper copy of that, if I could.
I get it. You're like super smart and you can do this. So I want to kind of just get to it.
Thank you.
We won't check
The
like,
Todd document in
okay.
with you should be a copy of Exhibit 285. And if you could just look at that and let me know if that's a true and accurate copy of your CV and your report.
Your Honor, the state stands by its prior objections as it related to the use of specifically Dr. Nye's first report as it would qualify as vouching. I believe that shouldn't be considered here. We do have a question as to what would be included in that binder. There's portions of it that are not appended to Exhibit 285. So I think now would be potentially an opportune time to take our afternoon break.
Okay, and I think at this point, we were just taking up the expert witness issue. And I was just asking if there was any additional record you wanted to make.
No additional record other than our prior rules. Obviously, as Mr. Brown noted earlier, we're not a Talbot state. So
Yep, okay. And again, certainly the court believes that the witness is qualified, so I don't think we have any problems there.
See, look at that. She agrees.
I understand.
Oh, look at you, Linda. This guy.
As to Mr. Mullis's case.
Yes.
Dr. Nye, are you going to testify to opinions that you hold as to Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And are the opinions that you're going to provide in this testimony opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of biomechanical certainty?
Yes.
How did you first become involved in Mr. Mullis's case?
I believe that one of the attorneys for Mr. Mullis contacted Robson Forensics.
And without discussing any conclusions that you reached, what was your initial, what was the initial purpose that you were, what was the initial work that you were asked to do in this case?
Sorry, I didn't finish. Once they contacted Robson Forensics, the inquiry came in, and then I was assigned to the case.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I was just going to ask what you were assigned to do initially.
Okay, so so after that, we typically speak to the person that called us to determine whether or not I have the expertise that is necessary for their specific investigation. So in this case, my purpose was basically at that time to determine the mechanism of specific diagnosed injuries in Ms. Mullis.
Were you originally contacted to act as a peer reviewer for another biomechanical expert?
Initially, that's how it turned out.
Right. And did you issue a report at that stage of your involvement in this case?
Yes.
At some point, did your work in this case change?
Yes.
And how did it change?
So initially, as a peer reviewer, I'm reviewing someone else's investigation to make sure that it is technically sound, following all the steps of the scientific method, and applying the engineering and scientific principles appropriately. I don't conduct the investigation myself. I'm just overseeing, essentially, the technical aspects. When that changed was when I was asked to conduct my own independent investigation.
Is the report that you originally provided peer review on a report for someone named Dr. Susan Bully?
Yes.
And Your Honor, based on the testimony, again, we seek to admit Dr. Bully's report, but we would ask to defer argument on that issue, Your Honor.
Understood.
For your investigation, so I'm not talking about the stage of this case where you were a peer reviewer, talking now about when your work in this case changed. Did you conduct a biomechanical investigation with respect to Ms. Mullis's injuries in this case?
Yes.
And you described earlier your process of conducting a biomechanical investigation. Did you follow that process in your work in this case?
Yes.
You told us step one is to identify a purpose. What was your purpose?
My purpose, initially with reviewing some basic information, was to determine whether the mechanism, or generally the forces necessary to cause Ms. Mullis's diagnosed injuries, were generated due to a swinging stabbing event, as was presented in the criminal trial transcripts that I reviewed, or whether it was due to a falling incident, which multiple records indicate, such as a 911 call.
Is a biomechanical investigation something that you can do on the spot?
No.
What does that process entail in terms of time?
Oh, it depends case to case. This is a very complicated case. It requires a lot of consideration and steps in reviewing case materials, the physical evidence, looking at 3D dimensional analyses, of everything involved, people, the diagnosed injuries, the implement, consideration of the space involved, the mechanism of the injuries, scientific and medical literature review, calculations, applying scientific principles such as conservation of energy and laws of physics. It is a very arduous investigation sometimes.
I understood that from your description of your purpose that you were evaluating competing hypotheses in this case.
They weren't competing necessarily, they're just different.
Multiple possible hypotheses is what I meant.
Multiple proffered hypotheses, yes.
Understood. And I know that's step two of your process as you described. I want to come back to that, and I want to start with what case materials you reviewed in this case. You mentioned that you reviewed a report from Dr. Susan Bully, is that right?
Yes.
What else did you review in terms of case materials other than Dr. Bully's report?
When I conduct my own investigation, I have to review all the case materials myself. So that includes all incident information, specifically the police department documentation, photos, records, reports, interviews. As we established, I'm not a medical doctor, therefore I rely on the medical diagnoses set forth in the medical records. And of course, when I talk about all incident information. I'm referring to photos and documentation. So I'm looking at information that tells me what has happened in the incident because I wasn't there, and what the claims are.
Did you rely on medical materials from Dr. Kelly Cruz and Dr. Thompson in Region Medical Center?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you review any accounts from Tristan Mullis or Todd Mullis in conducting your investigation?
Sure, like I said, I reviewed the police documentation, and there are multiple interviews in there.
Right. Did you, in order to reach your determinations, assume that those accounts from Tristan Mullis and Todd Mullis were true or false? Or did you depend on a determination that those accounts were true or false?
No, I don't rely on that. That's why science is fundamentally based in science. It's based on physical evidence, application of physics and engineering principles, and not based on subjective accounts. Now, there's always competing witness testimony. I might do my analyses and go back and compare to what was said or stated, but I don't use that as a basis for a starting point.
Did you rely on any photos or documents from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What did you look at?
They had information regarding the shed, the rake, the clothing. They also had photos of Ms. Mullis's body.
The only thing is I don't, would he be able to sue for wrongful conviction if he's not actually exonerated? So I think, two-part question. Can this judge dismiss the charges with prejudice where they cannot retry him again? That would be my number one question. My number two question is, of course, if he gets a new trial, then his previous conviction is vacated, but the state of Iowa isn't actually declaring that he's not the right guy because it's murder. They actually can charge him forever. So I'm not really sure that he would even be able to really file a wrongful conviction without exoneration. I mean, he'd probably file it. Don't get me wrong. He'd probably file it. I just don't know if he would win because the state of Iowa would just continue to say, even if they decide not to recharge him, that we're just waiting for additional evidence or something along those lines. And we still believe that he is actually the killer of his wife. No, it wouldn't be beyond attached because everything's vacated. So that, I mean, Iowa would probably have a certain amount of time that they would have to decide to retry him. But I just don't know if what I mean is like, I'm trying to rephrase it. I don't know if Iowa would ever come out and say, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? Yeah, we agree that it was an accident. I mean, there probably would have to be a certain amount of time. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Or Miku, if you find out, let me know.
And they had dimensions. They had dimensions in the shed as well.
Yeah.
Did you conduct your own inspection of?
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So let's see if he gets a new trial and then he's found not guilty. Does that help the lawsuit? Man, I think there's like a kind of like a multi-step process here. Right now, it's like just get him the new trial. I would really like to know if this judge can dismiss the charges with prejudice and say you've got to go. Like, this is done. You got to let this go, state of Iowa. This is ridiculous.
Of Ms. Mullis's clothing?
Yes.
Meaning you yourself physically looked at it?
I myself physically looked at it, yes.
Did you yourself physically look at the rake in this case?
Yes.
Did you yourself go to inspect the shed or any other buildings on the Mullis farm?
Yes, I went to visit the farm and the shed.
Did you rely on any opinions of Dr. Jennifer Hammers in reaching your conclusions?
Partly, again, a lot of her, again, the diagnosis of injuries, as we heard today, her and Dr. Cruz agree on the injury pattern.
Did you rely on any other opinions of any other experts in reaching your opinions in this case?
No, not that I can think of, no.
All right, and you said that you relied on the injury pattern in this case from Dr. Cruz and from Dr. Hammers, is that right?
Yes.
And you've heard the testimony from both of those witnesses so far about what that injury pattern was?
The testimony as well as the autopsy report, yes.
Understood. And from the testimony from Dr. Jennifer Hammers today, was the testimony that she gave today about the injury pattern on Ms. Mullis's back, did that comport with your understanding of what that injury pattern was?
Yes, it comported with what Dr. Cruz reported in her autopsy report and prior testimony.
All right. You heard Dr. Hammers give some testimony about other injuries to Ms. Mullis besides these 6 wounds A to F on her back. Is that right? Yes. Did you consider
I'll listen,
evidence
Paul.
about any of those other injuries on her body?
No, so the state lets you go, but admits no fault and still says you're guilty. The state, well, not in this situation, because the state wouldn't be letting him go. The judge would be overruling or vacating his prior conviction, and the state would have to decide to retry him. So the state's not going to let him go. If the state lets you go, there's obviously some type of exoneration or something that they're letting you go because of.
In reaching your opinions?
Yes, I mean, I look at all the injuries that are diagnosed on a person. However, the information provided were there are already explanations for the other injuries. So I was asked to focus on the penetration wounds.
Are you offering any opinions one way or another about any injuries on Ms. Mullis's body besides wounds A to F?
I specifically was asked to focus on the penetration wounds, so that's where I spent my investigation time.
Okay, I'm going to show you, and there's been testimony about this, but so I want to briefly show you Figure A, which we talked about earlier in these proceedings. Do you have a figure in front of you?
I do.
All right. What do you understand Figure A to represent?
Figure A is a profile view, so a side view of the basically the human torso. It doesn't have a head, doesn't have legs, doesn't have arms, and what it demonstrates is wounds A to F, the relative penetration depth relative to each other, as well as the orientation. When I say orientation, I mean the trajectories through the body.
And I want to also show you, just for my colleague, A8208. I think we'll just call this demonstrative B for the record. It's A8208. We'll 208, and we'll just refer to this as demonstrative B. Is there another document in front of you? Did you hear testimony about this demonstrative earlier today?
Yes.
Does the information reflected on demonstrative B reflect your understanding of the measurements of the injuries on Ms. Mullis's back?
Yes. What part of them? Only injuries A, B. Yes. A, B.
All right. I'm also going to show you what I guess we'll call demonstrative C, which is A8207. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And does this reflect your understanding of the measurements of wounds B through F?
Basically the linear distances between each wound.
I'm also going to show you here what we're going to call demonstrative D.
I have a figure.
All right. Does demonstrative D, third time's a charm, show you the measurements and the depths of wounds B through F?
It is a picture of the back, and it shows me B, C, D, E, and F. It shows me the relative depths of each wound, the linear distances between each of those wounds, and essentially the size of the wound.
And does that reflect your understanding of those aspects of the injury pattern on Ms. Mullis's back?
Yes, based on Dr. Cruz's autopsy report. It also shows the abrasion above wound D.
All right, and we've had a lot of testimony about these wounds, so I want to ask you about what aspects of these injuries, I want to ask you about some specific aspects of these injuries. What characteristics of the wounds A through F that we've been talking about are important for your biomechanical analysis?
So we can start superficially, more on top of the skin. And as Dr. Hammers testified today, that we heard also reported in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, each of the wounds have a specific orientation on the wound. So A, B, and C are oriented 10 to 4 o'clock. D has an orientation that's different, about 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And E and F are oriented 11 to 5 o'clock. Additionally, the information about the wounds around each puncture, showing that A and B look more diffuse, as Dr. Hammers described today. And then and then the spacing between each wound. Now we go internally, then the trajectories are important to understand where they start and how they move through the body gives an indication about the path that they traveled. And understanding that A to D, again, has a trajectory that's through the body that's near horizontal to the long axis of the body, so perpendicular to the long axis of the body, they're slightly downward, and E and F are sharp upward.
Are there any other aspects or characteristics of those wounds that's important to understand that was important for you to understand for your biomechanical analysis in this case?
Well, the abrasion as well is something that I consider.
And why is that?
It's just another piece of information.
You heard testimony from Dr. Hammers that in terms of the orientation of these wounds, that she grouped them into wounds that have different orientations. Is that right?
Yes, they self-group. Yes,
Right.
10 to 4 o'clock, A to C, D's on its own, and E and F.
All right. So in general, in considering your testimony about your biomechanical investigation, you're discussing and considering human anatomy and reaching your decisions in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you're not a doctor, how are you able to do that?
As we discussed, I'm the bridge between engineering and medical, the biological tissue. So I, again, take the same anatomy classes as medical doctors. I take cadaver lab. I've taken cadaver lab. Have access to cadavers through my work at hospitals. Held human body parts in my hand. I mean, that's part of my job, is to understand the human body and how it fails.
Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Hammers that these injuries, these penetrating injuries, are from blunt penetrating forces?
Yes.
And is that important to your analysis?
Yes.
Why is it?
Because the mechanism, when I talk about mechanism of injury, I'm talking about the type and direction of forces necessary to cause an injury. We're not talking about magnitude anymore. Oftentimes when I say force, people just think it's a number, but it's much more complicated than that. So type and direction designates a mechanism of injury. And blunt force injuries have different mechanisms than sharp force injuries. So blunt force injuries fail, the tissue fails due to tensile loading. Essentially, you add tension to the tissue and it overloads past its failure point.
Before we go through the possible hypotheses that you considered in this case, I want to talk to you about your investigation of the rake and the clothing in this case. So I think it was your testimony a minute ago that you examined yourself the actual rake, and that's connected with this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take your own photographs and your own measurements of the corn rake?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 929. All right. Do you recognize Exhibit 929?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo I took when I went to inspect the rake.
And is that a true and accurate copy of how the rake looked when you examined it?
Yes, it appears to be.
All right, Your Honor, read off for Exhibit 929 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
929 is admitted.
You understand that the investigation into this case suggested that this corn rake caused the injuries in Ms. Mullis's back, is that right?
Yes.
Did anything about your investigation suggest that wasn't true?
No.
All right. You measured the corn rake when you looked at it?
Yes.
And what was it, what, if anything, did you note about this corn rake that was important for your analysis in this case?
It's important for me to understand the geometric, dimensional, and intrinsic properties of the rake. It has a specific shape, right? So if you stand the rake on its wooden handle on the very end, the tines themselves essentially point sideways. So not quite 90 degrees, a little bit lower than 90 degrees, so closer to the ground. And the spacing between the tines, there's 4 tines, as we've all heard, is a little less than 3 inches. The whole rake is about 37 inches long. It weighs about 2.6 pounds, and the center of mass of the rake is closer to the rake head. So it's basically top heavy.
Thank you.
And it's metal. So that the head of the rake is metal, the handle is wood. So it is essentially stiff, right? This rake, for me to understand, is a stiff implement relative to the human body. So if you're going to put the two together, it's the human body that's going to deform.
I want to show you as well Exhibit 938. Do you recognize what Exhibit 938 is, Dr. Nye?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a view from the top. So if I'm looking at the tines, and the tines like towards my face, I'm looking at the top of a tine, essentially.
Is the tine in that photograph for, I don't know the term you would use, but in a caliper or a measuring device of some
Is in a
type?
caliper, yes.
And the tine is in the middle of that caliper?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 938 truly and accurately depict a more close-up view of one of the tines of the rake at the time you observed it when you examined it?
Yes.
Right, and at this time, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 938 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
938 is admitted.
As to this, I'm sorry. Specifically as to the tines of the corn rake, was there anything about the properties of the tines that was important to your analysis?
Yes, looking at the tips. Again, the spacing we
Okay,
talked
so hold
about.
on. So this is interesting. Thank you, Miku's headphones, for sending this. Okay, so for compensation eligibility for the state of Iowa, you are eligible for compensation if your conviction is vacated or reversed and or charges are dismissed. The standard of proof that you need for eligibility is clear and convincing evidence. The person who can decide whether you can sue for compensation or receive compensation is the district court for liability, the state appeals board, or a civil court for damages. You have to file within 2 years of the conviction being vacated, reversed, or charges dismissed. You can get approximately $50 per day plus the reversal of any attorney's fees. You can also get lost wages to up to $25,000 per year. So it does not preclude any action based on any negligent or wrongful acts or omissions which arose during the period of the wrongful imprisonment, but which are not related to the facts and circumstances underlying the conviction and proceeding. Okay, we don't need that. Claimant must not have pled guilty. So if it is overturned or conviction is vacated, he definitely would be eligible to sue. Now, if they're going to try him, he would probably need to get the charges completely dismissed, because if they're going to retry him, I don't know that he would necessarily win until he be found innocent. But he has 2 years post conviction vacated or reversed or charges dismissed. So that's really interesting. So Paul kind of nailed that one. He absolutely does. He would qualify. Okay, let me read some of this other stuff. That's interesting. Must be so to be eligible for compensation, I want him to sue everyone and get his farm back. And farm to his little heart's content. Okay, so Miku's headphone says, per Justia, to be eligible for compensation, a person must be exonerated and found to be actually innocent, which can involve a pardon, acquittal, or a dismissal of charges. See, that's what I was thinking. I don't know how many lawyers would really advise him if he's being retried or charges aren't actually dropped, dismissed. Yeah. So it could go. So each state has their own, apparently. So that is the one for Iowa Code 663A.1. But every state has its own eligibility requirement to be able to sue. And then all the compensations are different. So like, for instance, like you get 20, what did I say it was? $50 per day in attorney's fees. Hawaii, you get $50,000 per year. With a maximum of an additional $100,000 for special circumstances. So like every state has their own thing. So that's actually really cool to have. So thank you I'm going to download this just so that it's something that we can actually have, because I mean, I don't know if I've ever actually seen each state's requirement. So that's good info. All right, so I'm going to keep playing this because, like I said, I'm going to end up running out of time, and I don't want to run out of time. I was hoping to try to get through her today.
The length, the shape, that it's stiff, but again, the tips themselves are they're not sharp, they're not pointy.
And why is the fact that in your view these are not sharp or pointy, why is that important to your analysis here?
Because as we discussed, it has a different mechanism of injury. And you know, they're kind of flat in a sense, just the way Dr. Hammers described today. If I were to compare them to something that people are experienced with, they're essentially kind of like a flathead screwdriver, if you think about it. And if you compare the cross-sectional area of the tip, which is in this picture, for a 1/4 inch wide flathead screwdriver, the tips essentially have a bigger surface area than the tip of a flathead screwdriver.
Why does that matter?
Because in the biomechanical studies, flathead screwdrivers are considered blunt instruments.
Is it, in your assessment, this is blunter than a flathead screwdriver?
This is blunter than a flathead screwdriver based on the measurements, yes. In addition, it's rusty, so it's not smooth, it's not new, so it's not perfectly machined, you know, so again, this is something that has wear and tear on it.
Why does that matter?
Again, wear and tear, just like knives, you know, use them over time, they get more blunt.
Now, you said in your testimony that the mechanism of injury is different for this type of object. Different from what?
Well, different from sharp force, right? So if you talk about sharp force, tissues fail under compression. So this is basically a tensile loading. So you put something that's blunt against the skin or any kind of material, and you push through it, it basically generates a tensile loading, and it's the tensile loading that causes failure. And why that's important is because in literature, it provides information about the thresholds for human skin to fail under tensile loading.
You're using a lot of scientific terms there. So when you talk about the tensile loading that would cause human skin to fail, in layperson's terms, what does that concept mean?
Like ripping apart. You know, if you were to, you know, again, rip something apart rather than push it together, biological materials are anisotropic, and they have different characteristics and different failure mechanisms and different thresholds for failure depending on how you apply the force to it.
I want to talk more about how those concepts apply in this case, but I want to ask you first about your evaluation of Ms. Mullis's clothing. You had a chance to inspect yourself, Ms. Mullis's clothing, is that right?
Yes.
Did you evaluate the different layers of clothing that Ms. Mullis was wearing at the time she was taken to the hospital in this case?
Yes.
And was there anything relevant to your analysis that you noted when you inspected her clothing?
I'm looking at the holes. Again, this is information and evidence that needs to be considered. So
The holes did you count?
undershirt
Holes
and the
did you
sweatshirt
count,
had the same
Dr. Nye?
holes as Dr. Heimer has described today. 5 of which were in the area of the 5 of the wounds. Remember, she has 6 wounds.
5.
And there was a cluster of holes in the sweatshirt and the undershirt that was consistent with being caused by a single time. Additionally, the coat itself had the same area of the location of wounds except for wound D. So again, we have less holes in the clothing than there are in the body.
When you examined
Wound
the
D.
jacket that Ms. Mullis was wearing at the time she was taken to the hospital, how many holes did you see in that jacket?
In the area, in the location of the wounds, 5.
And when you examined the clothing, did you make any holes in it?
No.
Can you yourself account, well, let me ask you this. Did you hear testimony from Dr. Cruz that at autopsy, they identified 4 holes in a photograph?
Yes, I know that photograph.
All right, and can you personally account for why there is a difference in the number of holes that you saw and the number of holes that were photographed at Dr. Cruz's autopsy?
All I can say is that the photos from the autopsy, that additional hole wasn't as prominent as when I went. When I went, that hole was prominent, and it matched up with the holes on the underclothes.
Well, isn't that nice?
In general, why were you inspecting the clothing that Ms. Mullis was taken to the hospital in?
Again, it's all information. It's important to consider the physical evidence when running an investigation and making conclusions.
You've talked.
So Kelly Cruz says there was 4 holes in the jacket. Dr. Nye found 5 holes in the jacket. Those 5 holes line up with 5 of the holes on the body, all except for D. So still same concept. Couldn't have swung it 3 times, have all these holes, and it not leave the body.
A second ago about the tensile strength needed to break human skin. In a biomechanical analysis that involves someone wearing clothing, is it important to understand characteristics of the clothing?
Yes, absolutely.
And why is that?
Because different clothing have different properties. Again, it's material science, right? So different materials have different failure thresholds. And how it applies here is that Ms. Mullis was, as we've heard, was wearing multiple layers of clothes, one being a very thick, I guess it was described as a Carhartt jacket with fleece inside based on my inspection.
Carhartt jacket.
I want to go back and show you demonstrative D. In total, with your understanding of the wound pattern that Ms. Mullis had on her back, the rake that we've been talking about in her clothing, did you draw any conclusions about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's injuries based on all of that data?
Yes, that it was tensile overload due to penetration from a blunt object.
And in layperson's terms, Dr. Knight, what does that mean?
It means that the skin was pushed apart by something that was not sharp, and when you push it against it, it kind of pulls the skin apart, and it fails under tension. Tension is pulling apart.
Did you hear Dr. Hammers' testimony about the pattern of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back with respect to the spacing of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back?
Yes.
And did that give you an understanding of the mechanism by which Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries?
So again, the mechanism is the same. It's going to be tensile failure due to penetration by a blunt object. But biomechanically, when you look about the spacing between the wounds, and I understood that Dr. Hammers testified from a medical standpoint, I'm testifying from an engineering standpoint, looking again at the materials, the geometry, the intrinsic properties of the rake, intrinsic properties of the rake being it's stiff, it's not malleable relative to the human body. It has essentially fixed spacing between the tines. I can then compare it to the wounds diagnosed on Ms. Mullis's body.
And did you conduct a comparison in this case?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, did you draw from that comparison?
Again, similar to the medical side that Dr. Hammers testified to, when you hyperextend, your skin on your back compresses, basically it squeezes together. And when an implement that's stiff like this punctures the skin, you then lay the body flat and flatten out the body. The wounds then are spaced apart. So the wounds are going to be farther apart than the spacing between the tines, which is what we have here.
And so did this biomechanical analysis that you did, coupled with the medical information that you had from Dr. Cruz's autopsy and the spacing information that you had, did that give you an understanding of the position of Ms. Mullis's back at the time that she experienced these injuries?
Yes, that she was slightly hyperextended.
Hyperextended how?
Arching or rotated.
And you're making a motion here. And when you say that she was hyperextended, was she hyperextended on both sides?
No, I mean, the wounds are on the primarily middle, one is left, but right side. So she's twisting essentially to her right.
Is it your testimony that, because you've made a motion, I want the, I guess, record to reflect what motion you made. Is the motion that you made a motion that hyperextends your right shoulder back, bringing your elbows closer to your body?
Well, it's basically a slight twist
from day 2.
And pulling my shoulders back, kind of like sticking out my chest a little bit.
And pulling your shoulders back, does that decrease the space between, does that decrease some of the spaces in your back when a person does that?
It just compresses the skin. It makes the skin squish together.
And with that dynamic of Ms. Mullis's back being hyperextended when she experienced these injuries, would that explain the spacing of the wounds on her back in the pictures that we've been looking at?
Objection, speculation.
How's that speculation?
Witness can answer if she's able.
Yes, I think I've already testified to that the spacing on the wounds are bigger than the spaces between the tines. So that means she has to be hyperextended, which compresses her skin together. So when you
Speculate the measurements from the tines versus the measurements of the wounds. Her opinion is speculation.
lay the body flat, the wounds now are spread farther apart in distance.
You heard some testimony from Dr. Hammers about how she would order the way in which Ms. Mullis received these injuries, the order in which they occurred.
Yes.
Do you, from a biomechanical perspective, do you reach the same result or a different result about the order in which these injuries occurred?
No, biomechanically, I agree that A, B, and C occur in pretty much at the same time. I think that based on the analysis, D happens next, and then E and F.
And why is that from a biomechanical perspective?
Based on the clustering, again, if you look at the injury diagnosis, you have the spacing between A, B, and C, and they're in a linear pattern. Additionally, you have the same orientation on the skin, so 10 to 4 o'clock, and you have the same trajectory through the body being horizontal to the long axis of the body. Now you have D, which is much smaller, less deep, because it's only 2 inches deep, and has a different orientation on the skin. And then you have E and F, which again are clustered together because they have an orientation of 11 to 5 o'clock and the same upward trajectory. Sorry, can I finish?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I had a pause there. Additionally, considering the intrinsic properties of the rake being essentially fixed relative to the human body, it's not going to deform or be malleable. E and F are essentially in the middle of her, E, C, and D are essentially in the middle of her back. Those tines cannot be inserted into the body one at a time. It's kind of like if you look at the palm of your hand and you take a fork, you can't enter one prong through your entire palm without having the other 3 prongs contact you. It's somewhere here. We have a fixed distance between the tines. So E and F, if you're impacting the body with the rake, that 3rd tine has to happen somewhere, and we don't have another upward trajectory. So those ones can't happen first. Similarly with D, D is essentially close to the middle of the back. You cannot insert one tine at a time. So D is not going to happen first either. So that leaves A, B, and C.
And did you hear testimony from Dr. Hammers about the theory that there could have been tines that were that were inside wounds A and B, and then have tines go into other wounds while the tines in A and B remained in A and B?
Yes.
From a biomechanical perspective, do you have an opinion on whether that's possible?
Yes, that is what happened based on the analysis that I conducted.
That is what happened. I like her. That is what happened.
All right. So at this point, I think your testimony has been that you identified what the injury pattern was as you understood it. You looked at the rake. You looked at Ms. Mullis's clothing. Did you also look at the shed on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And I wanted to show you Exhibit 731.
I like how all these other people actually go to the scene.
It's up.
All right. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 731?
Yes.
What do you understand Exhibit 731 to depict?
It depicts a photo inside the shed where Dr. Hammers was describing one of the walking paths, one of the very few walking paths.
You said that you yourself visited the shed as well?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 731 look like the shed, the inside of the shed, or the area of the shed that's depicted in 731 when you saw it?
It looks like it.
Why did you go to the shed and look at the shed?
Again, it's information to gather, a data point that needs to be considered.
And why does it need to be considered?
Well, if I have all these essentially different hypotheses to test, I want to understand the space in which the people or claimed people involved, how they fit relative to the spacing. So now we have to consider anthropometrics, the people claimed to be involved, now we know what the implement looks like and how long it is, and I have different hypotheses to test. So I want to know what space I'm working in. Am I working in a giant field or am I working in a box?
Was it an assumption that you had at the time you tested your hypotheses in this case that the interior of the shed on the Mullis farm was where Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries?
I don't assume.
I mean, did your opinions depend on the interior of the shed being where she experienced these injuries?
No. If I didn't have, now that I conducted my investigation, if I didn't have information about the shed, my opinions wouldn't change.
All right, so you talked about the scientific method. I think we've talked about your purpose. Have we talked about all of the case materials that you reviewed in this case and that you relied on to reach your opinions?
I believe so. The physical evidence, yes.
Okay, and I think we skipped a step, which was developing hypotheses. And I want to use the right term that you use. I think you said that you considered different possible hypotheses. Is that right?
Well, I considered different hypotheses that were proffered in the material I reviewed.
All right. So you mentioned a moment ago that you had to take that when you conduct these kinds of biomechanical investigations, you take all these case materials into account to conduct your assessments. And before we talk about any of the individual hypotheses that you considered in this case, how did you take all this information to test those hypotheses?
So part of the scientific process, after you've developed a purpose and your hypotheses, reviewed case materials, the next part, and we now talked about the mechanism necessary to cause these injuries, the next step is basically to apply engineering and scientific principles to determine whether or not that mechanism is generated in each hypothesis, if and how.
Just as an aside, the process that, well, not as an aside, I want to ask you this. The process that you're describing, is this the same thing as an accident investigation or an incident investigation?
Yes, incident investigation.
Okay. Is what you are doing when you determine whether different hypotheses are possible, is one of the things that you have to do to decide how much force would be necessary to cause whatever hypothesis or whatever hypothesized mechanism you're considering?
No, not all the time.
And why is that?
Because as I defined earlier, mechanism of injury is the type and direction of forces necessary to cause an injury. That excludes magnitude, right? So we've talked about it a little bit, but types of forces are compression, so pushing together, tensile loading, which is pulling apart, shear loading, which is essentially sliding or transverse to a plane, torsion. Along with those different types of loading, you can have combinations of all those loading. Now, direction is important because the human body and all objects in are three-dimensional. So knowing that each one of those types of forces, as well as any combination of those forces, can be applied to the body in every plane, in any increment of that plane. That's what mechanism of injury means. That's first and foremost. If the mechanism doesn't match, then I don't need to do magnitude. And I've testified before, the analogy is if I'm looking for a red dress in size 5 and I find a blue jumpsuit, I don't care how big it is or what size it is. It doesn't matter.
All right, so to test a particular hypothesis, you're first determining if the type and direction, if the mechanism is possible.
If the mechanism is generated first, yes.
Right, and if the mechanism is generated, do you then determine whether the magnitude of the force is possible?
Again, if it's necessary.
If you have to get there.
If I have to get there, it depends on the case.
Are there any other potential steps in your biomechanical analysis of trying to decide if a particular hypothesis can be proved or not?
Could you please repeat that?
Sure. So in testing a particular hypothesis, you determine if the mechanism fits.
If the mechanism is generated in the hypothesis provided, yes, that I've generated based on the materials.
Right, and you then determine if you need to, if the magnitude of the force could be generated.
If necessary. Again, I'm not going to say I always have to do that because case by case, I don't need to do that.
Understood. Is there a third potential step, or are those the two steps?
I don't know what you mean by third potential step.
All right, let's start talking. Let me go on and we'll come back to this issue. To do what you're just describing, to determine the mechanism of the injury, meaning the type and the direction of the injury, what do you have to analyze?
So I already discussed the mechanism necessary for Ms. Mullis's injuries are blunt penetrating forces, which are generated by the rake. We have that she's hyperextended, and we have the orientation the rake has to be in because we know that the tines are flat. So it has to be somewhat entered when she's hyperextended and rotated. So that gives me a position and orientation of the rake on the surface relative to the injuries. Additionally, looking at the tines, how they are, again, fixed and almost perpendicular to the ground, just slightly downward, if you were to hold the rake up. If you match that up with her trajectories, I now have a position and orientation of how the rake fits into her wounds.
When you are conducting the type and direction analysis, are you considering the laws of physics?
Yes.
And are you considering biomechanical and engineering principles as well?
Absolutely.
All right. I want to talk about the possible hypotheses that you considered in this case. Did you consider as a possible hypothesis in this case, Dr. Cruz's determination that it was possible that the corn rake was swung into Ms. Mullis's body to cause these injuries?
Yes, and that was what was presented in the trial transcripts for the criminal trial, that it was swung multiple times into her body.
In your biomechanical investigation, were you able to prove or to disprove this hypothesis?
I was able to disprove that hypothesis.
And how did you disprove that hypothesis?
So again, sorry, I keep saying that, but so in every analysis, the engineering fundamentals include Newton's laws of physics, conservation of energy, and I don't know if you want me to go through the laws. I don't need to go through 1, 2, and 3 unless you want me to. But based on Newton's laws of physics and understanding the mechanism of the injury and how the rake is positioned, and in considering the anthropometrics of the people involved, there is about 10.5-inch height difference between Mr. Mullis and Ms. Mullis. So that takes that into consideration.
I want to stop you there. When you talk about their anthropometrics, was that considering their height and weight of each person that would have been involved in this hypothesis?
Yes, and later on I use it further for Ms. Mullis.
Where did you get the height and weight information that you used in your analysis?
The medical records for Ms. Mullis provide me a height and weight, and I actually don't remember where I got.
Your Honor, I am going to object to the line of questioning as beyond the scope of the report in violation of the rules of civil procedure, as it does not include the study nor the actual evaluation of Ms. Mullis's weight or any of the matters in question here. In fact, I believe that Dr. Nye's report specifically, her second report at page 2, footnote 5, says she doesn't include the actual data and principles, and to date, I don't believe we've received the specific data, principles, or force inert evaluations. I'm sorry, the force evaluations at issue for her testimony here.
Oh, this one's good. This is good.
And so the state objects says it's beyond the scope for purposes of the rules of
This
civil
one, they
procedure,
do it?
and therefore falls outside the allowable scope for expert testimony.
You wish to respond?
I thought that we conferred about this at the break, but we tendered Dr. Nye's biomechanical investigation materials to the state of discovery. I wasn't at the case at this point, so I'll let my colleague handle this, but these materials were disclosed.
They were disclosed last year, Your Honor, and supplemental discovery, I think it was May 27th or June 4th, 2024.
For clarification, Your Honor, is this what you're referencing?
Yes.
I don't know that this is actually, as we conferred in the hallway, I believe we conferred and confirmed that most of it was Dr. Valley's figures and express information, that most of this, I believe, was either copy and pasted for the portions at issue. And again, it was labeled a work in progress and never made a part of the actual expert reports at issue. So based upon the actual calculations, I do believe that we do not and have never received, as Dr. Nye's footnote 5 notes, we have never received the actual information underlying the specific findings.
If you want to respond, that's fine. Otherwise, we can take a quick break and go off the record so you can look further into what was actually exchanged back on that date.
It looks like Tweety Bird's
Applicant and the state share a Dropbox link, and this was provided to them in the supplemental discovery, as I mentioned. There's actually 2 files, and it's not a copy and paste. It's actually Dr. Nye's work in progress of what she was doing and how she came to her analysis of, and I think it also includes like law enforcement and reports and basically her calculations and stuff.
Your Honor, I think this is this is actually, I don't think there's a dispute about what the state received. I think the dispute here seems to be about whether that's sufficient disclosure. I think that's the issue. I don't think we dispute what was turned over.
Well, I guess I'm hearing a dispute about what was turned over. So
And we do dispute what was turned over.
Sure.
Permission to audio the witness?
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Nye, you've previously been deposed and testified in other cases, including at least 24 prior times, correct?
Yes.
Including deposition timeframes recently in the Federal District Court for the Eastern District, I believe, of Texas on an estate case. Is that fair? I believe it's called Ramirez v.
Yes.
Escobedo.
I know that case. Yes.
And during that point in time, you also were questioned in your deposition about how you formed the notes in question. Do you recall that? How you take notes?
so
and evaluate
snooty.
record? Fair?
I don't recall that testimony specifically, and if you could just slow down a little bit, that would be very helpful.
Oh, no problem. I apologize.
Yeah. Stop talking,
I
idiot.
believe how do you take notes and prepare the documentation?
So I typically start with a case summary file where I take basically screenshots from material I'm reviewing so I can keep track of where I got what information from. And then I provide I generate an analysis file. And that's basically specific information from the materials I reviewed against, but more condensed. And then I go through an analysis.
And so for your case review file and the information here that would be provided, those photos, for instance, you didn't,
You have to slow down, please.
these photos specifically would be taken at different times, right?
Which photos do you mean?
For instance, what's labeled TRM demonstrating rape position.
So those are not photos. Those are screenshots from a video interview of
And
CRM.
you also included Dr. Hammer's letter, I believe, regarding Ms. Mullis and this case specifically, right?
Yes.
And
Excerpts of it. Yes. Excerpts of it.
the analysis and information that goes forward from there, those aren't your pictures or those your paragraphs, right?
So again, continuing on, I contained excerpts from Dr. Hammer's report. Those photos are from autopsy, I think, or from Dr. Thompson's photos. And then some inspection photos of the rake.
Including Dr. Valley's reports, figures, numbers 19, 20, and 21, I believe.
I don't know what Dr. Bully's figure 19, 20, and 21 are.
I believe they're included in the same section of the paragraph for supplemental discovery that we'd be discussing here. Would it be helpful to see? I believe it's in your binder as well.
Could you just reference the page? I just think.
They're not numbered, but
He's here.
it's the
Oh, I see what you're saying.
fifth from
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
Those aren't your figures, correct?
Those are not my figures, but I didn't need them.
His argument is essentially saying that they are trying to use, so she was her company was hired to do this. And so there was another biomedical engineer that was on the case. And she was just the, oh my gosh, why can't I think of it? The person who goes and double checks the work. Why can't I think of the fucking word? Like peer review. And that's what her original job was on this case. Then she was asked to do her own analysis. And so he's trying to argue that the first person who did it, her shit doesn't count and we don't care about that. So you can't use anything in your analysis from her. I don't know what the situation is with this bully lady, the first lady. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't have her, or from my understanding, I think she's the one that passed away. I think is what Paul was telling us, is that so she can't testify to any of it. If memory serves, I don't know if she's the one that passed away, or it might be a he. I don't even know, this bully person. So they don't. And then they're trying to say that some of the things that she's testifying to, even if she's saying she got the documentation from doctor's reports, that's not in her report. She didn't put it in her own report. That's from that Dr. Bully's report. All right, let me see if we can get to a good stopping point here because I got to take off.
Information included it, so you can refer to it later, right?
I screenshotted information. Again, it's the information for me to look back on, so I don't have to go in multiple documents.
And so this document or your file for purposes of the analysis is mostly reflected in footnote 5. Fair?
Well,
or you didn't include your actual specific data, right?
So from my understanding, Footnote 5, I put in there because I was going to be deposed. I had a deposition date for this case, and it was canceled. So I was willing to have my deposition where I could provide my details over a year ago, which I think the state canceled.
So you haven't included those details specifically?
So she was going to be deposed by the state, and the state canceled the deposition and never deposed her.
No, because I thought I was going to testify to them.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state submits its objection again. The information is not provided for her own evaluation and by their own, Dr. Nye's own admission, was left out for purposes of the deposition at hand. And so the state objects in violation of rules of civil procedure.
However,
Okay,
my
hold
report
on,
itself.
hold on. Wait. I was told that the information was provided to you on May something through a Dropbox link. If you need a chance to check and see if you have it, I will provide you with that opportunity. But as of right now, the representation is being made that the materials were in fact provided. So that's where things stand. Whether or not they came directly from the doctor or not is irrelevant to me if you have them. So do you need a chance to check and see if you received them on that date?
We can certainly check and we can also confirm.
All right, let's go off the record. Let me know please when you've had a chance to do that.
Thank you.
Recess, thank you.
All right, we're gonna end it there. There's a little bit more argumentation. Do they come back today, or is that they do it? No, they do come back. They do come back today. You see.
But I agree we should move forward. But I'd rather.
All right, we'll finish the argument in the morning, and then we'll proceed into day 3. So she doesn't come back until day 3 afternoon, I believe. So we'll go from there. But she's like, no, I'm pretty sure I put that in there, and that was for you guys. So I still think it's going really well for the defense. I think they're doing a great job. I don't have any issue with their presentation. My issue is the standard that they have to meet legally for this judge to agree with them. I mean, if anybody's going to get there, it's going to be them, but I just don't. It's so hard to get post-conviction relief, just in general. So, I mean, but it's really hard to get to the point that Todd actually got to actually be in this hearing is a huge deal to begin with. And for her to set aside so much time to listen means that during all the pre-trial motions that she actually saw something that she was like, you know what, I'm going to set this for a hearing and let you guys argue it. So she saw something in there instead of just denying it. So I hope it's a winner. I really, really hope it's a winner. But we'll be back tomorrow morning to continue with part 3 of the post-conviction relief hearing. Tomorrow might be a shorter day. I don't know. I'll see if she's around or how. I don't even know how to make that work, but we'll see. I'm going to go pick up my daughter from school, and then I will probably see you guys on the YouTube streets. Was it Connie? Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was trying to make sure that we could get to a good stopping point, so I tried to speed it up just a little bit. You can slow me down too if you want to. You can slow down this if you want, or you can just look at it, watch it on Law and Crime. And it's we were on day 2 of post-conviction relief. It just aired like 3 weeks ago. I don't know what streets I'm going down tonight. I gotta finish the Karen Reed hearing because I stopped in the middle of it. I always end up in a Delphi live or 2, so depends on who's live. So we'll see what happens. But I'll see you guys around. Otherwise, I'll see you here tomorrow. So go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and thank you for hanging out with me, and I will see you later.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. straight into the unknown.